Okay then, so now let's open up our browser and search for nodejs.org. So this is the official website where we can download the Node.js for our machine. So always choose the recommended version. So click here and start downloading and click install, do next. So that will do the installation of the Node.js. So please don't forget to download the recommended versions for the most users. In this case, I already downloaded and installed this recommended versions, right? Then once you're done installing the Node.js, so we are going to use the Visual Studio Code. We are going to use this Visual Studio Code, the multi-code editor, which really comes handy when you're developing the application. So you feel free to use the whatever the ideally you prefer to use. In this case, I'm going to use this Visual Studio Code. So click here and download the stable release for either which platform that you're using. So choose that respective platform and click download. And once download and successfully install this, then finally we have to download this git download. So go ahead and click this and download this for Mac or Windows or Linux, whatever you did. So you guys need to go and download the Git for yourself. So if you haven't used the GitHub before, so don't worry, in this course we are going to learn everything step by step, right? So these are the softwares that we need to download and install. So once all these softwares are successfully downloaded and installed, so and step by step I will show you how to configure and everything one after another, right? So first we have to go and create ourselves a GitHub account. If you don't have, so please click github.com and create yourself an account. So I do have myself an account over here, so please go ahead and create yourself an account. So this is the account that you have to worry about. So go ahead and create the GitHub account. Once you created your GitHub account and we already download the Git, so you have to configure your Git username and password for very first time, only for very first time. So once you're done with that, you need to search for git config username and email name. So this is the one. So once it's successfully downloaded, you can find this git bash. If you search for git bash, you can find that git bash in your PC. So you need to open that git bash in the administrator mode. Then you need to set this git config global username inside the double quotes. Please note, inside the double quotes you need to type your account name, and inside the email double quotes you need to type your GitHub email. So these are the two lines that you need to configure for the very first time, because this will help you to configure your username and email globally so that you can access inside any softwares, right? Then later we need to do some other stuff with the Visual Studio Code. For the time being, right now, these are the things that you have to do for the very first time. So now once you successfully install the Node.js, so what we have to do is to open up your terminal, and then inside the terminal all you have to do is to node version. Node version. So this will returns the installed versions of your Node.js, right? And then when it comes to Node.js, we have three different package installers like npm, npx, and yarn. In this case, we are going to use the yarn. To access the yarn globally, you have to run this following command: npm install -g. So -g is the command, make sure that it's installed globally. So npm install -g yarn. So hit the enter. So that will start downloading the yarn, and in my case it already exists. You can see yarn is already exists because I already installed the yarn globally. So once you install the yarn globally successfully, you should say yarn -- version. So that should gives you the version number of the yarn which you installed globally. So if you get the version number at this point, you are successfully installed the yarn as your global package installer. Instead of using npm, you can use the yarn. So wherever the term that you're using npm install, all you have to do is to use yarn add. So wherever the term we are using the npm uninstall, we are supposed to use yarn remove. That's it. This is the only change that we are supposed to do, right? So now the node and everything is working fine. And since you successfully installed the git in your machine, all you have to say git -- version. So that should gives the git version, and this is like what to say, if you configure everything, you should able to get this Git versions and the Yarn versions and the Node versions, everything. At this point, we successfully configure the Node.js and the GitHub and everything. So the next step is to open up the Visual Studio Code. So open the Visual Studio Code. So once you successfully open the Visual Studio Code, you might not see the Visual Studio Code just like the same way what I'm seeing right now. The UI and the color and everything looks different. We have to add few more extensions over here. So click the extensions. So these are the necessary extensions that we need to install when it comes to building the web applications using the ReactJS and the Tailwind CSS, right? So we have to install this React snippets. This is the extension which really comes handy when you're working with React projects. So click this ES7 React snippets and go ahead and install that. Once you successfully install that, this will really helps you to work with the React applications and it helps you to recreate the React boilerplate codes in a more easier way, right? That's what I'm talking about here. Then once it's successfully done, we have to install this Tailwind CSS snippets, IntelliSense. So click this Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. So all you have to do is to download. In this case, it's asking me to reload. I don't know why it's asking that. But anyways, I will reload it later. So please go ahead and install this Tailwind CSS because this will help you to write the Tailwind utility classes in a more easiest way, right? So this is helpful for you to, and because it gives you the suggestions when you're working with this. And then finally, all you have to do is to click the setting icon and go to the themes settings and go to the color theme. So basically when it comes to color, so because we might need to sit in front of the monitor for a quite long time, so the UI color is going to really create a great impact when you're working on the projects or anything for a very long time. In this case, I'm using this Audio Mirage. So if you feel free to use any theme which is suitable for you, I'm using this Audio Mirage. So if you wish to download any other theme apart from this, you can click this browse additional theme and choose whatever the theme that works for you and go ahead and use that theme, right? Once it's done, then go to the settings, again go to the color themes option, click the color themes options and file theme. We already discussed the color theme. So go to the file theme options, file icon theme. In this case, I'm using this material icon theme. So very default, you might have Visual Studio Code themes or IO theme which we downloaded. In this case, if you wish to download the additional themes, click install additional themes and you might have a list of additional themes, icon themes, which is choose the icon theme which is suitable for you, right? And once it's successfully installed, choose the same material icon theme. And one more plugin that we have to download, which is this Prettier. So this Prettier, this is the one. So this helps you to align your code and keep your code more clean and neat whenever you are saving the document, right? This is a code formatter which really helps you to format your code. So please go ahead and download this Prettier extension too. Once you successfully install the Prettier extension, so we are not supposed to go and format the document every single time. We need to make the changes to follow the documents needs to be formatted every time whenever the document is saved. To do that, click the settings option. Go to the settings and search for format on save. So there you might see this option, this checkbox. Enable this checkbox. So this will help you to format your document every single time when you saved it, right? Just you have to press Ctrl S or Command S. The entire document will be formatted and the code will be clearly aligned properly. So that's the reason we are enabling this option. So these are the softwares and the extensions which is really required for this particular build. So we successfully installed and configured everything. So this is the environment setup that we needed to build this application. And of course, I'm using the Google Chrome for the building purpose. So feel free to use whatever the browser which is work for you, right? So this is all about the environment setup, and let's jump into the next section. All right then, so now what we need to do is, so we need to create a new project folder as at your preferred location. In this case, I'm going to create a new project folder in the desktop, and I'm going to name this project as fullstack project or something. So give the suitable name, fullstack. Let's keep it as fullstack store app, fullstack store app or something. right? And I'm going to open this project, services, create a new folder, and let's say code space dot, and let's open it in the Visual Studio Code. Sorry, code space dot. Yes. So that should open up the project folder in the Visual Studio Code. So basically what we are going to do is, so we are going to create two different folders over here. One is for your web app and another one is for your server. Maybe in future, if you wish to create an app also, you need to keep it in the same folder itself. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new project folder over here. Let's keep the project folder as client. And inside the client, I'm going to create, in the same location, I'm going to create a new folder called server. And outside this project folder, I'm going to create a new file called readme.md, right? So we have to update this this particular readme file because this is the readme file which is going to be pushed in your GitHub, and it's going to be customized and everything. So if you wish to learn more about the GitHub customizations and everything, so I don't need this, so let me close it. So search for GitHub readme formatting. So if you search for GitHub readme formatting, so you can find their official documentations, like how to keep the headings and how to keep the links and how to keep the images and how to keep the code, like this quoting code, something like these kinds of informations. It's literally added over there. So please go ahead and search this documentation and go through this documentation. So that really helps you to understand it much better. So in this case, I already customized the README file, so you can see the look and feel how exactly it's going to be. So, and I bring the snap of the project, the thumbnail of the project, which how exactly the project is going to look like. So you can download the snap.png from the assets file, which I shared you in the link below. So you can download this assets file. One second. So you can download this assets file in the link. I attached this assets file link in the descriptions. If you open the assets, you can find the images, and under the images you can find all the images which is necessary for this project, and in that you can find this thumb.png, so which we are going to build. So basically you can download this assets file by clicking the link in the description below. All right. So I finished customizing all the necessary customizations and everything. You can, if you wish to have the same kind of README customizations, everything, you can download the same thing from the Git in the link below. So I drop the link in the description, so you can copy that link from there and copy this code and paste it over there, right? Otherwise, you can take your time and go through this line by line, and you can customize your Git completely by yourself, right? So let's save these changes. Now, all I have to do is to create one dummy file inside this client folder and the server folder. The reason why I'm creating this dummy file is because we can't push this same empty folder to your GitHub, right? So that's the reason we have to create an empty file over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create exact same readme file. So I'm just going to copy this for the time being, and I'm going to paste it over here, and as the same way I'm going to paste it over here. So to make sure that these folders are not empty, because this is how you should push your two different folders into your same project folder in your GitHub repository, right? So make sure that these two folders are not empty, right? So now this is how the project structure is being created. Now all we have to do is to push this to our Git initially. Later we can download the necessary project files and everything, but this we have to push it into our GitHub repository. So let's go ahead and create our GitHub project. All right then, so now what we have to do is, so let's get back to our project browser and go to your GitHub profile, so GitHub. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a private repository. So click new repository over here and give a name for this as fullstack app store build December 2023 ReactJS and Firebase function. That's the repository name I'm going to use. So give a proper naming conventions, so so you will not get confused by the time in future, right? So click this private repository. So if you wish to add git ignore file and everything, so we don't have to do this stuff and everything, because Basically, when you're downloading the React or Firebase functions, git ignore file will automatically come along with that project setups and everything, right? Those initial files and everything. In this case, all I have to do is to keep this as a private repository. That's up to you, but I'm going to keep this as a private repository. Public, if you wish to keep it as a public, please choose the public. So choose the private and click the create repository. So that will create this private repository. So if you configure everything properly, as I said before, like configure username and the email address and everything globally by inside the git bash, now all you have to do is to get back to the git source control and initialize this repository. So click this initialize repository and give a message. Let's say add project initiated, something like this. So click this star tick mark, so that will push all the details and everything into your GitHub, right? Once everything is done, all you have to do is to click this three dot and click remote, add remote. For very first time, it might ask you to sign in, authenticate yourself to your GitHub. So Visual Studio Code asks you to authenticate 2 different times. First time is to log in your GitHub, and second time is to authenticate your Visual Studio Code to give the complete permissions to access your Git controls and everything, right? So you have to do the same thing for 2 different times. For very first time, if you're configuring a GitHub with the Visual Studio Code in the local machine. So click the add remote option and click add remote from GitHub. So if you do everything properly, so now you should be able to see that. So now what we have to do is to click this GitHub, the repository which we created. So choose this repository and give a local Git name. Let's keep the same name, fullstack app store December 2023. I think that name is enough. So click enter. So now we successfully connected our Git remote with our local project. Now all I have to do is to push this project. So click this three dot again and choose this pull or push option. Under there, you can see this option called push to. So click this push to option. So that will allow you to choose the remote where you wish to push it. So click this option. So that will push the code to your GitHub. So before pushing your code and everything, so please make sure that you have the sub files inside the client folder, as I said. Only if you have, then you might able to see those 2 different folders over here. So click this repository again, and there you should able to see this client and server, and you can see the readme file is updated perfectly. So you will have the complete information about this project and everything, right? So far we successfully created our project structures, and we successfully formatted the GitHub formats, and we successfully pushed our first commit. We made our first commit in our GitHub repository just by using the 2 different folders and everything. So the next what we have to do is to go ahead and start working on the project one after another. So just follow me from there. So we are going to create a React project, and we are going to configure the Tailwind CSS framework with our React project. All right, so that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now what we have to do is to go to your terminal. So let me close everything, close others, close everything. All right, so go to the terminal. So now we have to navigate into this client folder, cd client. So clear, and make sure that client folder is completely empty. So we don't need this readme.empty file in this. So all you can say, what can do is simply delete this. All right, now my client folder is completely empty. So inside this client, now what I'm going to do is, the reason why I'm deleting that the file which I created inside the client folder, because client folder needs to be empty before downloading your React applications, right? So let's use the yarn create space react-app, and I'm going to download all the React projects, the files which is necessary for that React app needs to be downloaded inside this client folder. So hit the enter. So this will start downloading all the necessary files and everything. So please wait until it's successfully downloaded. So let's wait until it's successfully downloaded. All right then, so now you can see here my project is successfully downloaded, and it's showing that the 3 different commands: start, build, test, eject, and how to start and happy hacking, which means the project file is successfully downloaded. And you might notice that readme file is deleted, and it's been created. So you can see by default it's having some inbuilt readme customizations and everything. If you wish to simply delete this and reformat it completely, you can simply Ctrl A and delete this. And I'm going to copy the same thing, Control A and Control C, or Command A, Command C, and paste it over here. And instead of /snap.png, because you might notice that snap.png is outside the client folder, so all you have to do is to /snap.png. Save the changes. Now the readme client file is updated and we have our project folder. And if you open your client project folder, inside that you might have this public folder and we have the source folder. So the source folder is the raw file where we have to create, and all our components and containers needs to be written inside the source folder. And everything will be compiled and being rendered inside this division, this particular division called ID root. This inside this division only we are rendering all our React components. So where we are mentioning that it's need to be rendered inside this div root, if you open your index.js file, which is the root file, open there, and there you can see we are creating a root element with that specific ID root, and we are making it to render inside, we are rendering our app component inside that particular root. So let's fire this app. So clear, all I have to say yarn start. So that will start a development server and that will brings up your React application. So it's loading that application in the localhost 3000. So no worries. Anyways, we are going to push this project to our live server in the future, right? So now we can see we having our React app, which is fired and successfully. So basically you can see it's rendering this app component, which is coming from here. You can see it's having this image, and this image is coming from over here, logo.svg, and the styles and everything is coming from this app.css and everything. So which means the file is successfully loaded and everything is working as it's supposed to be. Let me close this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop this server by pressing Control C or Command C, right? What I need to do is I'm just going to copy this line. So if you wish, you can copy this line alone, or you can simply leave, you can type it along with me, right? So we are going to delete everything inside the source folder. So we need to clean up. So we don't need this web vitals and some unwanted this report web vitals.js. So these are the things we don't need it, right? So what I need to do is I'm just going to clean this code. So let me delete the source folder completely, delete it. And inside the source folder, so inside the client folder, right click and create a new source folder SRC. So make sure that you right click the client folder, because we are having two different folders over here. So you should not get confused whenever you're creating a new file or new folder. So just follow me here. We are creating a new folder inside the client folder, right? It's called source SRC. Now inside the source, I'm going to create a new file called index.js, right? Index.js. So inside this index.js, I'm going to paste the code which I copied. So const root equals to react DOM, create root and everything. So let's import the packages which is necessary. Import React, or what we can do is import React from React. Then import React DOM from React DOM/client. And finally bring that code over here. So we don't have this app.jsx. So what we have to do is create a new folder inside here named as containers, and create a new folder inside the source named as components, and create a new folder inside this source folder as pages. So these are the folder structure that we are going to use to keep the pages separately, components separately, a very big container separately, just for our own organization purposes, right? So inside these containers, I'm going to create a new file called app.jsx, because that is our root container and that is going to be a really big one, right? JSX. And here I ask you to install the extensions called React snippets. The reason why is because this helps you to create the React functional component in a faster way. So all you have to do is to RAFCE. So if you hit the tab or enter, so that will create a React functional component along with the export. It will create that boilerplate code instantly. That's the reason. So save these changes, and I'm gonna use it over here, and I'm going to import this app container over here, right? So you might see here, like it's importing the app container directly, that file, it's importing that file directly. So think about it that you might have 10 to 15 containers inside the containers folder, and you have to bring it inside the root. So you might need to import all the 20 containers in a 20 different import statement, right? So that will increase the number of lines in your root file. So to avoid that, what we can do is we can create a new file over here called index.js, and let's export this app.jsx from this index.js file, and we can import it in a single line. Even if you're having 10 to 20 files in that containers folder, we can import everything in a single line. So all you have to do is to export default. By default, I'm going to export this container as in the exact same name as app. From where? From /app.jsx. So this file will be exported in the name as app. So you should keep your default app export function and here, and you should keep your export statement over here too, right? So now all we have to do is to import over here from where? From from containers. That's enough. And let's bring your app over here. So save these changes. This should resolve that issue, right? So containers is now done. Now what we have to do is we have to bring the index.css file. So inside the source file, I'm going to create a new file called index.css, right? So this is the file where we are going to configure the Tailwind CSS and everything. So don't worry about that. So index.css is now ready. And now I have to bring the index.css over here. So import /index.css. Save these changes. Now everything is configured successfully. If everything is configured successfully, you might need to see this text app in your top left corner of your project. So all I have to do is to start the development server, yarn start. So I don't think so there is any error and no warnings, and here we go. So the project is successfully created. So all we have to do is to go ahead and configure the Tailwind CSS, and that's what we are going to do next, right? So to do that, what you have to do is to search for Tailwind CSS. Tailwind CSS. Search for tailwindcss.com. So that will takes you to the official website. And then here, if you click this get started option, you can find there all the details about that your Tailwind CSS and everything. So initially, it will gives you how to configure the Tailwind CSS for normal HTML CSS in project. So all you have to do is to search for install Tailwind with React. Tailwind with React. So install Tailwind CSS with the create React app. So click this. So we already created the projects, React projects and everything. So all we have to do is to install this Tailwind packages with our project. In this case, they are using npm and npx, but we are going to use this yarn itself. So what I have to do is just copy from this -d Tailwind CSS, and let's get back to your terminal. So let me stop this server, stop it, clear it, and make sure that you are inside the client folder itself. And let's say yarn and paste it. Before pasting it, you should add this yarn add -d Tailwind CSS, hit the enter. So that will download the Tailwind CSS and keep it inside your project folder. All right, it's downloading now. So now what we have to do is let's copy the second line. So Tailwind CSS init. So if you are doing this line, so that should trigger the tailwind.config.js file. This file, a new file will be created in the name called tailwind.config.js in your root folder of your client. You might see here tailwind.config.js, and inside that it's having some boilerplate code. So you can see the exact same code over here. So we need to make sure, and we need to instruct the tailwind.config.js to keep track every single JavaScript file and the TSX file to monitor for any utility classes of Tailwind CSS, right? If there is any changes in the utility classes of Tailwind CSS, it's need to rewrite the entire code and rewrite the entire CSS and everything, right? So this is the line, you have to copy it. So we are instructing the Tailwind CSS to monitor this particular folder. Inside the source, go to the source, go to the any subfolder or any file name. If it has this extension, you should keep on monitor them, right? Then you should copy this index.css, copy it, and go to your own index.css inside the source folder and paste it over here. right? So we pasted it successfully. Then what we have to do is to we need to write some custom CSS styles for utility classes in your component. So let's jump back to the app.jsx, and here I'm just going to say class name, and of course it's going to take the width, screen width, and height is going to screen height, flex, item center, justify center, and the text color is going to be blue 600, and the font is going to be semi-bold. Save these changes and let's fire our server once again. Yarn start. So that should bring your app in the center. Don't worry, it's still refreshing, and you should be able to see this text color is being changed successfully, which means the Tailwind CSS is configured successfully and it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be, right? So we successfully created our React app, and we cleaned the code, and we added our Tailwind CSS, and then it's loaded up and successfully, right? So let's go ahead and make ourselves a commit. So click here and changes, add the changes, whatever the changes that you made it so far. Changes React app created with Tailwind CSS. Click the commit. So you don't have to push it every time, just keep on adding the commit. That's all you have to do, right? So we successfully created the app and we configured the Tailwind CSS and we made a commit. So next what we are going to do is we are going to build our custom projects, or build our basic UI layout and the routing management and everything. So let's go ahead and do that next. All right, then. So now what we have to do is to, since we successfully created the app and we configured the Tailwind CSS and everything, so now we have to configure our main routing system. So basically we need to have two different routing layout, one which is default for every users and including for authentications and every purpose. Even if you wish to keep a separate route for, separate layout for your authentication, we can maintain a separate layout. And for admin, we have to maintain a separate authentication layout, right? So let's go ahead and create that purpose, create those routes and everything. Stop this over, and I need to add yarn add react router -DOM. So this is the package which helps us to maintain the routes and everything. So create the yarn add react router DOM, right? Since we successfully added the react router DOM and everything. So now what we have to do is to get back to our app.jsx. This is the place. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete this completely. Delete this. I don't need it. And here I'm going to bring the so before jumping into here, let's get back to the index.js. So inside the index.js, so now what we have to do, we have to bring that browser router. So let's import that, import from where? From react router DOM. So I'm going to bring the browser router. So browser router as router. So I'm going to keep this in the name as router itself. Then I need to wrap this router app inside this router like this, right? So now the app is wrapped inside the router. So let's jump into our app.jsx over here. I'm going to delete everything. Then I'm going to bring import from react router DOM. So we need the routes, then we need the route, right? So basically what we are going to do is, so we need to bring our complete routes and everything. And of course we need to bring up this suspense. So basically once again, so in the React we have one more thing called suspense, right? So if there is any, so we need to make sure if there is any issues on any fallbacks, like if the user trying to give any unauthenticated users, any unauthenticated links or something like the route which you are not configured. If you're not configured any specific route, we need to handle that fallback also. So that's the reason we are using this suspense. So we are using this suspense to handle the fallbacks if there is any issues on any specific route. So if there is any issues, then I just need to load this div for the time being. Let's load this div for the time being, div, and saying this as loading. So later we need to map this as error 404 found or something like that. We need to map that suspense fallback. Then we need to create our routes over here. Routes. So inside this route, we have to bring the route layout where the user can able to switch between the home, contact, and all the different pages. That is going to be the route layout route. And inside this route, I'm going to bring that element, which is going to be our layout, which is going to be our main layout, which we haven't created. So what I'm going to do is go to the source folder and create a new folder called layouts. And inside the layouts folder, I'm going to create a new file called layout.jsx or a FCE, save the changes. And I'm going to bring that layout and import it inside the app.jsx. Right? So this layout needs to render. This layout needs to bring the header. For the time being, I'm just going to keep the paragraph tag as header. Later we can customize it. And here we are going to have one more paragraph tag and going to display as footer. And inside, in between this header and footer section, so what we have to do is we have to bring the outlet, whatever the app, like home component or about us component or whatever it is, that needs to be rendered inside here. That's the outlet. So we need to bring that outlet from the React router DOM, and we need to render that outlet inside this particular layout. Then now inside here, let's say I'm gonna bring one more route. That's a home container. If the user clicks the home link, so we need to bring that home route, right? So I'm going to create one more route inside that layout, and I'm going to name that route, give the path for that route as /path. Anything which comes under this link, which needs to render this home, which we haven't created. It's need to render this home page. So let's get me to the pages, and let me create the home.jsx and RAFCE. Save the changes and create a new file called index.js, and here export default as home from ./home. Save these changes. Now I need to render that home inside here from the pages instead of /home. I need to bring this as an object, right? Something like this. So this brings that home route, right? So let's make sure everything is working fine or not. So let's say yawn start. So it's rendering, and you should be able to see header. You can see, let me bring this over this screen so I can keep it side by side and we can monitor side by side. All right, so now we can see here it's displaying the home, header, home, and everything. So maybe in future, like if you are creating one more page, like profile page or something, let's say I'm creating a profile page, let's say user profile.jsx or a FCE, save the changes, close this, and let's get to the index.js and export it from here. And let's keep it as user profile from where user profile.jsx. Now I'm going to create one more route, which is going to be user profile, or you can say profile something, and which is going to render the user profile. And for this, we need to send the ID, right? So colon UID, user ID. So save the changes. And now if I'm giving the route as /profile / some ID or something, so if I hit enter, so that should bring the user profile. You might notice that the header and footer are fixed, but the in-between part is keep on rendering the home. If I'm changing this, you can see it's bringing the home. So this is common for the client side. So the client side, the header and footer is going to be fixed. In between, the content is going to be keep on changes based on the URL. Now, when it comes to admin part, we need to give an entire layout, a different layout. So to do that, what I'm going to do is right after here, this is the place where we are going to make our admin layouts. Right, admin layout. So inside here, I'm going to create a route, and that route is going to have the path as /admin. And inside here, I'm going to create I'm going to load that element, if that is element, and that's going to load the element as let's say admin layout, which we haven't created. So copy this and let's create a new layout over here, admin layout.jsx RAFCE, and here I'm going to create a paragraph tag, admin header, and we need to bring the outlet over here, and we need to bring the admin footer. So later we can fix the changes of this UI and everything. So now we have to bring this admin layout from the admin layout.jsx. So just copy this and bring the admin layout from where, admin layout, something like this. So you can add an index.js over there and you can import it in as a multiple statement. So admin, and when it comes to admin, so here what I'm going to do, anything which comes as a home route, so route, and anything which comes with the path as /home, admin/home, something like that. If it is coming admin/home, then that should bring the admin home. Let's bring the admin home, something like this. So what I'm going to do is, inside the pages, I'm going to create a new folder called admin, and inside the admin, I'm going to create a new file called admin home.jsx and RAFCE, save these changes, and let's export it in the same index.js itself. Admin export default as admin home from where, ./admin/admin. I hope this might work. If it is not, then we need to go for any other alternatives. So let's import this. It's imported from the admin home, it's imported. So save these changes. So now we are getting an error. So what is that error? /home, so /star. Save these changes. Okay, so it's giving us /home nested under the path as /admin. Okay, so let's remove this. Admin. Okay, so let's use the OpenAI to figure out what exact mistake that we are making over here. So absolute, this is the code that we are using, right? So this is the code. Let's copy this code and let's paste it over here. And we are getting that absolute route is not valid. Another child has been commented. Let's copy this and let's ask this, fix this error. So this might going to give us some suggestions. So maybe we can figure it out ourselves what exactly it's been happening over here. Okay, so if it is coming through the admin and it's loading the admin layout and the route, it's going to give it's giving us some suggestions. So here we are going to use the index, and that is going to load the admin home. So save these changes. Now the error is fixed. So what does this index means? So the top level route component now wraps all the routes. Okay, so path home with the index to represent the default router under the okay. So when it comes to another sub route, so we need to make sure what is going to be the default route when it comes to this specific route. So if it is a default route, we need to make this home, admin home, as the default route whenever the user tries to access the admin URL, right? So that's the reason we are making it as an index. So index, which helps you to make sure that is representing the default route under the admin. So maybe later, if you wish to bring one more route or anything, we can try that. We will check that also. Now let's go here and let's check it out, /admin, hit the enter, and now we can see it's bringing the header, admin header and admin footer and everything. So this is supposed to be maintained separately. This route needs to be maintained separately. So based on the role, we can modify that, and because it's still rendering the header and footer, because we haven't checked whether the user is having the like what is it, we need to check what kind of role that user is being logged in. So based on the user logged in, we need to alter this layouts and everything. So here what we can do is, so let me cut it out from here, cut it out. This is the default layout for everyone, and this is the separate route. So this is for the admin layout, right? So save this changes. Now we can see we are getting only the admin header and admin home and admin footer, right? So I kept this route. It is supposed to be maintained as a separate route, but I kept it inside the main layout itself because this is a different layout, right? That's the issue I made it. So you should copy that code and put it outside it. So now we can see if it becomes the admin, and even if you are, let's say if I'm trying to create a new user, let's try to create a new user.jsx or AFCE, save the changes, and let's export it from here. So anyways, I'm just going to delete this file later. So what I need to do is here, copy and paste it. Instead of index, I'm just going to give the path as /new user. This is going to be new user. Save these changes. Okay, so now we are getting an error. So what we have to do, so all we have to do is to copy this and again paste it over here, and let's ask the ChatGPT how to fix this issue now. Fix this issue. So ChatGPT will come really handy whenever we are working with the errors and everything. So now we can see it's giving us, instead of giving the slash, so we don't need to give the slash over here. That's the issue. So remove the slash, and now that issue is gone. So all I have to do is to slash new user. So that is going to bring the new user over here. Just a small mistake, my bad. All right, so now you can see here we successfully configured the different layouts for different purposes. The first layout is for all users, which means the client users, and the second layout is only for the admin users. This is only for the admin, admin users, right? So now we have the two different sets of layouts. So later we need to add much more layouts, much more routes inside these different layouts and everything. So far now we successfully configured the two different layouts for our navigation routing purposes, and which is working perfectly. And we use the OpenAI to handle the issues and fix the bugs which we ran into. So we successfully finished the layout structuring and organizations. And now we need to move on to the Auth UI. So we have to create a separate authentication route, and we need to create our Auth UI. So that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now what we have to do is to create a separate route for authentication also. Then we need to handle the same way, because we can't keep the auth route inside because the default header and the footer will be loaded, right? So we don't want that. So anyways, I don't need this new user also, because I just created this just to demonstrating it. So let me delete this new user, and let me delete this new user from here. And all I have to do is to delete this new user from here, and as the same way I need to delete the new user from the index.js as well as. Okay, I didn't export it over here. So far we don't have any issues over here. Now let's get to the app.jsx. All right, so delete this, keep it clean and simple. And then right after here, now this is for the auth layout, right? So now I'm going to create a new route, and that route path is going to be /auth /star. Then the element is going to load the auth layout. It's going to the auth layout / so let me go to the layout, and let's create a new file which is exactly the same name as this. Create a new file, auth layout.jsx and rafcd, save the changes. And here I need to bring the outlet. I need to bring that. Yes, I need to bring that outlet. Maybe in future, if you wish to have a separate header and footer for the authentication for your, or if you wish to keep the login and the sign up or registrations, whatever it is, if you wish to keep it as separate pages, then this might really helpful at that point, so you don't have to restructure the entire routes and everything. Right, so auth layout. And one more thing, I'm going to create an index.js over here, and I'm going to export everything separately. Export default as from /admin layout, copy and paste it here, and copy this entire line and paste it 2 more times. Change this to auth layout and change this to layout. Copy this, paste it, copy this, paste it, save the changes. Let's get back to the app.jsx and delete these and delete this, and make sure that is imported in a single import statement. Admin auth. Right, now it's imported, and inside here I'm going to bring the auth component, which I haven't had created. So auth authentication, something like this. I'm going to create this page over here, new page, which is not an admin control. This is going to be common for everyone. So authentication.jsx or AFCE, and it need to be exported from the index.js. Copy it and paste it and give this as an authentication, and copy this and paste it over here. Save these changes, close this, and now let's import this authentication part. Bring this authentications from the page, save these changes. And now if I wish to get back to /auth, so that should take me to the authentication route. Right, so we are getting, so in future, maybe if you wish to get the /login separately or /signup separately, all you have to do is to create a separate route over here and create a separate component to map it. Then you can just feel free to go create your own design for those each and every separate pages and everything. And if you get into the auth layout, so you can give your custom header and footer for the auth layout also, so you don't have to recreate the entire structure again. So we can maintain a separate header and footer for each and every layout separately. That's the reason we created this complex layout structuring, so which is super cool. And later what we have to do is we have to make sure we need to give the permissions for this routing only if the user have the admin role, and this route needs to be enabled only if the user is not authenticated. If he is authenticated, he is not supposed to go to that URL again. It's need to bring the user to the home route again, right? So anyways, now everything is looking cool and everything. We successfully configured the route and everything. We created the authentication route also. So next what we are going to do is we are going to create the nice UI where the user can authenticate himself by using login with Gmail. Where he can use his Gmail account to authenticate himself with the Firebase. So we are going to use the Firebase to authenticate the user with his Gmail, right? So that's what we are going to do next. All right. What you have to do is you can copy this assets link assets folder. So you can, all you have to do is to click the link in the description below so that you can download it. So let's bring this inside our project. Bring it inside the source folder and keep it inside the source folder. If you open this assets, inside the assets we have the images, and all the images it's been exported from this index.js, right? So please click the link in the description and download this assets file. All right, so now all we have to do is to start designing the UI part. So before moving into that, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click the index.css over here, and I'm going to bring the font which I'm going to use it inside here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say you have to go to the extensions and search for the Google Fonts extension. So please go ahead and download and install this Google Fonts extensions, which just helps us to bring the import URL from the Google Fonts directly. So all I have to do is to Command Shift P and search for Google Font and use @import, and I'm going to search for Joost. This is the font I'm going to use inside, and then all I have to say is to open the body tag, and let's bring it inside, and I'm going to say the font family, it's going to be the Joost or sans serif, or use the default system UI font. All right, so this is how the body tag will looks like and everything. And I'm going to fix the width is going to be 100 VW, and height I'm gonna fix it how exactly we can. So, okay, let's worry about the height and everything later. Okay, and overflow X, it should be hidden. The body should not overflow left and right. So now you can see the font changes and everything, it's successfully done. All right, so now what I have to do is to jump back to the app.jsx, and let's get back into the authentication, because that's the place where we are displaying the authentications and everything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to load a background image over here. So I'm going to load that background image. So to do that, all I have to do is to open the style attribute, and here I'm just going to say background colon, and use the dynamic string literals, and I'm going to use the URL method. And inside here, I'm going to bring that image which is coming from our object. So let's try to make sure that we'll try to bring it over here. So BG, okay, it's not showing up. So what we can do is import from /assets, and over here let's search for login BG. Yes, that's the one, login BG. Save it, and it's showing us images slash. Okay, so I think we can't load it over here. Make sure, let's see, let me cut it out, and let me bring an image tag, and let's see whether I can load it over here or not. Login BG, save the changes. Okay, so it's having the problem over there in the assets. It's not an issue over here. In the index.file, we're having an issue. .images 2.png. What's the issue over here? 2 is not PNG, 2 is JPG. That's an issue. So please change it respectively. So 2.jpg, save these changes. Yep, now it's working. And let me get back to the authentication, and let me make sure whether it is working through here or not. Save the changes. I think it's working. Then background size, it's going to be cover, and background position, it's going to be center, and here let's say no you. Background repeat, no repeat, so we don't want to repeat it. And let's give the class name as it should take the complete screen height, right? So width screen, touch screen, and everything should be inside the flex item center and justify it center. So now you can see we have our image tag, and inside here we have our that authentication text part. So the reason why I kept this image as a background using the style attribute, because I don't have to load it in an image tag and keep it in an absolute position. So we don't have to go to that much complicated UI part. Just load it in the style tag. So it works perfectly as it's supposed to be, right? So everything is looking good. Now what we have to do is, all we have to do is to over here, this I'm going to create a div. So basically this div is going to occupy the width 100% when it comes to mobile screen. And for this, we need to add some padding. So padding px, it's going to be 4, py, it's going to be 6. Save the changes. Width, of course, it's going to be full. But from the large device onwards, which means the LG device onwards, width is going to be 92. Width is going to be 96. Right, px it's going to be 4, py it's going to be 6, and rounded medium, and backdrop blur medium. Save these changes. Now you can see we have a light blur effect in the center over here. And inside here, I'm going to bring a text. All I have to do is to welcome back. Welcome back. So we'll bring the text over here. And okay, so it's supposed to be in the center. So let's bring it flex item center, justify it center, and flex in the column direction. So everything will be in the center position now. All right. So now all I have to do is to bring one more text, sign in to access your store. All right, this is the text. So this is supposed to be a little bit bigger. So let's say text to Excel and text white, like that. And this is supposed to be class name, text LG, and text gray 300, like this. Gray, we can keep it as 5 itself. That's also, no, that's 2. Let's keep it as 400. Sign in to access your account. All right. So now what we have to do is to, inside here, we have to bring one more a division, which is going to display that sign in options for us. And let's create a div, class name, and that is going to access the complete width, and padding is going to be px 4, py 3, rounded medium, and everything it should be in the flex item center. All right, now here what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring an icon. So to bring an icon, all we have to do is to create a new console, get into the client folder, and add react icons. So this will help you to use the React icons inside, and I'm going to bring the FC Google. Okay, it's not showing the suggestions. Let's bring it over here. Import from React icons / font color. So we are going to use the colored icon, which is going to be FC Google icon. So let me bring the FC Google over here / then I'm going to bring a paragraph, sign in with Gmail. That's the icon, right? So it should be in the center, justify it in the center. And of course it's need to have a border, and border it's going to be gray 400, and cursor it's going to be pointer, and rounded medium. Save these changes. Now we can see we have this border and everything. All right, so rounded medium is already added, so we don't need to add it one more time. So border, let's keep it as hello. Okay, so hello is not looking that much great. Let's keep it as gray itself. And then inside this, I'm gonna keep the text size is 2 pixel, and this is going to be class name, text LG, font semi-bold, and text is going to be in a white color. Look at that, something like that. All right, and we need to increase the gap between each and everything. So I'm going to bring the gap as 8, like this. And I'm going to wrap these 2 paragraph tag into a single division. So we don't want that unwanted spaces over there. And let's bring it in the center. Class name, flex column, item center, justify it in the center, and gap is going to be 2. Something like this. All right. So now we have our card. And the problem over here is this background, this BG, it's making it a little bit harder to see it. So what we can do is, for this division, we can add some customized background BG, and let's use the RGBA color code. This is the custom color code. This is how you need to use it. Let's say 255, 255, 255, 0.2. All right. Let's bring 0.1. I think that is, let's bring 15. I think this is pretty much enough. Okay, so this is pretty enough, or let's keep it as 1 itself. I think this is pretty enough. Now we can able to see this text and everything, and this text sign in with this is, let's make this as 200. That's pretty good. and it's going to be cursor pointer. And whenever this division is active, I'm going to reduce the scale to 95, and I'm going to make the transition all, duration 150, ease in out. Save the changes, and now when you click this, you can see it looks so cool now, right? And then now what we have to do is we have to bring the gap between these two properties. Let's say gap 4, so we can able to see this. If you wish to increase the size of this, you can increase the size of this to maximum 3. I think that's look cool for this design. And the border effect is not 400. Let's bring it to 200 so I can able to see the border a little bit clearly. And if you wish to add some by BG background, and it's better to use this BG gray 50 or something. No, 50 it's too much. What we can do is we can better use the same RGBA. 255, 255, 255, 0.2. I think this is pretty much good, right? So that's looking much better when compared to before. All right, so instead of having this width and large device, let's keep the width as auto. Let's see how it looks. That looks pretty much fine with me. When it comes to mobile screen, of course, it's going to take the complete width. Let's see whether it is working or not. See, it's taking the complete width. This is how it looks in the mobile screen. And when it comes to the large screen, this is how it's supposed to look in the large screen. So this is pretty much good, I think so, right? So far we have successfully completed the UI part. So next what we have to do, we have to implement the authentication part, which we are going to use the Firebase to authenticate ourselves by using this sign in with Gmail option. So let's go ahead and do that part now. All right, then since we successfully finished the UI part, so now let's jump into the main authentication part where we need to create the Firebase project. So all you have to do is to open your browser and get to the new tab and search for firebase.google.com. So that will takes you to their official webpage where you can able to create the projects and everything. All right, so here we go. I think my network is a little bit slow. Okay, that's fine. So here, now once you logged in, so if you haven't logged in before, so all you have to use your Gmail account to log in yourself with this firebase.google.com to authenticate yourself in the Firebase. Then you can see this option called go to console. So just you have to click this go to console. So that will take you to the official page where you can able to create the projects and everything. So far I do have a lot of projects over here, but if you haven't created any of the projects before, so it will ask you to create a new project or click add project over here. So click it and give a project name yourself over here. So I'm just going to say like full stack app store December 2023, right? This is the project name I'm going to use. So click continue, and I don't want to enable this Google Analytics and all those things, so click create function. So this might take a while, so you have to wait until it's successfully done. So let's wait until it's being created. So once it's done successfully, what we have to do is we have to create an app to control this Firebase project. So basically Firebase supports you to handle these projects with native Android and native iOS, and even with Unity for gaming development, and we can use it for our web app too. So we are going to create a web app. So let's click continue. So that will take you to the project dashboard. As I said, it will ask you to create the app on which platform that you're going to use it. As I said, we can see it's useful for native iOS and native Android and for Unity game development, and even you can use for Flutter app. In this case, we are going to use it for web app. So click this web app and give a web app name. So I'm going to use the same full stack app store. That's it. So click, don't worry about the hosting and all those things, leave that part. All you have to do is to click register app. So this will register your web app first, and it will share you the credentials which you can use it in your local. All right, so it's loading. All right, so this is the credential that we need to keep it secret, and we need to keep it so safe. We can't upload these API keys in the GitHub too. So I'll show you how to configure all those settings and everything. All right, so now let's click continue to the console. So what you have to do is to click this project settings and go to the project settings, and there you can see your console settings and everything. All right. So now let's get into the build extension. Click the build extensions and jump into the Firestore database or Fire real-time database. That's up to you. In this case, we are going to use the Firestore database. Click the Firestore and it will ask you to enable it. So all I have to do is to create database. So leave this part, don't change the locations and all those things. Leave the part, because maximum it will choose the perfect domain for yourself automatically. Or else if you wish to change it, choose your nearby location. So because that will gives you unwanted timeout error and all those things in the if your network is too slow. So we don't want to run in some kind of issues on that, by the way, when you are building the project, right? So I'm going to leave it as it is. I'm not going to change anything at all. So click next. And here you can see we have two different types of mode, production and test mode. Basically, test mode will gives you all the privileges until a specific day. That means a 30 days time duration. Until that 30 days time duration, this project is completely open. You can read, write, develop and everything. But when you are pushing it to the production mode, you have to change this so that you can you have to change this production mode, and you have to write your security rules completely by yourself. Right, in this case we are going with the production mode itself. Choose the production mode. By default you can see all the third-party read and writes will be denied, so we need to change this security rules and everything, right? So click enable. So this might take some time, so let's wait. Setting up the security rules. All right, so here we go. So now you can see our Firestore collection is successfully created. Firestore database, everything is being created. Now, if you click this rules over here, so you will be navigated to the rules playground, where you can completely play around with your rules setups for each and every collections which you have. So who needs to access the get method, who all can access it, and how who can access the create, update, delete, each and every actions you can set for different collections. Which means, think about it, if you're having 10 to 20 collections for different actions, so you have to write a multiple line of rules. So if you don't have any idea about the rules and all those things, you can click the official documentation. So that will gives you the complete idea about the Firebase access and rules and everything, how to understand the security rules, how to write it, how to test it. You can check every single information about there in the official documentations. For the time being, I'm just going to change this part as true, which means we are straightly enabling every single access for the third parties for each and every document, read, update, delete and create and everything for the time being. Later we have to change, that's up to your wish, right? So I'm going to show you how to customize it and how to use this play around options and everything just by using the OpenAI, how to write the security rules and everything. That part is for at the end, right? So for the time being, we'll just keep it as it is, right? So it's been published. Now we can see everything is ready. Just like the same way, what we have to do is we have to go here and we have to enable this Firebase storage too. So enable the Firebase storage, click get started and choose the production mode itself and choose done. So this will create a default bucket for ourselves to access your storage bucket. So you can upload any kind of files in the Firebase storage. All right. So you don't have to worry about the pricing plans and everything. We'll discuss about the pricings, about the Firebase project and everything later. So you don't have to worry about currently, which we are using everything in the local host and we are using the free version. So we don't have to worry about it. So you don't have to worry about anything at all till now, until you, if you put it in the production mode. Right, so here we can choose upload file or any options. You can upload it manually, or else you can write a code to upload it by yourself, just like that same way what we did for Firestore database. Move into the storage, click the rules and change this to true. Now click publish. It will be published. It will gives you every single permissions to read, update and delete your Firestore storage and everything. All right, then let's jump into the authentication part. Click the authentication and get started. All right, in this case we are going to use the Google authentications. Click this Google, enable it. So don't change this product ID and all those things, leave it and choose your email address. Click save. Once it's saved, it will gives you the client ID and the client secret key. So we have to keep that safe. Actually, we are not going to use it anywhere, but if you wish to see it, just click edit again and enable this web SDK configuration. You can see the web client ID and the web client secret. So we have to maintain this. If you wish to keep the backup of this, you can copy it and keep a backup of it. So cancel it. Now we enable the authentication parts and everything. Now all we have to do is to bring the code into our project, which we have to create and configurations over here, and we have to do and everything. So that's what we are going to do next. All right, then, since we successfully created our Firebase project and configured all the necessary settings like database, storage, and authentication, now what we have to do is we have to bring the Firebase project into our local React app. To do that, all we have to do is to download the Firebase first, right? If you go to your project settings, and there you can see all your configurations, settings, and all API keys and everything. And if you notice that it's showing you have to install this package in your project. So let's go ahead and open up your terminal. I'm gonna jump into the new terminal and make sure that you are inside the client folder. If you are inside the client folder, then write this command yarn add Firebase. So that will bring the Firebase into our project. So it's adding the Firebase. So this might take some time, so until it's successfully downloaded, so you have to wait patiently. So in my case, it's downloaded successfully. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to collapse all the folder, jump into the client, go to the source, and create a new folder called config. Inside the source folder, you have to create a new folder called config, and inside the config folder, we have to create a new project called firebase.config.js. All right, so now what we have to do is we have to bring all these things in over here. So let's bring it. So import from where? From Firebase/app. From here, we have to bring the initialize app, get app, and get apps. These are the methods that we are supposed to bring inside. Then of course we need to get the authentication part. So import from Firebase/get auth, which means auth. So we have to get the get auth method from there. Then import, we need to get the Firestore information also from Firestore, Firebase Firestore. So we have to get the information in the get Firestore, something like that. Get Firestore, where it is Firestore. Yep. Then of course we need to get the storage method also from Firebase/storage. So to get that, you need to get storage method. These are the methods that we have to use to access different settings which we enabled over here, mainly for your authentication, storage, and for the databases, right? So now all we have to do is to copy this Firebase config from here, copy it and paste it over here. So now we copied it and everything. Now what I need to do is I have to create an app first. So const app. So using the get apps method, get apps dot length. If the length is greater than 0, which means our app is already initialized, so we don't have to reinitialize the same app again and again. So if it is say so, we need to get that app information, or else I need to initialize the new app just by using this Firebase configuration which I have in my hand. So once I have the app information, then I need to get the auth. So const auth object equal to get auth, supply your app information. So this will get all the authentication providers information which is related to the authentications, right? Then get the database. So const db equals to get Firestore and supply your app information. Then we have to get const storage equals to get storage and supply your app information. All right, then we have to export all these things. Export app, db, and storage. So we have to we don't need app, we need to get the auth. So these are the these are the objects which I might use somewhere inside in the different components. So I need this, so I have to export it. Now what I need to do is I have to keep all these things securely. So to do that, we have to create an environment variables. So let's use the OpenAI, open the chat GPT and search for create environment variables for React app to store the Firebase configurations. Okay. All right, so now if you notice here, you can see we have all the respective variables which we needed. So all we have to do is to copy this and put it into our environment file. Then we have to replace with our API key, right? So we don't have to type and everything. So this is how you have to create your the variables and everything. So what we have to do is to simply copy this code and go to your project folder. I think we have to keep it inside. This is the place where we have the git ignore. So we have to keep it inside our project folder. Click your client folder and create .env, right? And then paste it over here. So, and open up your git ignore file and right after here. So we have to ignore the environment file. So let's say .env, right? So we have to ignore this file from the root folder over here. Okay, so this is the file that we have to ignore. Already you can see it's already the environment local, environment test local, environment production local. We have to ignore the environment folder, the file which we created. So jump into the env file, and this is the place where we have to change all our keys and everything. First, let's copy our API key, copy it and put it over here. All right, then we have to change this, copy it from here and change it over here. So while copying and pasting, please make sure that you didn't make any unwanted mistakes, because we don't want to run into any issues. Project ID, we copied the auth domain, project ID, and storage bucket. We need the storage bucket. Change the storage bucket and copy this message sending ID, paste it over here. Then we need the Firebase app ID, copy it and replace this over here. Save these changes. Let me leave some spaces over here to maintain it. See, I missed the double quotes. These are the issues that we might run into at some point. If you make any unwanted mistakes over here, that will always be a headache, right? So we are finished with the env file configurations, and now what we have to do, we have to change this stuff exactly the same thing. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to replace this part. Save these changes, right? So process.env Firebase API key, React Firebase API key, auth domain. So please use the same stuff, because we don't want to run into any issues, unwanted issues and all those things, right? Right, so then what we have to do, we have to restart our server because we added the environment file. So restart it, yarn start. So if you restarted it, yep, it's starting the development server. All right, so there is no issues so far, which means this file is loaded and we are not run into any issues. But the time when we are using, we are working on the authentication part. If we might run into some issues, then somewhere we misspell the API or anything which we configured with our env file. So now, so far there is no mistakes. So let's go ahead. Now what we have to do is we have to bring this, like when you click it, I need to get back to that the login portal, which need to take the user to the Gmail authentication portal. So that's what we have to do next. All right, then. So now what we have to do is we have to navigate the user to the login portal of the Gmail. When I click this, it's need to navigate the user to that part. So what I need to do is get back to your Firebase project and click this option, go to docs, or simply search for Firebase documentation. Click this, that will take the user to the Firebase documentation. Over there, if you notice that we have the different menu functions, options and everything, go to the build folder, and there you can see Firestore, storage, authentication, different sets of options. So click the authentication part over there. So that will takes you to the authentication. In that case, as we have different apps, in this case we need to work on web app. So click the web, and we are using the Google authentication. So click Google. So if you click the Google, you can see how to access your Google authentication provider. So we need to create a provider instance from this particular package, which we are using the Google Auth provider. So we need to create an instance. Then what we have to do is we have to get our auth instance also, which we already have over here. Then we have to ask the user to sign in by using two different sets of method. One is the sign in with pop-up, which means it brings a pop-up and you can click it and you can authenticate yourself, or you can use this sign in with redirect. It's better to use the sign in with redirect, because sign in with pop-up, in some cases if the users use ad blocker or pop-up blocker, it will not bring the pop-up, or we will run into some issues. So to avoid that, it's better to use the sign in with redirect, right? In this case, we are going to use the sign in with redirect. So let's jump into the place where we have that specific button, which means we have the button in the authentication, and this is the button where the user is been clicking, right? So let me enable the word wrap. So now I can see completely. So on click, I'm gonna create an instance called handle login action. This is the function which I'm gonna create. Copy this, and at the top of this, I'm going to create a function called handle login action, and I'm going to make this function as an asynchronous function, which means the function needs to wait at some point until the user successfully signed in, right? So now what we have to do is to ask the user to log in. So what I need to do is I need to get the instance first. So let's create the instance. So const Google provider equals to new Google auth provider from the Firestore auth. Let's create an instance for it, object for it. Then we already have that. So I'm just going to say await sign in with redirect, So we need to supply the auth instance, which we have it from our Firebase config auth. Then I need to supply the provider instance, provider, which means the Google provider, which we have. All right. So if everything is done successfully, which means then if everything is proper, we might get the user credential, user cred. Let's open it. Then if we have the user cred, then what we have to do is to open it. I'm just going to say console.log user cred dot okay, if we have the user cred, let's simply print the user credential, console.log user cred. Save the changes. All right, so if we did everything perfectly, so it's better to use the use callback hook. So what we can do is, so let's copy this method and let's go to the ChatGPT and let's ask this code, optimize this method with use callback hook. So let's see what it's giving us. All right, so here we go. So it's giving us, so const handle login is equals to, it's giving us this method. All right, so here we go. This is the best way to access this method. So let's copy this and let's paste it here. So that's the best way to optimize. This is how you need to use your, you have to use your you have to use the ChatGPT to optimize your code. But in this case, I don't need this because this instance are not going to change since we are using only one Google or only one provider. So I'm not going to change this. Save these changes and let's see, let's make sure whether it is working perfectly or not. So use callback is not being imported. So let's import it, save these changes and let's refresh it. Yep, now there is no issues over there. So if I click the sign in, this should navigate the user to a different URL. Now you can see it's been navigated and it's giving our app information over here, right? In this case, I'm going to use my Gmail account. Click this. So everything is perfect. There is no issues. So been pop up and it's redirect and the user been logged in successfully and he been pushed to the same route back. So now what I need to do is, if you're using a Google sign-in with pop-up, you might get the user information instantly because we are using a pop-up window. We not been navigated and we not been redirected. Now in this case, we've been redirected to the same route, so we can't access our informations directly. So we need to verify whenever the app it's been loaded. We need to figure it out whether the user it's been authenticated or not authenticated. To do that, all I have to do is to jump into the app.jsx, or this is the place where the main component which been loaded. So at this point here, I need to verify it. So what I have to do is I need to use the use effect. So use effect hook, open it, and use the dependency injections, enter. So here I need to say, I need to get the auth, Firestore auth information, auth dot on auth state changed. If there is any state change in this, so all I have to do is to get that user credential, user cred, open it. Then here, if I have the user cred dot get ID token, so we have to get that token, and let's say console.log token. So we need this token, ID token. We have to send this to the front end, then we need to validate it. So now if I console log and inspect the elements, if I go to the console, if I refresh this part, so we need to get this. We are not getting this. The console log is not working. Let's do console.log user cred. So we are getting this. We are getting the user credential, and we are having the access token over here. So this is we are making some mistakes over here, which means this at this point. So user cred dot get ID token dot, then we have to get the token, because basically that's returning a promise, so we need to handle it. I think so. Console.log that token, save it. Here we go. So now we have the access token, which we don't need this. So every time whenever you refresh it, it's going to render this method and it's going to get you the refresh token. So this is the token that we have to send it to the backend, and we need to validate it, and we need to get it back, and we need to push that information to our Firestore collection. This is what we need to do. So let's copy this code and let's ask the ChatGPT to optimize it. Copy it and paste it over here. Optimize this code. So that's going to give you the optimized method. All right, I think we already using it in the most perfect way only. All right, so I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it over here. All right, so everything is perfect. Now if you refresh this, there we go. See, we are getting the perfect way. So if you're directly using the use effect, that's going to render 2 different times in the local host, but in the production it might going to work perfectly. So it's better to always use the ChatGPT to optimize your code. So now I think this is the clean code, and it's giving you the token and everything, which is working smoothly as it's supposed to be, right? It's cool. Now all we have to do is to create a server, configure the Firebase function, and we need to write the code to validate this token. So this is what we need to do next. All right, then, since we successfully get the user authenticated token, so this is not the best approach to get the authentication token and everything. Later we need to clean up these codes and everything. All right, so this is not the best way, because right now we need the token to send it to the server. So that's the reason we written the code over here. Later, when we are using the state management libraries, we need to create a separate place, separate file to handle those tokens and everything. We need to keep it in a separate to keep it more optimized, right? Now what we have to do is to, since we have the token, so we have to create the Firebase functions, right, which we are going to use it. So the reason why I'm using the Firebase function, basically, which is exactly the same as the Node.js Express app, we're not going to write anything different, which is exactly the same. But why we are using the Firebase Cloud Functions is because I can host the same server and the client in the single project itself. So I don't need to purchase, or I don't need any other free domain to host my server and the client in two different domains. It's better to keep both of them in the same project. So you have to create a Firebase function. So that's the reason we are writing the server code by using the Firebase functions over here, right? So now what I need to do is to, since we already have the server folder, so I'm just going to clean up this. So let's delete this README file inside the server folder. We don't need that. Now the server folder is completely empty. So let's open up. Let's stop this server, which means our client. So I'm going to create a new terminal and I'm going to jump into the server folder, cd server, clear. Since we already installed the Firebase admins tools and everything, so to access this, we need to install the Firebase admin tools. So which means let's open up your, okay, so here, all you have to do is to install Firebase admin tools. So if you search for Firebase admin tools, this is the one, npm Firebase admin. So click that. So you have to install this, not Firebase admin, Firebase tools. I think this is the one, npm install Firebase tools. So you have to install all your, you have to install the Firebase tools globally, so that you can access your Firebase projects and everything through the command line itself. So please go ahead and install this Firebase tools. Just copy this line completely and install it globally. So if you make sure, then if you simply search Firebase hyphen version, so that should return the version number, what exact version that we are using, the CLI version of the Firebase, right? So please go ahead and install this globally right now. All right, so once you're done, then come up over here and follow this video. All right, so once you successfully install that, then what we have to do is to Firebase login. So please log in your account with the same Gmail account which you created the project. In this case, I already logged in with my account. All right, so it's asking me to upgrade from 12 to 13. Okay, so let me upgrade it. Copy this and let me paste it. Hit the enter. So it's going to update and install the latest versions for me. So this might take some time. So let me pause it and join you back. All right, so in this case, it's successfully downloaded. So let me verify. Clear. Firebase hyphen version. So that should return the 13. Okay, so it's returning the 13. So now all we have to do is to Firebase init. So enter. So in this case, we are going to use this third option, functions, Firebase functions, configure a cloud function directory and its files. So hit the space bar to select this option and hit enter. So in this case, are you going to use the existing project or you're going to create a new project? Since we created the project, we are going to use the existing project. Then choose the project which you created. In this case, this is the project which I created, full stack app store December 2023. So select it, enter. So it will start the function setup. So it's loading. So this might take a while. So please wait until it's loaded all the settings and configurations. So don't jump it or don't skip it. So what language would you like to use or write the cloud functions? We are going to use the JavaScript. Hit the enter. Do you want to install the ESLint and catch probable bugs and enforce styles? Of course, we need it. Hit the enter. Then do you want to install the dependencies with npm now? Yes. So it's going to use the npm. Enter. So this will start downloading all the necessary things. So let's wait until it gets successfully downloaded. All right, so now it's successfully downloaded. Let's jump into the project folder, minimize everything, open the server folder. Inside the server folder, you might notice that we have a folder called functions. Inside the functions, you might have this index.js. So we need to get into the functions folder, then we need to add the necessary packages which we need to add in this project. So this is how you need to export a cloud function, and you need to open it. You need to create a functions, and you need to access those functions, and you need to deploy it in the Firebase and everything, right? So in this case, what we are going to do is we need to add the necessary packages first. So what are the packages that we are going to use for the cloud functions? To jump into the package.json file in the functions folder, package.json, so you might notice that it's having a bunch of dependencies and bunch of scripts over here. In that, the most important thing, how to start it and how to start your Firebase functions in the local host. This is the command that you need to trigger npm run serve, and it will going to run this command Firebase emulator start only the functions, right? So these are the commands that we need to get to know how to start the functions and everything in the local host. And if you wish to deploy your functions, this is the command that you need to trigger deploy. If you need to get the log information about your Firebase, so if you ran into any issues, this is the command that you need to trigger. Right, so these are the scripts that we highly needed for the Firebase Cloud Functions. In this case, the dependencies, if you check the dependencies, it's having the Firebase admin and Firebase functions by default. Along with this, we need to add one more function, which is going to be the CORS, COR, cross origin platform. So we need to enable the cross origin. Otherwise, you can't access the functions endpoints with your React app. It will not allow you to do that. In this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to install, so get into the functions folder, and let's say npm install CORS cross origin. So we have to install that. Now it's successfully installed. If you notice that, you might get the CORS over here, right? So it's installed in the dependency sections. So let's close this. We don't need that anymore. So let's get into the we are inside the functions right now. So let me clear it. And now what I need to do is to npm run serve. Hit the enter. So and it's starting the Firebase emulator in the locally. So we don't have anything inside this index.js so far because we haven't exported anything. But you might notice that the function is loaded and all the emulators is ready, and you can view the emulator in this particular URL. So far, none of the functions is being exported, right? Because we haven't created any functions. So let's stop this and let's clean up this code because we don't need anything at all. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring all the necessary things which is for the functions. So const functions equals to require. We need to use the require Firebase admin or Firebase functions. Then we need to bring the admin privileges. Admin is equals to require Firebase admin. And at last we need to bring the CORS also. So const CORS CORS equals to require CORS. And then we need to make sure that the origin everything should be true. All right, this is how you need to configure the CORS. This is the easiest way to configure. Otherwise, you need to create the instance first. Then you need to use this. You need to use the we need to use the express instance to access that and everything. Right. So to avoid that multiple instances, it's better to write it in a single line. Then now what I need to do is I need to initialize the admin app. So initialize the admin. So what I need to do is admin dot initialize the app. So this will initialize the app. Then I need to use the database instance. So we need to get the DB instance. So initialize the DB instance. So const DB equals to admin.firestore. So that's going to give you all the privileges which is necessary for your Firestore. Now what I need to do is I need to create a function to validate the user JWT token, which we exported from the client app. This one we need to validate, we need to write that. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the ChatGPT, write a cloud function, Firebase Cloud function to validate the JWT token, JWT bearer token, because we are going to send the bearer token, write a Firebase Cloud function to validate the JWT token, JWT bearer token with course enabled. So this is going to help you to write. Okay, so you can see it's writing the Firebase Cloud function to validate the JWT bearer token along with the course cross-origin resource sharing enabled. This function can be used to authenticate requests by the client by validating the JWT token along with the authorization header, because we will send that information through the authorization header only. So we need to get it from there, then we need to validate it. You can see this gives you all the necessary things that is highly required, right? So you can see we don't have to write none of the code. All you can simply ask the code with this ChatGPT and you can simply use it with your project. So now we have this bearer token and we have this cloud function. So it's still writing. I don't know why it's taking so much time to write the code. All right, so this is the complete code, which is we have to use it for ourselves. So export.validate function.request, so it's sending the request and the response, and it's sending the course, and it's getting the authorizations informations. Then if the user have the authorizations header, then of course if we have the bearer token, so we are getting it. If the user doesn't have the bearer token, we are sending the information as unauthorized. If you have the bearer token, we have to extract that information, because we need to join this token with the string called bearer, so no one can access this token directly, so maybe in that way. So we have to split it and we need to get the index, the token index, then we can access it. Then we are using the try to validate that token, so we will get the decoded token informations, then we are sending that decoded informations to the user. So actually at this point, what we have to do is we have to save this information in the cloud. So we have to write one more stuff over there. We have to save that information. So if everything is decoded and properly decoded, so we have to push that user into informations into the cloud, into our Firestore collections. So we have to save that user informations. So, okay, let's see what we can do now. So we have the informations and we have the, yep, let's go ahead and create that. So let's write the complete code over here. So exports dot validate user JWT token. That's the function which we are creating, and we have to export this functions dot http functions, not functions, functions dot https dot on request. This is the way you have to create a Firebase function. So you have to send the request and the response. So we have to get the request and the response. So we have the request and the response, and we have to call a callback function. Enter. Now let's make this function as an async. And now inside this, now we need to make sure that is the course enabled one, right? So we have the course object course, and let's open it. So let's write and command line. So this is the place where we are enabling the course, enabling the course, open it. So now over here we need to pass that request, and we have to pass the response, and we have to pass a callback function, and which is going to be an asynchronous function. Open it. Now inside this place, what we need to do, we need to get the authorization. This is the part. So let's copy this code and let's paste it here. Now after you getting the authorizations, then what we need to do, whether the authorization header is present or not, which means it does have the token or not. Copy this and we have to send this. So if the authorization header, it starts with bearer, then One second. All right, so now if this doesn't present, if the token is not there, then we are sending the informations to the user as unauthorized. So which means we are checking, because we are checking the token. If it is passing from a React app, it starts with bearer, then only we are validating the token, otherwise we are not supposed to validate it. Then what we have to do is we have to extract that information. So if you split the bearer from the token which we are sending over here, so the first index will be your bearer and the second index will be your token. So we need to get that information. That's why we are using the first index, because in an array, the 0th index is the first index is the second, right? So then we are opening the try and catch block over here to extract to try to extract the user information from that token. So let's get that. So get the try, and after that you need to get the catch. So if the catch, if you ran into any error, open that error, and all we have to do is to console.log error on validating colon. Right after that we need to print that error. Then all we have to do is to return the response.status with what we can say 401. Then let's send the JSON data, like we ran into this so and so error, and that's the error is unauthorized. Or you can simply send the error dot message, then status as unauthorized, something like this, right? So now we validated the error, and now we are going to try to decode that data. So const decoded token, const decoded token equals to await. So we have to wait admin.auth, get the authentication informations. Then we have to verify that ID token and send that user token which we have. So we have the data over here in the token, send the token. So if everything is validated properly, you have the decoded informations over here. So now what we have to do is to, if we have the decoded token, then all I have to do is to return these response.status as 200, then send the JSON data, open it. I'm just going to send the message success as true. Then we need to send the user informations as decoded token. We have the user informations in the decoded token, and we can send the informations in the object called user. So what we have to do is all we have to make sure whether this is working perfectly or not. So let's run this. So all I have to do is to npm run serve. So this will trigger our Firebase local Firebase functions to run in locally. So far there is no mistakes. I hope everything is clear so far. All right, so you can see here the function is initiated, and you can see the function from the US Central 1, the location which we choose, and this is the function which I created, validate the user JWT token. This is the endpoint that we need to access, right? So everything is good. So now all I have to do is to copy it. So to check this API endpoint, I'm going to use the Postman app. So let me open the Postman. So open the Postman. So if you haven't installed the Postman app for yourself, so please go ahead and search for Postman download. So this is a software which really helps you to work with the API endpoints and everything, to make sure all the API endpoints are working fine or not. So that's the reason I'm going to use this. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply create a new API endpoint, and I'm going to paste it over here. This is the token, and this is going to be the get request alone. And I'm going to go to the header, and I'm going to create an authorization. We need to get the we need to get this same instance, this one. We need to send this in this name only. We are sending that key. authorization. Then what I need to do, I need to send this bearer, copy this bearer, including the space, white space, copy it and paste it over here. Right after this white space, we need to paste our token. So we need to get our token. So let's start our application. So yarn start, which is going to return our user token. So it's loading and we got our user token. So this is the token that I need to copy. So all I have to do is to copy this, copy and go here and paste it here. Right, so now we have our bearer token in the name called authorizations and we are passing it in the headers. So if you hit send, so we are sending that request and we are getting an error, which means a 500 error. So let's jump into the here. What is the error we have? Request is not defined. Okay, my bad. By the time when I'm copying and pasting the code, I made a mistake because the place wherever I'm using the request, it is used as a response. Oh, my bad. So this is going to be request and this is going to be response. Where else? I think that's a mistake. So save these changes. And now I think it is being reloaded, everything. Let's make sure response, yep, response, request. All right, cool. Now everything is perfectly fine. So let's resend it, hit it again. There we go. So now we have our data, all the necessary informations. You know, we have our complete informations. So we have the success object as true and we have the user object alone over here. So the user, the user who logged in and what is the picture URL and what is the authenticated time and what is the user ID and what is the whether the email is verified or not, what is the authentication provider that we used, all the informations we got from validating the token. So now all I have to do is to send this informations. So once this token is being successfully validated, now what I have to do, I have to send this user information to the cloud. Right, so we have to send this user information to where we need to save this information directly in our Firestore collections. So that's what we are going to do next. All right, then since we successfully validated the token and we get back our user informations and everything, now what I need to do is I need to save this user informations, the logged in informations, these user details permanently into our Firestore collections. To do that, what I have to do is all I have to over here at this point, this is the place where we are getting the decoder token. So that decoder token is giving you this user ID, the UID. So I need to make sure this user ID is already inside our Firebase collections or what. If that ID is not there, then I need to register this user into our collections. If the ID is not there, only we need to insert it, or else that user details is already there, right? So we don't have to insert that detail again into our Firestore collection. To do that, what I have to do is this is the place where we are getting the token, enter, and over here I need to create a doc reference. So const doc reference, which we are creating. So I need to get that information, right? So db, I'm going to get that Firestore information, db.collection. So the collection which I'm going to create it called users. From the users, I'm going to get the doc by using this user, this token ID. So if you go here and what happened, I think this is not, yeah, here we go. And okay, so this is the token, preview, raw, visualize. Okay, so pretty, let's format. Okay, here we go. So now we can see the more clear view. So we have these inside the user objects, we have different objects. Along with that, you have this user ID, or you can use this UID. Okay, so you can use this user ID or you can use the UID. Both are same. You can see, if you notice that both IDs are same, no difference. In this case, I'm going to use this UID. The UID object is coming inside where it's inside this user itself. Okay, which means it's inside this token. So if I'm going to send this decoded ID.uid, I'm going to send this decoded that particular ID. I'm going to try to fetch that particular ID from the user collections. if the document is exist, if the document is exist, then so const doc, we need to get the doc. So await doc reference dot get, we have to get the doc reference. So we need to make sure if that doc dot exist, we have this object. If the doc exists, which means the data is already there. So what I have to do is, if the doc is not exist, only if the doc is not exist, I need to save that, I need to push that informations to the cloud, right? I need to save that information. To do that, what we have to do is all I have to do is to create one more reference to save that informations and everything. All right, so I'm gonna say const user reference equals to await db.collection. What's the collection name which we are trying to check over here? Users, that's the same name, users. Then I'm going to create a new doc over there, doc, and I'm going to send this ID inside the doc because that's the document ID for the collection doc. All right, then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to execute this information. So let's say await user reference user ref dot set with the data. What is the data? Decoded ID, decoded token. That token, we have to set that information. All right, so once it's set successfully, what I have to do is I have to fetch that same informations. I have to fetch that. Once it's inserted, I have to fetch the same informations, then I need to send it to the front end, right? So you can directly send the decoded token. So we need to make sure that data is inserted, right? So no, if you are doing that, then we will run into an issue because we are inserting that record only if the data is not existing. If the data is already existed, so we can't fetch it. So that will run into an issue. So we are not supposed to do that. So what we have to do is I think this is enough. I think so, because what I'm saying is, because if that data is not existed, so we are trying to insert the data, so it will be inserted. Anyways, we have the decoded ID information, so we can send it back. But if the token is already, if the user data is already inside your collection, which means this particular line of code will never be going to execute it. So at that point, we need to send that data. We can't send that information. So that's the reason we don't have to fetch it again and don't have to set it back. It's better to leave it at this part over here. So if everything is working fine, this line of code will work perfectly, and it is going to return this data and everything. I hope this is enough. I think so. Let's save these changes and let's make sure. So it's been reloading. Yeah, function, it's been loaded. So now let's try to hit send. It's sending the request and it's sending back the data. Okay, so now we have the data, which means there is no mistakes at this line of code. Let's get back to our Firebase project and let's get back to the Firestore database. We should see a new collection called users. Yep, users, and we should see the same ID which we passed it over here. This is the ID which we passed it, that ID. And now you can see all the informations about that decoded logged in informations, which is saved successfully into our Firestore collection. And of course, we are getting back that logged in user informations also. We can use this information to use it inside the React app in a global, like a state management library, and we can push the user to the home screen because the user is already validated. So the user is not supposed to see the authentication screen anymore. So he need to get back to the home screen, the place where he is supposed to be, right? So this is how we got the user token, and we validated the token and we decoded that information, and we are trying to check whether that this particular doc ID, the logged in user ID, already inside our Firestore collections or not. If the user is not there, then we are creating that user and we are sending that user data to that particular document. If the user is not there, only this particular line of code is going to execute it. If already there, we don't have to worry about this part. It's simply going to return the logged in user and decoded informations, right? So everything is perfectly fine and it's looking good. All right. So I think this is enough. Now, all we have to do is to jump into our React application, and we need to keep this data in our React state management library. Of course, we are going to use the React query client to keep this state management library globally so that we can access this user data at any point, anywhere we need it. All right, so now all we have to do is to go and clean up this code also, because this is not a right way to access your token. So we need to clean up that code. So that's the most important thing that we are going to do right now. So let's go ahead and do that now. All right, then. So now what we have to do is we have to install the React query. So basically React query is a state management library which helps you to manage your all these states in a single place so that you can access it at any point whenever you need it in any child components, right? So let's get started. So what I'm going to do is I need to navigate into the client folder, which is I am in right now. And I need to install, let's say, yarn add react hyphen query. This is the package which I'm talking about, react hyphen query. So we can see this, that Tanstack, their website where you can understand how the React query will work. So you can understand it much better. So please take some time and go through the React query. What is the React query for? You can see React query is a powerful tool for managing server states in your React applications, right? So we are using the React query to manage our states. So let's hit the enter and let's add that package in our project, which is added successfully. So then what I have to do is to, let me go to the documentation and click the installation. You can see how to install this Tanstack React queries and everything. Basically, we are not using this Tanstack query. We are using the React query alone. So it's better to open up the React query. It's opening up. And anyways, even if you go inside, you can see it will taking you to that particular website only. So click the read docs and you can see how to query the function, how to use it, and how to fetch all these kinds of different approach, how to use the query cancellations and everything. You just need to take some time and go through this, the documentations completely, and how to work with the suspense and everything, right? So it will give you the real example, which is working directly from the code pen, right? So use the documentations to understand the React query completely. So please go ahead and install it right now. We installed it and it's working perfectly so far. So let's go here. And so far there is no crashes. Everything is running perfectly fine, right? Now what I need to do is, all I have to do is to jump into the app component. So this is the place where we are making our routes and everything, right? So I need to wrap this complete stuff by using the query client provider, which I have to import it from the React query. So let's go ahead and import that first. So here, import from React query, I have to bring the React query client. So first I need to bring the query client, then query client provider. These two are the things. The query client is a class which helps you to create an instance for your query client. So let's create an instance, const auth, so not const auth, const query client equals to new query client. So create an instance for that. Then we have to wrap this complete stuff inside the query client. So Control X and bring the query client provider, query client, okay, QURY query client provider, wrap it up and bring it inside and put it inside. And we need to pass the instance of your client, which is we created right now, query client. And if you wish to use the developer tools of the React query client, so we need to bring the React query client dev tools, which is also inside the same React query inside. So because we need the developer tools to monitor how the states are being managed, what is the data that it's keeping in it. So it really helps us to work in locally, right? So we need the developer tools, import from React query from the React query, we have our dev tools. So you have to bring that React query dev tools. So the place where we are finishing the query client provider right over here. So I need to enable the dev tools to handle the state library, right? So React query dev tools. So I have to bring, and then initial is open. So it's a pop-up. So we don't want to open it initially. So I'm just going to make it as a false. So if I need to open it, I will open it manually. So that's the reason initial open is false. So, and let's see if there is any error or not. So far, I don't think so there is an error. And now we can see we have this dev tools. If I click this, you can see we don't have any state in our query state management library. So far everything is empty over here, right? Which means the query state and everything, it's been created perfectly. Now all I have to do is I don't need to get the token in this way. So all I have to do is to delete this. So I will not get that token right now. So to get the token, what I have to do is I have to create a hook, a custom hook, which helps me to get that token, authenticated token, right? And I need to validate it, and I need to pass that token, and I need to pass that validated data to our query client so that I can access it at any point. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a separate folder in our project folder inside the source. I'm going to create a new folder called hooks, and inside the hooks, I'm going to create a new folder called user. Okay, users. This is the hooks, which really helps you to manage the different hooks for each and everything separately, right? So user, I'm going to create a user folder. Inside the user folder, I'm going to create a new file called index.js, and in the hook, I'm going to create a new file called index.js, which is basically I'm going to export everything from here, right? So, or if you don't have to, that's fine. If you don't need it, you can simply delete it. So in this case, for user, we are going to have a different hooks. So that's the reason we are going to keep it over here. And later, for different purposes, we need to create a different hooks. Right now, I created a new folder called hooks. Inside the hooks, I created a new subfolder called user. And inside the user, I created one more file called index.js. And for the time being, for the hooks, I'm just going to keep one more folder called others. Later, if we don't want it, we can delete that folder if there is no use having it, right? In this case, we have the users folder and we have the index file. Inside the index file, we have to create that the custom hook which we needed right now. So what I'm going to do is over here, I'm going to create a method. So this is the hook. This is the custom hook, which is going to export. The data. What we can do is we have to find a way to export everything in a single. Okay, let's create it, then we'll think about how to export it from a single file. So we'll think about that, right? So what I'm going to do is first I'm going to create a function const use user. That's a hook which I'm creating for myself. Use user is a function and it's going to return, and here I'm going to create a query. So const, which is going to return a multiple objects, which is going to, we are going to use the use query, which is powered by React query itself. It's a function, and this function is going to return a different sets of objects like data, your data, and then it's going to return is loading, whether that query it's still trying to figure out the API it's built still loading or whatever it is. That's the state which monitoring that loading state. And is error, if we ran into any particular error when you are trying to fetch the data, so that this state will help you to modify, this state will help you to handle those errors. Then refetch, this is the function which helps you to re-trigger the same API to get the updated record from the server and to keep the data in your query, updated data in your state management library, right? So I'm going to create a new query, new state, which is basically the state name is going to be user, the user who authenticated himself and he's having a valid token, right? That's the user record. Then I'm going to create an async function, which is going to fetch that detail and going to give me back and fire the token to the server, and the server is going to return that data to myself. So we need to handle that in an asynchronous function. So async, and that is a function. All right, inside I'm going to get the try and catch if there is any error. Right now I'm just going to do the console.log, whatever that error it is. I'm just going to do the console log. But later what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring an alert notification like so and so error, so and so this alert is being triggered. So we need to handle that error also in a proper way. We need to indicate the user by using a proper channel like alert notification. So we need to create that alert notification. Let's worry about that part later. But right now we are going to here const, and it's going to give us the user detail as a return, right? So here I'm just going to get the user detail. That's the data which I'm going to receive from the server, and await. And I'm going to create a function like get authenticated user. This is the function which I'm creating to trigger that server API to get the authenticated user information, right? So all right, so once we got that user detail, we have to return that user detail. Cool. So now we haven't created this method. So let's go ahead and let's create that method. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder over here called API. And inside this API, I'm going to create a new file called index.js. And over here in this API folder over here, yes, exactly there, what we need to do is just a moment. Yeah, so here I need to get this. I just need to say export const, paste it. It's a function. Okay, this is a function, right? And basically what we are going to do is it's going to return as a promise, right? It's going to return a promise. Okay, let's write it as a normal function, and then let's verify. Let's maybe we change it later. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say let user data. So here all we have to do is to let's create a new method, or let's use the ChatGPT, and let's ask the ChatGPT write a function to fetch, write a function to validate the JWT token with an API and store the data in the query client. Let's check, let's see how it's going to give the data. Okay, so this is not what I expected, but this is the place. It's using Axios, so we don't need to use the Axios, so let's leave it. So what I'm going to do is it's better. Okay, so let's try it out. So const oh, come on, give me some idea. Come on. Okay, so const unsubscribe equals to from the auth object. Using the auth object, we are going to use the on auth state changed, or what we can do is basically simply like what is that method which we have written. I think I deleted it over here, right? So this is a thing, right? Yep, we can simply call this, cut it, and let's paste it over here. And here we don't need this anymore. And over here, yes, this is the data, and this is it's set, and this it's returning the unsubscribe method. And if we have the token over here, token, so let's make sure whether everything is working fine or not. So I have created this user, but I haven't exported it, right? So, and I haven't imported this line. So let's get this from the API. Okay, it's coming from the API folder. Its function is being imported over here. All right, and then this is okay, good. Everything is good. Now over here, let's go to the authentication page, and over here I'm going to bring that. So const equals to use user. Okay, we haven't exported it, right? So that's the reason it's not showing the suggestions over here. Under the hooks, this is the user, and let me create one more file called index.js. Let's export it. Export default as use user from /user/ so here let's export it, export const, save it, and here I think this is going to throw some unwanted issues, I think so, because I think the import statement is quite wrong. I'm not sure, I'm not confident in that. Let's see, let's check it out. Const equals to use user hooks. Okay, it's been imported. Now that is going to, okay, it's not showing anything. Okay, we are running into an error. The reason is because the way that we are exporting, it's wrong. Let me collapse everything and let me close all. Client, source, hooks, we need this index user, and under this we need this too. Let's bring this both. So here I just need to export this, and let's get into the authentication. Here, instead of bringing it from the hooks, if I bring it from user folder, we are getting multiple errors. So it's better, what we can do is, come on, we made a mess up over here. Index, we don't need this index, let's delete it. And instead of keeping it as an index file, let's rename this as use user.js. And instead of exporting over here, and let's export it by the way, like export default as user, export default as use user. So this is what happens if you don't have any proper planning. Yeah. Now let's import it from the use user. Okay, it's been imported, and let's get the data. Okay, it's not giving anything. Save it. We are running into some kind of issues because we are getting an error over here as undefined. We are getting an error over here, undefined. That's the line. This is the line. Save it. Okay, I need to make sure whether it's working fine or not. Get authentication. We need to make sure this function is working perfectly or not. What will be the issue? Use user. Okay, this is the function which we have created, and this function is being ended over here. Oh, my bad. The reason is because we haven't returned anything from this user hook. That's the reason we are not getting anything over there. My silly mistakes. So this, we have to return one more option like refetch every time when the Windows is focused on. But it will, every time whenever the Windows is being focused, it will keep on calling our API. So we should not do that. So now it's fine. And at the end, this is the place where the function is being ended. And over here, we need to return the objects, whatever the objects that I need to return. I need to return the data is loading and is error and refetch. These are the objects that I need to return to the place where I'm trying to import it. And now over here, if I uncomment this and if I, there we go. So we don't get any error and we are getting the token, which means this use hook, it's been triggered and it's been create this state and it's called this function, and that function is being executed and the console.log token, it's being validated and it's being printed over here. It doesn't matter, every single time whenever I call it, that will get executed. Okay, so we are getting the user data and you can see we are not getting anything in the user. That's the reason it's happening over there. So now since we have the user data, so what we have to do is we have to send this data to the front end and we have to expect the output back. So what I'm going to do is, let's say this is as a token. Okay, so we are getting the token over here. So what we can do is, if I refresh this, it's still supposed to work, but it's not working. I'm not sure why it's keep happening. Okay, let's worry about that part later. Right now we have our token in our hand, and let's make this function as an asynchronous function. And instead of console and logging the token over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to what I'm going to do is we are going to create, we need to copy this URL, the place where we are calling this function. Where it is. Yep, this is the function, right? This is the function URL that we have to call to validate the token. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to create a new folder in the source folder called helpers, or we can simply keep it as utils. Let's rename it and keep it as utils. And inside this utils folder, I'm going to create a new file called helpers.js. And here I'm just going to say export const base URL. It's going to be this base URL, and I don't need this at all. Delete it. Okay, let's keep this. Okay, delete this. Save this changes. This is a base URL which is coming from our helpers.js. Later, if we wish to change this base URL, we can change it. And in the index.js, now what I'm going to do is over here, I need to use the fetch function, and I need to pass this token, that this URL. I need to get this URL to trigger that URL. So what I need to do is await fetch and then open the bracket, and I need to supply the base URL along with this function method. So the method name. So what I'm going to do is $open it, and here let's apply the base URL which is coming from base URL. Okay, it's not showing any suggestions. Let's import it manually. Import from /utils/helpers, and here I'm just going to say base URL, and let's use that base URL here. And along with that, I'm going to add the slash, and I'm going to give this token name over there. All right, so now we have the token name, and I'm going to open a options functions option objects over here. What is the method of that fetch method? It's going to be get method. Then what is the headers? Headers colon open it, and we need to pass this authorization. We need to pass that authorization object. So it's better to copy it from here and paste it over here, colon, and we need to pass it along with this bearer. So it's better to copy it from here, copy this and paste it over here. So add a space, manual, you need to add some space, then you need to append the token over here, token, right? Then I need to add one more line after that. Content type, it's going to be the JSON type, right? So this is the important thing. Content type is going to be the JSON type. All right. So this is the place where the function is gets done. So once this function, the fetch function is done, it's going to return a promise. We need to handle that promise. Dot then we are going to get the response from there, response, and then that response, if not response dot okay, that means we ran into some error. So I'm just going to say console.log whatever the error is. So I'm just going to say like error on fetching, something like this, right? If everything is okay, that means we don't we have to return. If everything is okay, that means return response.json, return that response.json. All right. So once it's returned that data, that means we return the data successfully. So here we will get the data now. So dot then we'll get that data in our hand, open it. So now what we need to do is we have to simply console.log data for the time being. We'll just do that console.log data, which means if everything is working perfectly. So we are getting the token. All right. We have to refresh it now. All right, so this doesn't go as we planned. I think so this code doesn't work as we planned. Every time when I refresh it, it is not working as I planned. So we need to fix this. So to fix this, we need to completely rewrite the entire stuff. My bad. So let's do that now. All right, so in the last session, we ran into an error. So I'm not sure why we ran into that issue and all those things. So we have to figure it out to fix that way. So basically, this is not going to work. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete this complete part. I'm sorry, that's my bad. We wasted our 20 minutes. I'm sorry for that. So now we have to delete this part. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to return it as a new promise. Return new promise. Basically, we are going to return a promise. And inside that, we are going to give resolve and reject as a two different objects, resolve and reject. And let's open it as a function. Enter. Now here, const and subscribe. And subscribe is equals to auth state changed, and we are going to get the user cred just like the same way what we did previously. Open it, and if we have the user cred, then only we are going to do that part. So if we don't have that user cred, so of course what I'm going to do in the else part, I'm just going to say reject new error. I'm just going to say I'm going to throw a new error, user is not authenticated, right? So if everything is working perfectly fine, so that means the if condition is going to take the round now. So here I'm just going to say let user, we don't need that. Okay, let's keep it in this way. So if the user cred is there, if the user cred is there, that means we are going to get that ID token by, that's going to return a promise, handle it, and that's going to return a token, get inside it. And here I'm just going to say await. So basically if it is an await, this is supposed to be an async function. We need to keep this as an asynchronous function. So await, then I need to call the fetch method, fetch, open it. So once it's been fetched properly, that is going to return dot then here and one more dot then 2 times, right? Let me explain why. So first, we are going to trigger the API, and that is going to give a response object. We need to validate that response. Then we are going to return the JSON. That is also a promise. Then we are going to return that JSON over here and to get that data. So this is the place where we are getting the final data. Okay. So here now inside here, I'm going to call this string literals using $ and go put this base URL and slash. And what I need to do, I need to copy this and I need to put it over here, validate token. All right. Then once you have the URL, after here, we need to supply the options. What are the options? What is the method type? What is the headers information and everything, right? So here method is going to be the get method. Then headers, it's going to be, this is the thing, these are the thing, authorization. So we copied it from here and we'll paste it over here, authorization. Along with that, I need to send this bearer token, bearer space $. I need to supply the token here. All right. Then we need to mention what is the content type. The content type is always going to be the JSON, application slash JSON. This is the content type. All right. So here now, inside this will comes in this, then this is the place where we will get the response, and that response, it's, we need to check if that not response, if the response is not okay, then what we have to do, we have to reject this, reject with a new error, open it, we just say network response was not okay, and then I need to get the status report of that response. Say, let's say $. So this is better, should be a string literal instead of a single quote, and here I'm just going to say response dot status text. Whatever the error message that status is that response is giving, we just need to say that. Once it's everything is done properly, which means over here, I need to return that data. So after this if condition, I need to return. That means only if it is not okay, only this if condition is going to be triggered, or else this return statement needs to return the response.json. If that response.json is being written over here, we can capture the data in this statement and we can get into it. All right. So here, all we have to do is to get that user data, right? We have to get that user. So in the data object, what are the objects that we are returning? So we are getting this user, data.user. So I need to get this data.user. So all I have to do is to console.log data.user question mark, then data.user. That's better. So here we go. You can see we are getting the message. And why we are getting this is okay. So we are getting the user object over here. You can see we are getting the user object, which means it's executed successfully, and we are getting it instead of console log it in this way, console.log data : data. Let's see, let's check it out. All right. So I'm quite confused now. If I simply call this as a data, I'm getting this. So let's see if I refresh it, I'm getting the data. Yeah, it's working fine. Oh God. In this data, I have this user object, right? Data.user. Save this changes and let's refresh it. Yep, now we are getting this data. That means inside the data.user we are getting the data. So I have to return this to the front end, which means I need to resolve this data. So what I'm going to do is, instead of doing console log, I'm just going to say resolve this and send this data to the front end, data.user object. Okay, so this is the thing I'm going to do. So this, if I save this and if I refresh it, every time whenever the user signed in, whenever the user have to refresh it, if he refresh it, and you can see we are getting this data, right? So which means the user is authenticated and the user is already validated perfectly. So if the user is already validated and perfectly, and we are getting the data, the token is validated, and if the user is validated properly, so we are not supposed to push the user again to the authentication tab. So the reason why the previous code is not working, because we are not handling the promise as we expected. So even right now, what I need to do is I need to close this listener, because this listeners keep on active and it's trying to listen it every single time. We need to make sure that unsubscribed listener, it's been not ran into a memory leaks. So we need to stop that. Right after this, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say, I'm going to make sure to stop the unsubscribe. So make sure to unsubscribe from the listener, to prevent the memory leaks, so we don't want to run into any unusual activities. So return unsubscribe. All right, so now every single time whenever you refresh it, you are going to get the data, and we are having a slight delay on fetching the data, so we need to handle those things. How to handle those things? Now it's been returning this data, loading and everything, we are getting that object. So over here, all I have to do is I'm just going to get the data object, and I'm going to get the is loading state, and I'm going to get the is error state, and I'm going to get the refetch method, and I'm going to use an alias name for this. Instead of using as a data, I'm going to use it as a user, right? So we don't need to use it as a data directly, we can use it as a username itself over here, right? So now what I need to do is, so before printing these all, before loading these pages and everything, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call an use effect method, use effect hook. So use effect, open it. All I'm going to do is I'm going to check if not is loading, if the state is not loading, and we do have that user object. Only if we do have that user object, then we need to push the user to the home page, because that function, that API function is not loading, and we are having the user data in our hand, which means this logged in data in our hand. So we need to push the user to the home screen. So to do that, I need to create a new object called const navigate is equals to use navigate hook, use navigate. Okay, so I'm not getting the suggestions, I'm not sure why it's happening for me. Import, we need to import that hook from React router DOM. So from React router DOM, we need to get that use navigate, and here use navigate, open it. So here I need to say navigate the user to the home screen, and you have to replace that immediately true. All right, so this needs to monitor every single time whenever there is a slight changes on its loading and the user object. Okay, we need to push this immediately. If not, if it's still loading, if it is still loading, if it is loading, what I need to do is I just need to return this division div as loading, save the changes. Okay, we are running into an error. React hook is called conditionally. We ran into an error over here. This use callback. My bad. So let's cut it out from here. I think so here, instead of using it use callback, we just chop it out, and we will keep it as a normal function itself for the time being. So the issue is being resolved, and now every time whenever I refresh it, if I go to the auth URL, and you can see every time if I click this auth, if I hit the enter, and it's getting the loading state, and it's being pushed the user to the home screen, we are getting into the home route. So now even though if you wish to do that, it will not allow the user to go to the auth/auth See, if I click that, it's giving that loading option. It's giving this method as loading, and it's pushing the user to the home screen. All right, which means everything is working perfectly, and we are getting the user data also in our hand. You can see we are getting the user data also in our hand, and it's pushed the user to the home screen. Right, so now the new approach is working perfectly. I hope you now understand what exactly I've been through, because we try to write this code directly instead of using this new promise method, because we are not handled the promises properly. That's the issue we ran into. So we are manually handling the promise by using this promise method provided by the JavaScript itself. We are handling it properly. So we are trying to validate that token by passing that token to our backend. If we ran into any issue, we are triggering a new error, and we are rejecting that by using this specific error. So this will be returned back over here. So if we are getting any errors or anything, so we need to, instead of doing console log, we need to handle it properly just by throwing a proper alert notification. To do that, what we need to do is we need to install an package called what's that, a toast, React Toastify or something, I think so. Yep, let's do that now. React Toastify. Yes, this is the one. This is the one that we need to install. Right, so you can see you can literally customize every single aspect. These are the different what to say, these are the different notification alert message that you can use it by just by adding this React Toastify, and you can literally customize it just by following their documentation. If you click their documentation, you can see where you need and what are the options that you want and how many milliseconds that you need to delay. You can simply customize just by using this options over here. Like, let's say if I need in the top right and I need the success notification, I need the dark or I need the colored. Okay, so I need the bounce, slide or zoom. Let's choose the slide. If you choose, you can see it's coming in as a slide. If you choose the bounce, show the note, you can see this is the bounce. And let's see how the flip works. Okay, if I close this, oh, that's cool. So all I have to do is to choose this bounce, and if I click this, you can see these are the options that you have to monitor it properly, right? So let's go ahead and install this first. So I'm just going to copy this from here, yarn add Toastify, Control J, go to the client folder and make sure that you're inside the client in the terminal, and I'm just going to say paste it, yarn add React Toastify. So once you did that, now what we need to do is you have to jump back to your app.jsx, because that's the place where we are configuring the query client and everything. So let's keep it over there itself, or you can put it in the index.js also. But in this case, I'm prefer to use it inside the app.jsx. The reason is because that's the place where I configure the query client and everything. So it's better to put it right after here. So let's get the toast. Okay, so it's not giving me the suggestions. Okay, so we need to get that toast container from the React Toastify and everything. So import from React Toastify. So from the React Toastify, I'm going to get that toast container. All right, so and of course I need one more thing, which is this CSS file. So let's copy this and let's bring it over here, right? So let's bring the React Toastify container over here. Toastify, toast container, and this, for this container, I'm just going to give the position, which is going to be the top right, and the theme I'm going to use for is the dark theme. All right, save these changes so we haven't ran into any issues. So if there is any issues over here, all I have to do is to, let's say, toast dot error. So we have an error and we have to get that, we have to print that error message. Let's say use the warning error colon, and let's join that option over here. And if everything is written properly, I'm just going to, we need to make sure whether everything working or not, right? Toast dot success, I'm just going to say fine, it's working, something like this. Save it, and now if I refresh it, all I have to get to the auth, loading, You can see we are getting the toast message. Fine, it's working, and it's been redirected to the home message. So the toast or that what to say, that alert message is everything is working fine as it's supposed to be, right? It's working cool. So now we got the data, and all we have to do is to customize. Let's go ahead and customize the header part and enable the sign out options, or we can add the sign out options, and let's make sure whether the login and everything it's working as it's supposed to be. So what we have to do is to let me get back to the home, where this is the place, right? This is the thing which it's been rendering over here. So over here I'm just going to add a button called sign out, right? Sign out. And for this button I'm just going to say on click. Let's call this handle sign out, and I'm going to create a function for this. Const handle sign out is equals to and a callback function, and I'm just going to say auth dot sign out, call a function. If this is success, we need to push the user to the if the user is success. If this everything is fine, then I just need to say toast dot success logged out successfully, and then I need to push the user. So let's say const navigate equals to use navigate react router DOM, and let's say navigate the user to the /auth and replace the route true. Say the changes. Now we got the button. If I click this, it says logged out successfully, user is not authenticated. We are getting a message, right? Because we don't have the token. So that's the reason we are getting that message over here. We need to figure it out why that message is being triggered, which means, okay, so we are getting this message, error message. So if you refresh this, we need to handle this error also. You can see if I refresh this, what is the error message you are getting? Error, user is not authenticated. We know that we don't have a token over there. That's the reason every time it's throwing that alert message over there that you are not authenticated, and it's keep on throwing that error message. If the user is signed out, of course we are not going to have that authentication token. So I need to handle that error. Just I need to say what is the error message that we are getting? User is not authenticated. So over here this message needs to be triggered if the error, whatever the if not error, this method, if I'm not getting this particular error, if that error message dot includes not authenticated, that's the error message that we have got, right? AUTHENTICATL, not authenticated. Only if the error message doesn't have this message not authenticated, I need to throw this alert message, or else I don't want to throw that alert message. Refresh it. So now you will never get that alert message because we know that there is no token, so we are not getting that user is not authenticated. All right. So apart from that, if the error is not not authenticated, apart from this particular error, if you are getting any error, I need to throw that error warning over there. Okay. So let's make sure whether everything is working fine now. Click it, and we will be navigated, and I need to choose my account, and it's loading now. Still loading, and we've been pushed to the home screen, and you can see we are getting our data. And if you go and check your Firestore collections, we are not have our account document more than one. We have only one document ID because that's the same data. We are not saving the new detail. And if I logged out again, log it out, we logged out successfully. So if it is logged out successfully, we need to push this user to the auth screen, right? Why it's not working? Auth, this is supposed to work. Okay, so now it's working. So if I click this now, if I choose my another account, Again, it's still saying loading. It's loading, and you can see we got that data because that is also my same account only, but this is a different account now. So now you can see we have two different IDs over here. This is the one and this is another one. This is the Gmail. What is the Gmail? It's showing code with Vetrivel, and here it's showing Vetrivel.galaxies. So it's working fine. Now if I click sign out, okay, so I've been pushed to the auth and immediately I came back over here. Okay, so I don't know what's the reason it's been doing that, but anyways, this is not the official sign out button, right? We'll fix that later, but we know that now it's working perfectly, right? So we are not getting back to the home screen and we are not getting back over here, so which means we are not getting the user data also, right? Only if the user signed in, you will get that data. If you click it and if you sign it, it's validating, still validating. That's the reason we are getting the loading. So now if you try to manually get into the auth screen, it will say it's loading and it will push it back immediately to the home screen, right? So we got our user details and everything is working perfectly as it's supposed to be so far. Now what we have to do is let's go ahead and customize the header part, the main header part of our UI. That's what we need to do next. All right, then, since we successfully saved the details in the Firestore collections, but we haven't managed the roles like admin and the user roles, right? So we have to manage the roles. So over here, you notice that we don't have any property to manage the role. So what we have to do is so we have to jump back to our functions. So go to your server and functions inside the index.js, the place where we are fetching the user details. We are trying to figure it out whether the user IDs are there or not. If that is, we are getting that data. If that is, we are getting the data, and we are making sure if it does not exist, we are pushing that data to the to our Firestore collections, right? So this is the place where we are getting the decoded value. All right, this is the place where we are getting the decoded value. Let's fire it up, which means I turned off both the server and the functions. So let's run it, trigger the server, and that's the same way, start your client too. So server, it's still not yet started. So that's the reason. Wait, let it start. Okay, server is started now. So now if I click this sign in, we need the token, right? So we need the token to see the details. So let's get into the authentication. This is the place where this user, we are using this React query to get that detail, and let's get into over this place. This is the place where we are getting the token. Let's do console log the token, console.log token, because we need that token, right? So now if I click this, it will ask us to log in. So let's go ahead and log in with our account. It will be redirected to the same page. It's loading now, and it will be pushed to our home screen now. It's trying to fetch and validate the detail. Yes, we are right now in the home screen, and if you go to the console, you should be able to see that token now. So all we have to do is to copy this token, copy it, and put it straight away over here, because this token will change every time, right? Now if I send this detail, that should give back the user information. So this is the user decoded user information that we are getting, right? So to have that informations, and well, let's jump into the functions. This is the place where we are having that decoded informations. From the decoded informations, we are using that ID to push the details to check that whether that particular ID is already inside the collections or not. So this is the place where we are checking it. Now what I have to do is I have to instead of directly pushing that complete details, I have to create a new data, which means I need to spread out that property. So what I have to do is const new, or let's say let user data equals to. So first what we have to do is we have to spread out that property. So all we have to do is to assign that user data to our get the decoded ID token value and assign it to the user data. Then to this user data, all we are going to say user data dot role. That's a new property that we are creating. By default, we are going to keep everyone as a member. By default, we are going to keep everyone as a member, right? So yep, so this, we are supposed to create this user data globally. So let's keep it globally right over here. Then we can access that user data over here to keep the decoded token value. Yes, now we have the decoded token value inside the user data, and along with the user data, we store the user role as a member. Yep, and by default, the valid value, so we don't need to keep the valid value, that member valid value. So that's not necessary right now. So this is enough, I think so right now for the time being. And over here, I have to send this user data, right? This is the user data that we have to send it. And once it's been created, we have to return that data, right? So over here, I'm just going to return it, that user data. And then this return statement, it's need to be inside the else block. So if the document is not exist, that means this will be added to our decoded token value and it will be set to our collections, and that setted value, the updated value, will be returned to the user. If the user is already exists, which means we have to return that data, right? So save it. Instead of sending the decoded value, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the doc. From the doc, I'm going to have the data and I'm going to return the data, because that's the data which we fetched from the collection. So this is how you need to return it, right? So now what I'm going to do is, so basically I'm just going to sign it out. All right, so we signed out, and at this point I'm just going to delete this collection, delete the collection users. We don't have any information over there, delete it, right? So far now inside this collection, so we don't have any data, we literally don't have anything. So now if I logged in by myself, if I click login, and if I log in by myself, by default it will create me as a member. All right, so it's loading and it's authenticating. I hope there is no mistakes which we have created. Yep, now I'm created. And now if I refresh this, refresh it. So if I refresh it, now the data will be decoded, and here we go. You can see we have the new property over here called member, right? So now whenever the user tries to create an account in our website, he will be registered as a member. So manually, I'm going to change this record as an admin. I'm going to forcefully changing this as an admin. Later, don't worry about it. We're going to keep privileges, user privileges. To manage the user privileges, we're going to give an options to the super admin, which is basically only one account, and that is going to be this particular ID. So I'm going to map this particular ID as a super admin. He has the only privilege to add the or change the privileges for different users, whom he need to mark it as an admin, who he need to mark it as a member, and which data he needs to keep, which data he don't needs to keep. So he only have the privileges to delete or create and all those things. Apart from the remaining admins, they have the privileges to manage the apps, not the user sections, right? So that's the reason we are creating this particular stuff over here. But you have to forcefully map any one single ID as a super admin. So who has the complete information, who have the complete privileges over every account in this website, right? So that's the reason we are going to use this particular ID, and that particular ID needs to be in an admin role. So which means that he is the super admin, right? So now this is clear. And now all we have to do is to we manage we fix the roles management issues and everything. So now all I have to do is to jump to our admin page, and I need to fix the header function in the admin page, and we need to bring the remaining UI part where the admin can add or delete or whatever he wishes to do. Once the admin is complete, and in the client side, all we have to do is to build this UI and display this respective part in their respective places. So on client side, we're not going to write any single part of code. We are just going to use the API, fetch it, display it, fetch it, display it. All the actions and everything is managed only inside the admin control, right? So that's what we are going to do next. So the next step is going to create an header function for your admin components, right? So let's go ahead and do that now. All right, then. So now what we have to do is let's go to the app, and where we are taking the admin, this is the URL, right? So let's manually get to the admin URL, admin. So now we are in the admin home, right? So this is the admin. This is the place where we need to fix the admin header and everything. So before that, what I have to do is I need to fix the background color just like the same .ui, right? So I need to get this .ui. So to do that, I'm just going to close others apart from this. Let's close it. And let me collapse everything, and let me get into the app source folder, and where we are inside the admin pages, and we need to get into the admin home, and then I need to bring the admin layout also, because that's the thing, it's been loading over here, right? So now what I have to do is I have to get the tailwind cs config.js, and here I'm going to extend it, and I'm going to create one more property called colors. So this is going to be the primary color. So basically I'm just going to create a primary property, because that's the primary color, right? And I'm going to use the Pixar color picker tool. So to get this color code, so I'm going to select this, and I'm going to use it over here, and you can see this is the color, right? So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to use it over here. This is the primary. Then and we need to pick the one more color. So this is the darker, this is the lighter version of it. Copy it, and that is going to be the secondary color. Secondary color, and one more, that is going to be the third property. I'm going to pick one more color, which is this extra.ui. Copy this, copy it, and paste it over here, right? And the text color, which is going to be, let's choose this light text color, which is this color, B5. This is text primary. Save it. And we need to get the secondary text, where it is, here it is, which is a little bit brighter than the text. Secondary, copy it. All right, so don't worry, I will drop all these color codes in the description so that you can access it and you can use it, or you better pause the video and type it by yourself. Right, then we need this yellow. That's the most important color which we needed, which is basically having two different in the logo section. If you notice here, the logo might have two different color codes, right? So we can fetch it from here. One, this is that yellow, and two, which is this dark color, this one, and this one. Let's copy this one. Let's keep a BG primary. This is not going to be BG. This is, let's say, hero primary and hero secondary. These are the two different colors that we needed. All right, so now we have all the colors which is necessary for this. So save these changes, and we don't need this tool anymore. Let's jump into it here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get back to the index.css, and over here I'm just going to give, this is the primary background color, right? So I'm going to use this primary background color, background, it's going to be this, and the text color by default is going to be the primary text color, so I don't have to write this every single time. So now everything will be changed. You can see that it's completely changed into a darker UI, and the text color is by defaultly it's changed. Cool. So now all we have to do is to fix the height and width. So we are not supposed to, if you look at this design, you might see here, so this part, this is the part, this part is going to constant, and this part is going to constant. Only this area it's a scrollable area, right? Apart from that, the rest everything is going to be fixed. It's not going to move anywhere, so it's going to fixed, right? So how we are going to structure this, that's the thing, that's the most important thing. So thinking about this complex UI, it's a more complex UI, because you need to understand here these parts, this part and this part, it's not going to move even when you're scrolling it. It's going to be there every time whenever you're scrolling it. If you're scrolling this one, this particular area, it's a scrollable area, so this needs to be adjusted, but these things needs to be constant. So you need to think and you need to wireframe it properly, or else the entire UI will be more complicated by the time when you're working in, or you're upgrading your project for the futures, right? So right now we have to worry about the admin UI. So basically for an admin, what we are going to do is get into the admin, and instead of here this, I'm going to create a new component over here. Let's get to the components, and I'm going to create a new folder over here called admin, and inside the components I'm going to create a new file called index.js, right? So for inside the admin page, I'm going to create admin header.jsx or a FCE. I'm going to export it from here. Let's say admin components. All right. So here, export this as a default as from /admin header. Right now it's been exported. Now all we have to do is to get to your layout, and here we need to bring the admin header, so which is coming from admin header itself. We don't need it, it's need to come from the components. Yeah, now this is fixed. So now if we save the changes, that should display the same admin header over here, because that's a component which we created, so it's displaying there. So footer, I don't have to worry about the footer part right now, so let's worry about it later. First I need to bring the admin header over here, which is basically I need to bring the logo. That's just, I'm going to bring this part, I'm going to bring this logo, and I'm going to bring this user section. That's it, I'm not going to bring anything else. So what I'm going to do is, and let's jump into the, let's fix this admin layout needs to access the complete header, right? So class, it's going to be width, it's need to take with the screen, the complete screen width with the screen, and height, it's going to auto according to the content, and flex column, item center, but everything should be justified. It should start from the starting position. All right, over there it should start from here. So now, and I need to we can adjust the paddings and everything, but let's add some padding. So px is going to be 4, py it's going to be 3 or something. So this is the default padding that we are using. So maybe we can adjust these paddings according to the mobile screens even at the later point. But right now, let's get into the admin header. So this admin header needs to access the complete width, the full width. So width is going to be full. Once I save these changes, the admin header, of course, it's going to be pushed back to the left side corner, because right now this width, this is the particular division which is accessing the entire width over here, right? Now, inside this, all the elements needs to be in the flux direction, and items, everything should be in the center line, in a straight line, it should be in the center point. and justify the content between, which means it should face each other at the endpoints. So here, first what we have to bring inside this division, we need to bring the logo. Then what we have to do, we have to bring the user profile section, right? So let's bring the logo. By the time when you click the logo, it's need to take the user to the home screen. So we need to bring the link tag. So let's bring the link tag, link from the React router DOM. Make sure that is imported as from the React router DOM, and it's need to navigate the user to the home route whenever it's been clicked. Then over here, I need to bring the image component, and it's going to bring the logo from the assets. Make sure that is coming from the assets. If you save these changes, it might be loaded over here, and you can see it's a really big image. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to adjust this width. Width is going to be 32. I think 32 is a little bit higher, so let's go to 16. I think 16 is more than enough. Then height is going to be, of course, auto. I'm not going to change anything. Height is going to be auto. An object always should display the complete image of the header. So now if you click this, that will takes you to the admin page, right? So we are right now in the admin page. It's taking to the home screen. If you click that, it will take the user to the home screen, right? So in the left section, I need to bring the user details, right? So already we have the user hook where we can access our user details and everything. So here I'm going to get that use user hook. From this React query, I'm going to get the data is loading, and what we can do is error, and we need to bring what else? A refetch if we need a refetch. So do we need a refetch at this admin point? Maybe at some point we needed it, right? If you don't need any of the property, you can simply ignore it. The unused property can be ignored, but we need the is loading and the data. So I'm going to keep this in a different alias name. So I'm just using user data, and here user loading, right? These are the two alias name which I assigned for it, because later you might use some of the details inside the admin header. At that point, you need to use the proper naming conventions, right? So it's better by the time whenever you are using it, it's better to give a proper naming conventions for it, right? That will be a proper way. All right, cool. So now if you look at the design over here, what we have the name, and we have the profile, and we have this the wallet balance, and you can see it's having a chevron icon over here like this. It's having a chevron icon which is displaying. If we click it, it's need to bring a small drop down box over there to display that the remaining menu options and everything, right? So for that, what I'm going to do is, so first what we can do is, let me open the screen brush so that I can give you the layout over here. So here what we have to do is, so first I need to create this part. Then inside that I need to bring two divisions. Then I need to bring one more division. I need to keep the image, and I need to bring this in the absolute position. These are the wireframes that this is how we need to bring that wireframe, right? So what we have to do is let's bring the upper division. So division, that's the division. Then inside that we need to bring the name content. Then over here, this is the image content, right? So this division, it's going to have a paragraph tag or a h2 tag. This is the place where we need to display the user image. So user dot, what is the property that we do have over here for the user? User data, email is verified, auth email, name. This is the property, name property, user dot name. So I need to display the user dot name. So you can see the user dot name, it's being displayed over here. Then what I need to do is I need to display this wallet balance. So what's the wallet balance that he do have? So so over here you might notice that right after here it's going to have one more division, and inside that we need to bring a $sign. So div class name So this is going to be width 4, or what we can say width 4, height 4, rounded full, flux, item center, justify everything in the center, and I need to bring a $sign icon. So let's go ahead and search, open the React icons, and let's search for the currency. Okay, so let's use the font awesome 6. So here dollar, or let's search for USD. Currency. Okay, so we are not getting anything. So let me search it by manually then. Home. Currency, where is the $sign? We need the plain $sign. Okay, let's use this then. Or different currency signs. Give us different currency signs. Come on. Okay, so let's use different currency sign over here. All right, choose the currencies which you prefer. So in this case, I'm going to use this. So let me copy this code, copy it, and let me bring it over here, and let me copy this import statement as well, and let me put it straight away over there. All right, so save changes, and let's see how it looks. So we can't see anything. Okay, it's loading over here, which means it's loaded perfectly. And for this, I'm just going to use BG, the secondary color, or not secondary. Let's save this. Okay, I hope now it is there. Okay, so it's there, but we need to bring the shadow also, right? So that border line. So what we have to do is to border, and let's keep the border as the third color. Okay, so I'm not sure which one is the lighter. Secondary, save this, or text. Let's use the text primary so that we can see the border over there. I think that's pretty dark over there. So, or we can use the gray color. So if you wish to mark all these minute details, like I think this is perfect, right? And let's make it a little bit bigger. So width and height is going to be 6 and 6. I think this is pretty much enough. And let's make the border as a little bit higher as 2. Save the changes. All right, now that is good. So let's fix the color of this. Text size is going to be the base size. So let's keep it base, or even let's keep it small sm. I think that is pretty good. And text hero secondary. So let's keep it in that color. Fine. So right after this division, we need to bring the valid balance, right? So if the user dot wallets balance, if he have it, then we need to display something. So let's get a react dot fragment. If not, we need to display something, react dot fragment. React dot fragment. All right, so now if we do have this, which means then we have to bring this over here and we have to display it inside what? Inside a paragraph tag. Let's bring a paragraph tag and let's bring it over here. If we don't have, then what we have to do is simply display the balance as 0. That is what we have to do, right? So I'm going to write some styles for this class name, which is going to be text LG, and font it's going to be semi bold, and text it's going to be BBBBB hero secondary color or hero color. Say this changes, right? Something like that. So this is the style which needs to be applied for this too. Say the changes, and these things needs to be wrapped inside a division. So div, which means we already wrapped it inside a division. So this is the division, right? So class name, which is going to be flux, item center, justify center, and gap, it's going to be 2. So now they are inside there. All right. And for this name, we have to write the style. So flex, once I give it as a flex, both will come in the same direction, and it should be in the column direction, and item, everything should be in the start, and justify the content also, it should be in the start. So both of them will be in the starting position, and then the gap between it's going to be 2. All right. So the name content 2, it's a little bit higher. So let's keep it as 1. And for this name, let's say class name, which is going to be text LG, text bold, font bold, and text hero, like that. Or what we can do, let's use the text primary. I think that's much better. All right. Then I think that is pretty much enough. And anyways, we'll capitalize both of the word. Right now, it is already the data what we are getting itself, it's capitalized. At some point, you might receive lower cases also, so it's need to handle it properly. So the name section is done. Now we have to jump into the image content. So basically for the image, let's say width is going to be 12, height is also going to be 12, and rounded it's going to be full. Okay, and we need some padding in between it, and everything should be in the flux, item center, justify center, and it should be the relative position. Then say the changes, and let's bring the BG as BG color as it should be a gradient, BG gradient to bottom from hero primary to hero secondary. So this is how it looks, right? So, and this division, the name and content both should be in a flex direction. So flex, item center, and justify center. So they should be in the same line, but the gap between it's going to be 4. Little bit, we need some gap. And this 12 and all those things, let's keep it as a 14. I think that is pretty much enough. I think so, right? Now inside here, we need to load the image tag. Image. So before loading this image, what I have to do is, so some of the users might have this image, and some of the users, they don't have their profile picture. So for this image tag, open it. I'm going to bring the if you go to the assets folder, assets, images, and we have the different sets of avatars over here, right? Avatar 1, avatar 2, avatar 3. So you can choose whatever the avatar images which you needed. So in this case, I'm going to check it out if this picture is there. If the user does have the picture, if the user does have this picture, then display the user picture, or else bring the avatar from the assets which we do have. So class name, it's going to be width, of course it's going to be full, height, of course it's going to be full, and object it's going to be cover. Save the changes. So now we have the image there, but it's not rounded. So that is going to be rounded full. Save the changes. So now we have that profile perfectly sitting over there, right? Then what we have to do is, so in case if this pictures, let's say if it is not loading, so it's load that avatar image, the default avatar image over there, right? So that's looking good, right? Then right after here, I need to bring one more div in class name. It's going to be width, it's going to be 4, height, it's going to be 4, rounded medium, not medium, rounded full. And BG, for the time being, let's use the hero text itself, hero, and save the changes. All right, so we are not seeing anything. So let's bring it as an absolute, and it should be the bottom bottom one. All right, so now we can see that it's showing that, and it should be in the right 0. Perfect. Now we have that thing in the perfect position, but the color of that, it's going to be the primary color, which means I think the secondary color, secondary. All right, so now that is perfect, and everything should be inside this flex item center, justify center, and it should need to have the border, and the border, it's going to be gray 600. Save the changes. Now we have that border over there too, and inside here I need to bring the chevron icon. Let's say MD chevron. Okay, so let's bring the font also, then FA chevron. Okay, so I have to bring that over here, import. Sometimes this might happen, so it's better to import it manually. So font awesome 6, and here I need to bring the chevron down, right? Let's bring the chevron down, for chevron down, and class name it's going to be text SM, and which is going to be text color, text primary. Save the changes. Now you should see that down icon over there. So, and that is too small, so let us keep it as XX. I think even that we need to bring it 10 pixels. I think 10 pixels is more than enough, right? So that is looking much better now. All right, so this entire divisions, this user profile section needs to be in the cursor pointer. All right, so that's good. So now what we have to do is we have to bring that drop down section. This is what we have to bring now. So let's go ahead and bring that user drop down section. So that's what we are going to do next. All right then. So now what we have to do is this is the place where we are displaying the profile section, right? So we have to bring the drop down, and as the same way we have to keep this particular thing as a reusable component. If you think about it, we are designing the exact same thing, right? We are designing the exact same thing for the admin and as the same way for the user. So it's better to keep it as a reusable component. Once everything is done, we have to make it as a reusable component. So instead of 14, I think it would be preferable like 16. Yeah, that looks much better, even better, right? So let's keep it as 16. That looks better. Now I need to bring the drop down. So before bringing it as a drop down, I need to make this parent container as a relative position, so I can bring that drop down as an absolute position over there. So div class name, which is going to be absolute, and padding, we don't need any padding so far. Okay, so what we can do is from the top, I'm gonna move it 48 pixels. I think that's better, and it should be right side 0, and BG, of course, it's going to be the third, and shadow, it's need to have medium shadow. Inside everything should be in the flex column, item starting position, justify in the starting position, enter. And right now I'm just going to have for my profile or something, save it, which means I should be able to see it over here. I can see it, but I can't see because of the dark color or something. And what color that we can use for it? So we can use this one. What is the color code of this? The third. Copy it. I think we copied 282828, which is secondary. Okay, that is the secondary one, where it is secondary. Save it. I think even the secondary, okay, I think the secondary is much better. All right, so for this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep the width as 32, 128 pixels. Even 128 pixels is also very low. Let's keep it as 64 pixels then, 64. Yeah, that's much better now. So for this now, what we have to do is for this paragraph tag, this is not supposed to be paragraph tag. We need to bring the link tag, and that link tag, it's going to be an array. So let's open up the helpers.js, which we created inside the utils folder. And here I'm just going to say export const menus equals to open it. And this is supposed to be an array. And inside the array, I'm going to have an ID property called 1001. That's the menu one. And the menu name, it's going to be menu. Name of the menu, it's going to be profile. And name, it's going to, let's keep it as my profile. And URI of that is going to be /profile. Right, /profile. That's the URI. And what else? What are the menus that we need for admin after that? What are the menus that we need? What are the menus that we need? Come on, think. What are the menus that we need? Profile, we need the profile, and we need to see the users, and we need to see the apps and everything, right? So this is basically, it's going to be the admin menu. So let's copy the same stuff and paste it down there. And this is going to be the user menu. For the admin menu, no, we can't keep two different menus. Let's keep it as a single menu itself. Okay, so my profile is for everyone, right? So let's keep it for that. So for this, what is this? So this is users, right? Users can see only if the user is an admin. So is admin is going to be true. Only if that role is equals to admin, he can able to see that. And my profile after this is going to be the apps, list of apps. So apps, what we can do, this is also only for admin. If the user clicks the, let's keep this apps, user can able to click the apps, he can navigate to the home menu of that home menu or whatever the apps he wants to see. No, home, if the user clicks the home, he can able to see the apps. Then why we need to keep the separate thing? So apps separately, users separately, and my profile separately. And he needs to now jump into the dashboard also, right? So let's say dashboard, and that is also needs to be admin. And what else we need? My profile is there, dashboard is there, users app is there, and here we can say my favorites, and we can bring this is going to be favorites, and we can display all the favorites of the users over there. Favorites, And what else we need? I think this is pretty much enough for the time being around. Later, if we need anything else, we can add those informations. So these are the menus that I need to bring. So over here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get a link tag, and this is going to be rendered inside this menus. So if I do have this menus and I need to render that menus dot map function, and I have to get that menu information, then I need to render this link tag, and for this key prop I have to supply that key informations. Like, what is the key? Each menu has its unique ID, which I haven't changed over here, so please change it to 3 4 5. So change it, and we have supplying that, and inside here I'm just going to say menu dot menu. That's the name which we are using, right? So that is going to display all the informations. So so every time whenever you're rendering it, we need to check it. We need to check whether that menu it's having the rights, it's having the privileges to display, if it is an admin or not. If he is an admin, then we need to display the admin menus. Let's check it out. Let's see. React dot fragment, enter here. If menu dot is admin, then we need to render this. So we will get only the admin menu. So how we can bring it here? Okay, so it's displaying now the admin privileges menu. So I'm gonna bring this. I'm gonna do the same stuff one more time. Copy it. Let's copy this. If the menu.admin, it's going to display this. Else, it's going to display the remaining menu options. Save the changes. So now we have the both of them, both of the informations. So what we have to do is to we have to shuffle it up. We need to rearrange the entire stuff. So if not menu admin, if not admin, then we have to display. Now this should now you can see our my profile is top, my favorites it's on the top, dashboard, users, apps, and everything is coming under. So if this menu is not as I have an admin privilege, so it will be on the top of the list. If you did this, if you remove this, let's see what's happening. If I remove this, it's still the same. Okay, so I think we are pretty much let's check it out, because I'm not sure how this part is going to work out over there, because I need to check it out. So I'm just going to add one button over here straight away, and that is going to be the sign out. Let's keep it as a button sign out, and class px4 py2 width full, rounded medium, and bg text primary, and the text color is going to be, and text is going to be primary color. Save the changes. So that's how it looks. So what we can do is px4 py3, it's not enough, py2 itself it's more than enough. All right, so okay, for this menu we need to add some padding, right? So px it's going to be 4, py it's going to be 2. I think this is pretty much enough, and we need the gap between it's going to be 4. So gap is there, and for each and every link we need to add some links. So class name, it's going to be py2 px1, and font semi-bold. On hover, not, we need to say on group hover, text is going to be secondary color, or we can keep it as hero secondary color. Save these changes. So now when you hover it, it should hover that, but this is supposed to be a group, so let's keep it as a group. Save it. Okay, this is not how I expected. So why it is okay, instead of keeping it as a group, then let's keep it as just plain hover itself. Maybe because of that this issue is happening. Yep, that's the issue. Right now that's pretty much enough, I think so. So this is fine, and the sign out button is there. So when I click it, if this button is active, so I'm just going to change the scale to 95, transition all, ease in out, duration 150. Save the changes. Pretty much enough. And we need to adjust the height of the menu. We need to bring it a little bit down. Let's bring it to 16, even less than that, 18, oops, 20. And we need to make this as rounded medium, and it should be always on the top of the list. So z index 50, so it will be always on the top of that. All right. And now what I need to do is I need to check this whether this menu is working fine or not. So we need to implement the sign out feature. So what I'm going to do is change this button type to a button. It's better. Then on click, I'm going to call a method called sign out the user. This is the method I'm going to create, which I haven't created it. So I'm going to keep it inside the helpers function. So export const, because we need to use it somewhere again inside. So export const sign out, open it, and that is going to be a callback function. Get the auth object and use the sign out and open it. Yep. So now what we have to do is so this will remove the user from the Firebase, but we have to remove the user from our React query also. So to do that, I need to send the query client, because the reason why we can't access the query client directly over here, because that will raise an error, right? So to avoid that, what we can do is, and we can say this function as a callback function, and we need to pass the query client. So let's create a query client over here. Let's say const query client equals to user query client. What is that name? User query. Okay, it's not showing up. I don't know why. From where? From React query. Let's bring the user query. Why? Or what is that? Use query client, not user, use query client, my bad. Use query client. Let's bring it inside and let's create an instance for it, and we have to supply that use query client over here, the query client instance over here. So that will be passed over here. Then we can access that query client inside the helpers function over here. So once this successfully did it, that means the sign out option, it's been done. all we have to do is to remove the user. All we have to do is to remove the user from this query client dot set query data. So we have to set the query data. So using that object, we have the set query data option. So we are making this user state as null, right? So save these changes and let's bring it, let's import it over here. So I hope it's been imported. Save the changes. Now if the user object, if the user is not admin, so we are not supposed to load this page. So what we have to do is to over here, right after here, I'm going to write an if condition. If it's loading, if not user dot role is equals to admin. If the user role is not equals to admin, then what we have to do, we have to push the user to the navigate the user to the home screen, right? He's not supposed to come over here. So what I'm going to do is, so we have to do the same stuff what we did in the authentication part. Where is the authentication? Let's open the authentication, open it. This is the same stuff which we did. So copy this and paste it and put it over here. So if it is loading, the user data is loading, so we have to make sure it's still loading. And if it is loading, and if it is not loading, and if not user dot role, if not user dot role is equals to admin, he needs to navigate it to the home screen, right? So save these changes. So its loading is not there because we changed it to user loading, and we haven't imported the use effect. Import it. All right, so now everything is pretty much done. So now if I click this, it's signed out. If I refresh this, he needs to navigate to the home screen, this part. This is just the admin header, right? What is the problem now? I think we need to do that in the admin layout. We need to do it in the admin layout. So let's try to do this on the admin layout. So auth, let's get to the auth and let's log in with the same account. Let's use the different account because he will be now authenticated as the user role. If you notice that he's a member, right? So over here I need to check that. So I'm going to bring this same thing, copy and paste it straight away over here, and let's import the user and let's import the use effect. Save its changes, and we need to get the navigate option also, right? So let's get this navigate, cut it from here, and let's bring it over here too, and let's import it. Save these changes. Now it's been imported and everything is fine. So now if you are trying to get into the admin control, it should say loading, and we are not supposed to be here. So if user is loading, if not user is loading, and if not user dot role dot is equals to admin, he needs to be navigated to the home screen. But why it's not working as it's supposed to be? if let's check this way, if the user is member, then so slash admin, every time whenever we are loading this, it will push the user to the home screen. Yep, my bad. The condition what I returned was wrong. Okay, so if the role is equals to member, and if the user is not already loading, then he needs to navigate to the home screen. So now if I click this admin page, so because the login user is the member, so it's pushing the user back to the home screen, right? So which is working perfectly. So now if I click this sign out option, okay, so the user has been signed out now. Now if I click the sign in option again, if I click this menu, and now if I try to get into the admin, I will have the privilege to be logged in over here. So which is working perfectly as it's supposed to be. That's good. And let's get back to the admin header. So I need to add some animation part for this drop down action, and this drop down action needs to be displayed only if needs to be displayed only if that menu hover, that user menu use state. I'm going to create a state, use state snippet is hovered. Then by default it is going to be false, and I need to add one more package for our client, which is going to be on add framer motion. This particular package is just for the animation purpose, so please add that yon add framer motion. So we successfully added that, and then since we added that, what we have to do is I'm gonna bring the animate presence from the framer motion, and is forward. If it is forward, then only I need to display this part. Save these changes, right? Then only we are displaying that part. So when we are hovering it, so whenever I'm moving my cursor to the top of this image, right? So this is the image content over here. On mouse enter, I'm going to call a callback function, and let's say set is forward as true. And on mouse leave, I'm going to call a callback function. I'm just going to say set is forward as false. Save the changes. Now if I come in and if I push it out, it will come in. But the problem is this needs to be triggered, not from here. It's need to stay. Once I come in, it's need to stay. And if I click come outside of this particular menu only, it's need to go out. So which means I need to add that function over here. So I come in, it's loaded, and I come in here, I can choose the menu. If I go out, the menu needs to move out. So what I'm going to do is I need to add some animation part. So for this division, I'm going to change this as motion dot div. I'm going to make this as a motion dot div. Basically that motion is coming from your framer motion. So motion, save it. And for this we are going to add some animation stuff. So the initial animation is going to be, opacity level is going to be 0.5, and it needs to come from the bottom, like it's coming, it looks like it's peeking up. So y-axis, initial y-axis, it's going to be, which means the top and bottom, it's going to move 50 pixels down. Save the changes and copy and paste it 2 more times, and change this to as an animate state, and change this to an exit state. By animating it, we are changing the opacity level to 1, and the y-axis is going to be 0. So save the changes, and now if you come in, if you go out, this is how it looks. That looks cool, right? So what we can do is, we can, on exiting, we are making the opacity level to completely 0, so you will not see that anymore. Cool, that's looking better now. And we have to make this animation reusable for every single stuff, so that's what we need to do next. All right, so to keep this in a separate file, all we have to do is to create a new folder under our source folder called animation, and here create a new file called index.js. Inside here, what we are going to do is cut this out, and let's say export const drop down menu. So this is the animation for drop down menu, and let's bring it inside. So we don't bring up the multi-cursor editor, multi-cursor by pressing your Alt or Options key and click wherever you need to create a cursor. So delete this and add the colon sign, and delete the extra curly brackets, and delete at the end as well as, and add the comma sign, and save these changes. So this is the object. Now we have to bring that object just by spreading it. So drop down menu. So by this way, we can use the same option again and again whenever we needed it, right? Just like the same way. So it's looking good. So everything is working perfectly as it's supposed to be. So now we finished the admin header menu. So the next thing, we have to bring the remaining options to display over here. So before that, as I said, we need to make this user profile as a reusable component. So from here to here, right? This is the entire stuff. So let's cut it out. I'm going to create a new component under the components folder called user profile container.jsx RAFCE, and let's bring it inside over here. And what are the things that we need to import? So we need to bring the user first. We need to bring this user guy, copy this user. Okay, so that might be an issue. Okay, we'll figure it out. So we have to bring this user input, fine. Then we need to have this state, right? So what is the state that we are sending? So set is forward. So we need to say, we need to pass that state also as a property. So these two things needs to be as a property, is forward and set forward. This needs to be as a property over here. Then what else we need? We need to bring this things, copy this, bring it over here, and we need to bring these things, copy and paste it over here. And we need to bring this too. Okay, so let's see if we have this. I think so. Yes, we have that. We have the user record. So let's import the user record. User has been imported. Menus, sign out menus, and everything it's been imported. Avatar, I think avatar is also being imported. Yes, it's imported now. Is forward and animate presence. Yes, we do have that. Motion, yes, we do have that. And finally, sign out this user. This is also being imported. And the query client, of course, we need to bring the query client, right? So get this query client. And put this thing, const query client over here. Yep. So now, okay, save these changes, and let's bring the user profile container over here. User profile container, and this container needs to have is forward and is forward state. Set is forward. Set is forward function. I think it's better to keep those states also inside that itself, inside over there itself, because this is not necessary to be kept over here. Let's keep it over here itself. This is not necessary to keep it as a property. I thought we are using it over there, so it's not necessary. Since we are completely moving those options, it's not necessary. So this is not needed. This is not needed. Let's clean up the part. And this is not necessary, not necessary, not necessary. Delete, 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 delete. Yep, I think it's pretty much done now. Okay, so while we are what are the issues it's showing? Help us. It's showing issues from the helpers. So dot slash double dot slash utils slash help us. Save the changes. And for the animations also, it's showing the same thing. I think we need to one double dot slash from there. And now for the link tag, we are getting that issue because we haven't imported the link. So now it's been imported. So now if you hover it, it will work perfectly. Cool. So now we made this complete user profile container as an reusable container. So we can use it whenever we needed it, right? So save changes, and we don't need this use effect and use state hover. So remove the unused import statements and everything, right? Everything is better now. Everything looks way much better now. Good. Fine, that's looking much better. So since we have the user profile container as a reusable container, this is working good. So let's check it out. If I click sign out, it's been signed out, but why it's not being pushed up? So I'm not sure why it's not checking up. If the user state is being changed every time, this needs to re-render, but why it's not re-rendering, I'm not sure. See, if I refresh this, and even if that is not an user data, even if you don't have user data also, it's need to get back to the home screen. So this is the admin layout, right? This is the place. This part is quite confusing still because see, we don't have any user data in it, right? So if I go here, if I say admin, this is still loading. It's going to the user data. It's going to user screen over here. This is not supposed to do like that. We need to figure out why this is happening. Okay, so let's figure out that next part. All right, then to fix that issue, once the user been signed out, we are not allowed to bring the user into the admin URL, right? If I click this, even if I'm clicking it, it needs to push the user back, right? So I just made few changes in the code. So what is that? Nothing. I just change this condition directly, right? So if not user loading, which means the user is still, if it is still loading, that means the query doesn't have the user detail yet. So it's need to wait. If the user state is not loading, and if the user role is member, or if you don't even have the user details, we need to replace the user to the home route, right? If you have the user details and if this user is still a member, we need to push the user to the home route. Or else if the user state is still loading, we need to wait until it's fetched. So if the user state is not loading, so which means this condition will get load, this condition will get true. So this any one of this condition of this, if it is true, then this part will be triggered, or else the user will be navigated to the admin path. So I just added a brackets to differentiate those two different conditions. All right. So previously we returned this condition as like we try to check 3 different conditions. So at any point, any one condition will become failed. So it's not pushing the user to the home screen. Right now, if I authenticated myself, if I click it and if I authenticated myself over here, now we've been navigated to the home screen because of the successful navigation. Now if I click admin, so I will be navigated to the admin screen because I have the privileges, because I'm not a member, because my role is admin. Now once I click sign out, look at here, if I click sign out, come on, sign out, I will be pushed immediately to the home screen. And if I click admin, it will not take me to the admin page, right? Which means we successfully implemented that specific option over there. So now if I click this, I will be navigated to the admin page. Admin, right? I will be navigated to the admin page. So we fixed that issue. The problem is just rise over here at this point. That's the only one issue we have. I fixed it over here, right? So now the next part is going to be bring the remaining containers of the admin controls, and that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now what we have to do is let's jump into the admin home page. So we have to open the admin home. Let's open the home control. So basically this admin needs to take width, complete width, and height. Of course it's going to auto, flex column, item center, and justify it in the starting position. And px it's going to be 4, py it's going to be 4. And let me enable the word wrap so you can see the complete screen. Save these changes. So over there, so first what I need to do, I need to bring the navigation container. So navigation container. All right, so this is the this is the home container. This is the home, right? So basically this is home. So what we have to do is so this is the admin header, and this is the place where we are having the outlet and everything. So which means this is the home or the apps or users, whatever the pages it's been rendering. So this is the place where we need to bring that navigational container. The user, how he wish to navigation, everything that needs to be over here. All right, save these changes. Cool. So let's revert this back to just a div with home or something like that. Cool. Now here, inside here, what I'm going to do is, so first I'm going to bring a navigational, a link. This takes the users to where? To home. So I have to bring this from the React router DOM. All right, so save these changes, and here I need to bring for home or house. Save the changes. So now we have that house chimney. All right, that's looking good. So here this is class name, so text excel. Save it. I think it needs to be a little bit bigger to excel. Okay, on hover, text is going to be the hero color. All right, so now if the user clicks this, he will be navigated to the home screen. And right after here, what I need to do, this is not supposed to be flex column. Let's keep it as a flex itself. So it will come over here, item center, and let's keep it in the center position, center. Now it will be in the center, and the gap between each and every object, it's going to be 20 pixels, which means 5. Save the changes. And right after this link, I'm gonna bring a nav link from the React router DOM, and this is going to take the user to /admin/apps, and let's say it's an apps. All right, so if I click, that should take the user to the apps. So right now we are not inside, we don't have anything for that specific route, so it's not displaying. If I click this, let's take the user to there, and I need to bring the user to the home also. So this is going to be the dashboard, and that is going to take the user to /admin, which means admin. If I click the admin, we will be navigated there, and you can see home, dashboard, apps. If you click this home, you will be navigated to the main screen. If you click this dashboard, you will be navigated to the admin dashboard. If you click the apps, you will navigate to the app screen. And if you click this one more time as a users, you will be navigated to the users panel. All right, so now we have the 3 different things. Users, save the changes, and gap. Okay, so now for this class name, it's going to be a callback function, and inside it's going to have an object, and this callback function is going to so this is going to have an object called isActive. That means if that route is active, so we have to display something. So isActive. Okay. Okay, we can have a normal styles. So normally, what is the size it's going? What is the style it's going to be? Text LG. I think that's better. And text font semi-bold. Font semi-bold. Save the changes. All right, that's looking better. And if it is $sign, if it is active, then text color is going to be 0. If it is active, then text is going to be 0 primary. And you can see right now the home screen is active, so that's the reason it's showing as it's displaying it in a different color. And the gap between each and object is it's not a little bit enough, so I'm just going to keep it 12. So that's making good looking over there, right? So now we fix the navigation container. So just like the same way for the dashboards and apps and users, we have to bring a different containers inside. So let's get into the admin and admin pages. Where is the pages over here? Here admin pages. We have admin home. So let's bring a new file called admin apps.jsx or AFCE, and let's create a new file admin users.jsx or AFCE. Save the changes, and let's export these things from the index.file, and just like the same way, copy and paste it. This is going to be admin apps, and this is going to be admin users. Copy this, paste it here, copy this, paste it here, save the changes. And now what I have to do is we have to get back to the app.jsx. Just like the same way, I'm going to copy this and paste it. Instead of this, I'm going to say path. If the path is equals to apps, then it's need to take the users to admin apps. If the path is equals to users, then it should take the users to admin users. Save the changes. Now if I click the apps, admin apps will get loaded, and if I click user, admin users will get loaded, right? So if I click this dashboard, so still it's loading the same color. Maybe that's the problem, is because it's supposed to take the user to home. Apps, users, dashboard. Okay, so let's get reverted over here. That means the problem is over here. So the first index, it's always going to be we made it as a first index, always going to be as a home index, right? So instead of that, what we can do, we can change this to path2/home, right? So now we can see it's saying as this, and we'll change this over here as /home2. So now if I click the apps, it will work perfectly. So if I click here and if I come back to the admin/home, and now I will navigate it to the admin/home. You can see that's the link which we have. But the problem over here is if you're not mentioning it as an home, if you're keeping it as a first index, that means the first index will be the home page, then you might not get the active classes over there, right? It will show that active class every single time, because after that route only we are navigating to the apps or users or whatever it is. All right, so this is pretty much good enough. So now what we have to do is we have to get back to the home screen, and in the home screen, the place where we are going to display the complete information about that the apps, whatever which we created. So far we haven't created any apps, so we have to display the apps. If there is no apps, then we have to say no data, or else and at the top right corner we need to add an option to add new also, so the user can able to add a new admin user can able to add a new app, so he can save these details, everything into the cloud. So that's what we need to do next. All right, then. So now if I click this apps, that will take us to the admin apps. So let's open the admin apps. All right, so this is the place where we are going to have two different columns. One, the first column is the place where the admin can create a new app. And the right side where the admin can see the apps, what are the apps he being created, right? So what we are going to do is, so I'm just going to say class name. It's going to be, I need to make sure it's accessing the complete width. So width full. So once I add the width full, the text will lean out in the left side. So then I need to change this to grid, and the grid column, it's going to be, initially it's 1. But from the launch device onwards, the grid columns, it's going to be two different columns, right? So inside here, this is the left section and this is the right section. So the left section, the place where we are going to create a new admin app. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new container over here and create a new folder called admin containers. So this container is going to hold the what is it, like new app.jsx or a fce, say the changes. And now I need to export this new app container from the containers file. Where is the container folder? Yes, here it is, index.js, and here admin containers, export default as new app from /admin/new app. Save the changes, and now let's bring it in the new app. So new app, which is coming from the container. Yes, it is. Save the changes. Now we have the new app, and in the right side, now we need to bring the list of apps.jsx or a fce. Save the changes, and we have to export the same stuff. Where it is, the containers folders, here it is, index, Control C and Control V, and this is going to be list of apps. Copy, save it. All right, so here we have to bring that list of apps. Save the changes. All right, so now we have the two different columns. So basically what it's going to be, if it is a mobile screen, so it will come back to the normal screen. If it is a large screen, it's going to be in the two different columns over here. So now let's get to here, and this is going to have the complete width which is available, width and flex column, item center, and justify it in the sorting location. So it should be on the top of there. Then over here, I need to add some paddings. So px it's going to be 2 and py it's going to be 3. Save changes. All right, so now inside this, instead of this new app, so I need to figure out what are the fields that we need to bring it inside. What are the field, the data field? All right, so let's see. Over, I don't need this anymore, so let me close this. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to say Play Store or something, Play Store. So let's open up any popular applications from here, like let's talk about the COC. Let's take the COC. Okay, so what are the fields that we do have? We have the title, we have the company information, who's the company owner, and the icon, and we have the ratings and total number of reviews, and we have the credits, how many downloads so far, and then some other informations, right? So let's keep these informations, and at last what we have, the app is now so this information is for, this is common. So, and we do have the different banners informations, right? We do have different banners informations, and we do have this, the rest of the informations over here, right? Let's keep it as this is as a short description, right? Let's keep this as a short description, and of course the reviews also, right? So for the time being, so we can add the reviews later. So all we have to right now worry about these intersections, the part which we need to add. The reviews and everything will be added automatically by the user, so we don't have to worry about it, right? So for the as an admin, so we have to add these banners, and we need to add this title and the descriptions and everything. So we have to add this short description title, short descriptions informations, and the data safety informations and everything, right? So let's go ahead and do that now. And what we can do is Yep, so let's go ahead and add one after another all the text fields. So we can simply copy this image URL, image address, and we can directly use it. But if you wish to add the upload options and everything, you need to implement the add options and everything, upload the image directly to the cloud in your storage and bring the download URL and use it. But in this case, to keep it as simple as that, so we are going to directly use those image URL because we never get the images outside. Right, it's better to copy the image address and use it for our own purpose. And still, it's an educational purpose. It's completely free for you, right? We are not going to use it for any other commercial purposes, right? So what I'm going to do is, and I need to bring all the fields. So basically, since everything is going to be just a text field, what I need to do is I need to create a reusable component. So what I'm going to do is over here, components, under the components folder, under the admin folder, we can create a new file called input container.jsx RAFC. Save the changes and export this input container from here. Input container, close this, and let's bring this input container straight away inside your not home, not admin header. We don't need this. User profile don't need it, animation don't need it, need not necessary. Remove all the unnecessary tabs so we can keep it clean and work much faster. Close this input container, new apps. Yes, here we go. So I need to bring the input container. All right, so basically this input container, it's going to have what we need to have. We need to we need to bring the label box, and we need to bring the let's see, let's create a label and let's create a placeholder. I think even this label is not necessary. I think so. Label is not necessary since we have the placeholder. That's fine. And on change text, we're just going to call a callback function, and we are going to get that data and we are going to save it in our state. So let's say use state snippets, and let's change this as an input container as the title. So set title, initially it's going to be empty. So here all I'm going to do, it's going to get the data from here, and I'm going to say set title as the data, and the placeholder, I'm just going to app title here. So this is the thing, right? So now I need to create this placeholder and as well as this on change text in the over here. So here, let's bring it over here and have it right after here. So here I'm just going to create a use state value, set value. It's an empty string. So here all we are going to have an input field alone. Input field text is going to be, placeholder is going to be the placeholder, and value it's going to be the value field, and on change we're going to call a function called handle change, which we haven't created. So const handle change is equals to, we'll get that event, and let's say set value is equals to e.target.value, right? Then we have to change the send that same text to the e.target.valid. Save the changes. Now we have our input field, and whatever I'm typing, it will be typed over there. And I need to make sure whether I'm getting the data or not. So console.log title. So let's get to the inspect elements, open the console, clear it, and if whatever I'm typing, and you can see every time whenever I type, I'm getting the data straight away to our state, which means the whatever we are expecting, it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be, right? So inside this new apps, the input container has been loaded and we are getting the value on the state. Now all I have to do is to customize this feed. So for this class name, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say width always you're supposed to be full. So it will take the complete width. So this new app, and the px is not that much, so let's increase the padding. So p4, and here, and height of this field hatch is going to be 12. I think that is pretty much higher. 10, yes, that's more than enough, I think so. Rounded empty, and outline none. Border, it's going to be border, and border it's going to be secondary, or it's going to be text gray, text. All right, so then we need to bring the background color for this. So bg, of course, bg, it's going to be the third color, third. Okay, so third, it's not necessary, I think so. So let's bring the secondary then. All right, secondary, that looks good. And border, I'm gonna bring the third as a border color. All right, that looks much good. Shadow medium, perfect. And we are going to increase the height a little bit, like 12. I think this is pretty much good. And we need to add the padding px, it's going to be 4. Perfect. And text size, it's going to be LG, font semi-bold. Say the changes, that's pretty much good over here, right? We can delete this title, app title here, and the fonts is going to be font sans, so the user can understand that the whatever the text he's typing much better. Cool. So what next over here? So for this, it's the gap. We need to increase the gap for each and every property. Gap is going to be 2 for the time being. Just like the same way, use state snippet. What's the thing? Second one, company name, company, empty string. And what else we have? The icon, use state snippet, app icon, empty string, use state snippets, reviews, empty string, and use state snippet, and total reviews, empty string, use state snippet, downloads, empty string, use state snippet. What else next? Banner, which means this background banner image, whether it is a video or an audio, whatever it is, we need to load it over there. Then we need to bring the rest of the banners images. So use state snippets, banners, and that is initially it's going to be an array, and I'll show you how to add those things later. And this is, instead of this as a banner, let's change this to cover over here. Cover, that looks better. and use state snippet short description. All right, short description is going to be an empty string, right? Okay, so these are the things, and the reviews and everything later we can add those part over there later. Okay, so next what we need to do is we have to map all these fields with our like say we need to map all these fields over here, just like the same way what we did for the input container. Copy it. What's the second one? So we need to bring the set company name here. Then what else? App icon, set app icon image URL here. Then what else? This is reviews, right? App review here, and let's say set app review, set reviews. That means that that means what? That's the total review or what? So here, yeah, that's the app review and the how many total reviews. Okay, so the total reviews. Initially we are just adding these over here, but these total reviews and everything needs to be calculated manually because it's a really big project. So for the time being, we're just keeping as a field which we are directly trying to enroll it inside, right? Set total reviews and downloads, just like the same way for downloads. Total downloads here, set downloads, right? And we need to add the banners. We added the downloads, so then we need to bring the cover. So let's bring the cover. So cover image URL here, cover image URL here, and we need to bring the banners, right? So basically for banners we need to do something like in a different way. So at last, this is the, what is this for? Totals, cover image, app review, app image. So at last this is for the description, short or description here, description here. Save the changes and let's see how exactly it looks like. All right, so it's pretty much looks different. Okay, that's good. So so we have to make the descriptions a little bit bigger, right? So what we can do is, all I'm going to do is to just copy this, and I'm going to, not that, I'm going to copy this. That is going to be a text area field. So instead of keeping it like this, I'm going to create a text area, and columns it's going to be 0. Class name it's going to this, self-closing tag, remove it. Value it's going to be the short description, and on change we are going to get that in event, and let's say set short description as e.target.value. Then placeholder it's going to be description here. Say the changes, so that is going to be, yep. So what we can do, we don't need this height, remove the height, that's the problem. Okay, that's too long, so we don't need that 10 rows. We can keep it as, okay, let's keep it 10 rows itself, that's better. Description, app title, totals and everything. All right, so now all we have to do is to implement this description, that the banner field. So basically what we have to do is, so we have to For the banner, it's an array of fields, right? So whenever I click a plus sign, I need to bring an input field. And if I click that, if I wish to delete that, if I click it, I need to remove the same input field, right? So what we are basically trying to do here is, so all I have to say when it comes to banner, right after here, I'm going to say div class width, of course it's going to be full, flex column, item center, justify it in the starting position, right? So here okay, so banners for this, we need to render the, based on the banners list, we need to render the different input fields over here. So what I'm telling you right now is, it's because, so let's use this ChatGPT. So on click, we need to create, a new input field and store that data on the same array state and include the remove feature 2 in React. So if you hit the enter, so it gives you the same, what I'm trying to explain you right now. It will try and dynamically helps you to add and remove an input fields in React. So if you notice here, this is the input field that we are wish to add based on how many number of fields that we do have over here. Whenever I click add button, that is going to create a new input field, right? And that is going to add this field. It's going to create me a new input field, and that is going to help us to render the items every single time, right? So over here, that's exactly what we are trying to do. So this is the thing. So we are trying to create an input list. Basically it's having some ID and a value in it, which exactly what we needed. But what we have to do is, initially we having the banners as an empty array, so that's good. So here, just like the same way, we need to do that. So what I'm going to do is, over here, banners dot map I'm going to use, and I'm going to get that input, render the function, and here I'm going to bring that particular what we have to do is, yeah, so we have to let's bring the same input here. Let's copy this input from there to here. So placeholder, we can simply say banner image URL. Value, it's going to be input dot URI or something, input dot URI. And on handle change, I'm going to call the same method, which I'm going to create it over here, const banner handle change. And this is the function which is going to take two different sets of input, which is basically which is going to have two different sets of parameters. One, that input dot id itself, and two, e dot target dot value, which is basically, we'll get it from here, e dot target dot value. So we are passing that input ID and we are passing that value, and we are setting that exact same thing as a URI. So we are going to have one more value in it, and we are going to keep it inside that, right? So that will be passed to this method, handle input change. We'll get the ID and the value inside here, ID and the value inside here. And for the time being, I'm just going to say console.log value. Every time whenever we do that, we are just going to, currently we don't have anything inside the this banner list. So for instance, like if you say ID, I'm going to keep it as 1, then URI, I'm going to keep it as an empty string. So now you might see here we have a banner image URL over here, right? So we have one more important thing. So what I'm going to do is, so this is going to be px padding 2, keep it the same way, and I'm going to add some border gray 400, something like this, and border dashed rounded MD. Say this changes, something look like that. And let's keep this as border as 600. Okay, and gap between each and every product is going to be gap as 2. So if I copy this thing and if I keep it over here, id colon 2 and URI, it's going to be empty string. Now you might notice that we have two different input fields. So this is what we are trying to do over here. Every time whenever I'm trying to insert a new object into that array, it's going to render it over here. So this fields, it's need to be rendered only if the banners dot length is greater than 0, then only we need to render this part. Otherwise we are not supposed to render that. Like it's not like supposed to. Okay, so we need to add the plus sign, right? My bad. So this particular part, it's going to be rendered. Refresh it. We are refreshing the changes and we are not getting anything. Why? Okay, I didn't save it. Save the changes. Now you will get this. So here I need to bring the plus sign. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring far plus. We need to bring that plus sign, and basically that is going to be a div class name width full, and inside here I'm gonna bring flex item center, justified center, cursor pointer. Yep, now here we go. So we have that. So on click we're going to add one more field. What is the field that we are trying to add? We need to add input, handle add input. Let's copy this and let's create that function over here, const add input. So what we are going to do is basically we are going to create a new input, const new input is equals to id. So what we have to do is to id colon banners dot length plus 1. That will be the id. Initially the length will be 0, so length plus 1 means that the first id will be 1, second will be 2, 3, 4, it will see, it still goes on, and the inside that URI field it's going to be an empty string. This is the new input field. So what I have to do is to set banners is equal to, so I have to like what to say, I have to get all the previous array values. So let's say previous state equals to, we have to get all the previous state, then we need to supply our new input inside, right? So this is going to help us to do that. Now what I have to do is whenever I click this, if you see here, if I click this, a new field will be inserted. If you click this, a new field will be inserted. If you click it, a new field. And I need to implement the same way. I need to add one more thing that I can able to delete that options also. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this inside a div, and here I'm just going to say far minus, and that is also going to be inside another div. All right, so now we have that, and I'm going to make this class name as width full, flex item center, justify center, and gap between is going to be 2. And for this class name, it's going to be width, of course it's going to be 4, height, of course, it's going to be 4, and rounded medium, flex, item center, justify center, bg red 400, and for this class name, text primary. Okay, so 4 is a little bit small. Let's give it as 12 then. I think that's too much, so let's keep it 10. All right, so that's pretty much enough. So now whenever I click this, I need to call this particular method handle remove input. So whenever if you're calling to remove it, we need to send the ID along with that. Call a callback function. I'm going to send the input.id from it. Okay, so now I have to create const. We have to get the ID. Then now inside here, we have the ID. So using that ID, I'm going to apply the filter. So const, let's say const updated banners equals to banners dot filter, open it. I'm going to get the every single item from it, and I'm trying to match its ID. Item.id should not equals to this specific ID. That will be kept it in the new array will be over here, and we have to supply that to our banners as the updated banners, something like this. So there is no changes. Now if I click remove it, that will be keep on removing it, right? So if I click adding it, it will add the new banner image URL over here, and yeah, it's keep on increasing it. So for this, I need to say cursor pointer, and the last, instead of having the cover image URL over there, that is need to be straight away right after here. Yep, it's going to be 4. All right, so that is pretty much good. Now one and only thing that we have to keep it in mind. So if I inspect the elements, so console, okay, so what we have to get the unique key prop. So this doesn't have the key value, so key equals to input.id. all right, input.id. so that will resolve that issue. And now every time if I'm typing something, you can see we are getting the value, but here the value field is not getting updated. So we need to figure it out why exactly it is happening, right? It's the reason is because we are not updating that value to this particular field. That's the reason we are not getting anything over here, but still we are getting the value over there. So what we have to do is whenever the input is being changed over here, so all I have to do is to const updated equals to, I just need to say banners dot map. Okay, map, we need to get that item outside. Okay, so here if the item dot id is equals to the id what we are passing to this function, then I need to update its value. So I need to get the exact item, and I'm going to update the URI object URI with the updated value what I have. If not, I'm just going to return that item alone, and then set banners, it's going to be updated, save the changes. So try to understand here, I'm trying to figure it out what field that we are updating. So based on the ID, we need to figure it out what exact field I'm changing. So I will supply the ID. If that item ID and the ID which I pass to this function, if both are equal, then we need to update the URI value, which is the new value which we are receiving in the parameter called value, right? If that is not, if that ID is not match each other, I just need to return the item alone. So just like the same way. So now if you see here, if I type something, it will be saved, and if I add one more thing, that is also will be saved, and if I remove it, that will be saved, that will be ignored, that will be removed. So if you wish to do that, let me show you. So here I'm just going to say console.log banners. Every time whenever I add a new input, I'm just going to print the banners, right? See here, if I click, currently the banner is empty. So now if I type save, if I click again, you can see we have one object ID URI is going to save. And if I click one more thing, and if I click add one more time, now we have two different objects AG, so on. We have these two different data in our hand, right? Which is working exactly as we thought, right? So now all I have to do is what I need to do. All I have to do is to copy this image URL and I supply it to that respective places. Everything will be printed properly as we expected. Then all we have to do is push this data to our server and save it to your collection. That's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now what we have to do is we have to bring two more buttons over here. So let's go ahead and design that button now. So this is the place where we are finishing that. So here what I'm going to do, I'm going to create one more division and I'm going to say class name. Width, of course, it's going to be full. Flex, item center, and keep it at the end. So justify at the end. And inside here we are going to bring two more buttons, and the type of the button is going to be the button itself. And this is going to add, and this is going to clear. Save the changes. Now we have two different buttons over here, and the gap between it's going to be 20 or something. Cool. And let's add some styles for these both buttons. Class name, and let's say what we can do, let's say border gray, or let's say border text. I think this is pretty much dark, so let's use the third color. Okay, still we can't see the border, so it's better to use some gray color or something. Gray 600. Okay, that's pretty much enough. So px is equal to 8, py it's going to be 2, and rounded medium. Okay, that's pretty much good. So now what I'm going to do is on hover border none, we don't need the border, and on hover bg it's going to be the gradient to bottom right. On hover from primary, on hover to secondary. So let me enable the word wrap. All right, so you can see it clearly. Then on hover text is going to be the same color. Let's see how it looks. Cursor pointer. All right, this is how it looks, right? So we have to change this on hover text black. Transition all, ease in out, duration 150. On active, let's make the scale level to 95. Bingo. Cool. So this looks perfectly fine now. Now what we have to do is to add the functions for these respective buttons. So for this, on click, I'm going to say save the document. Let's keep it as doc. And here on click, I'm just going to say clear all fields. All right, copy this. And let's go here and let's create those functions. On click, sorry, not on click, const save the doc, open it, and let's copy this function. And over here, const clear all fields. All right. So this function is going to be an asynchronous function. Let's keep it as async function. So now what we have to do is we have to bring the respective fields. So let's open any Play Store, and I'm gonna copy any one of the game from here. For instance, let's say Clash of Clans. So copy this title, copy, paste here, and cover image. We need the cover image, right? So I'm gonna use the same cover image. So copy image address and paste it here. And we need the banner. So let's copy this image address, paste it, add one more, copy image address, paste it, add again, copy image address, paste it, add again, copy image address, paste it. I think 5 is pretty much enough, so that's up to you, and paste it here. So now I have all these things. So company name, and that is going to be the Supercell. Copy and paste it. App icon URL, so copy this image address, paste it. Then what else? App reviews, how many reviews it's having? 4.5, that's the rating, and total reviews 6.08 crores or something. Total downloads, it's going to be 50 crores plus. All right, descriptions, all we have to do is apply the descriptions. So let me copy and give this for the time being over here. This is it. All right, so now we have the data. So all we have to say over here, I'm going to create a doc const underscore doc, it's equals to open it. So we need to generate an ID. So const ID equals to let's say it's going to be a string. So use the date string literals. Let's say date dot now. So this will generate the unique ID. So here underscore ID is going to be ID. Then what else we need? We need to have, let's keep the title as it is, then company as it is, then app icon, then reviews, then total reviews, then downloads, then cover image, then banners, then short descriptions. So these are the fields that we need to create. So if you wish to keep it in the same name as your object name, so you don't have to write it like this 2 times, just type it only 1 time. This is it's more than enough. So just like the way, so instead of short description, if you want to keep it as a description, then create as a description, like map like this description, something like this. So in this case, I'm just going to keep it as it is, like short description. So we have created this doc. Then all I'm going to do is console.log underscore that doc. Let's see whether we are receiving all those data or not. Right click, inspect elements, console, clear it, and if you click add, we will get that complete details over here. We have the banners array, app icon, company name, cover image. Okay, so I think I missed a field for cover. See, we don't get the cover image. I missed the field for cover. That's the reason it's not showing that cover image over here. To do that, let's go ahead and check whether we added the cover image or not. So company, app icons. Yep, we failed to add the cover. So what we have to do is this, the place where we are giving the app icon here, right? Yeah, just like the same way from here. Let's copy that and paste it. And let's say app cover image and set cover. Yep, I think we added the cover image, I think so. Yeah, here it is, but why we are not getting the cover image? We added the cover, but why here we are getting it as an empty? Maybe, yeah, see, this is the problem. The state value, we mismatched the state value. So this is supposed to be set cover. That's the reason it's not working. Okay, cool. So, all right, so give it. So let's copy and paste this again, and now let's clear it. And now if you click it, you should get the cover. Still the cover is not working. Cover, why it is not working? Set title, set cover. Okay, so I deleted it. Now if I click add, and let's see. Okay, so now if I type something in numbers, and if I click add, yes, now I'm getting the numbers. Delete it and paste it one more time. If I click add, and now I'm getting the cover. Okay, so now all the objects having its own value. All we have to do is to push this data into our Firebase cloud. So before pushing this data into the cloud, we have to create an functions to handle those functions in our server side. So that's what we are going to do next. All right, then, so let's go ahead and create the functions to save our details into the cloud. So open up here, and what I need to do, let me open this index.js. So this is the place where we are validating the token, and we are exporting these functions and everything. So just like the same way, we have to create a function to save the app data on the cloud. All right, so let's open the ChatGPT and ask the ChatGPT to provide us. Let's, instead of getting the exact same details, so let's search for like ask the ChatGPT to create us some sample, like let's say create a CRUD operation. Basically, CRUD operation means like the create, read, update, and delete. Create the CRUD operation on a block using the Firebase Cloud Functions, and maintain all the functions separately. Not maintain, and export all the functions separately. So hit the enter, and that will gives you some basic ideology how to initialize the functions and everything, and how to export it and all those things. And here we go. So this is the place where we are getting the create block, and this is the place where we are getting the read block and update block and delete block, and finally how they are being exported, right? So if you wish to keep them in a separate file, this is the best way that you have to do it. So you need to create a config.js file and export the admin and the db from that config, and you need to create a separate files to export them separately, and then from the index.js you have to map those functions separately, right? This is for a very big project. In this case, we are not going to have that much the functions. Functions are very limited. So in that case, I'm just going to keep the functions in a single file itself. If you wish to do that, feel free to customize your coding as you wish. To keep it simple and not making much more complexities, let's keep it as simple as possible. All right, so over here, this is the function that how they are exporting the data to the cloud functions, right? So over here, the course is missing. So let's ask the ChatGPT to enable the course for each of these functions. So that will add the course cross-origin resource sharing options. It's enabled in the each and everything. See, just like the same way what we are doing over here, right? So let's have a look on the create block. So let's go ahead and create this. So exports dot create new app or something equals to functions dot https dot on request open it async open it request comma response. Let's pass the and create and callback function. Enter. And now let's enable the course. Let's pass the request comma response. Then we need to create an async function and call a callback function. All right, so let's enable the try and catch. So we need to handle it properly. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy the try and catch from here, and I will remove the complete statement which is inside this try block, and let's keep the catch block. And then instead of this status, I'm just going to send the error message as an object. Whatever the error I'm getting, I'm just getting the error message as an object or outside of this function. All right, so here first I need to get the data, complete data from the body. So what I'm going to do is, so const data equals to request dot body. Let's get that data, semicolon. And now all I have to do is to, so we will get the complete data object over here. Okay, so now what we have to do is, so here let's create the document reference. So const doc reference equals to await. We use the DB or database options and dot collections, and let's give the collection names as apps, and we are going to add the detail add. Since we are getting the complete informations from the we are generating the IDs and everything from our what to say, we are getting the options and ID details and everything from there. So we are not supposed to auto generate the IDs. The reason why I'm saying we are not supposed to auto generate the ID, it's because we already created the ID over here. So by the time when I have to create a collections, I need to send the ID. I need to pass the ID as the query as a parameter over here, right? So I need to pass the ID as a query parameter. So what we have to do is, let's ask the ChatGPT to collect for creating a block. Like it's need to have an ID. Instead of using the add method, it's need to use the set method, right? So there are two different methods to create an document in the collection. Instead of that, we have to use the set method. So let's ask the ChatGPT. I think I already have that over here. So let me open that one. So this is the, yep, here. Not this one. I think where it is. Come on. I already asked the ChatGPT to provide me that. Create a blog over here. Yeah, this is the one. See, this is the one. So this is how, instead of using the add method, so we are using the doc method, which creates create a document based on the ID what we are supplying. Then we are setting the data to that particular ID inside our Firebase collections, right? So this is the way that we have to approach. All right, so now instead of sending this add method, I'm going to create a doc reference by using doc. Then from the request.body dot underscore ID. So that's the property that we do have over here, underscore ID. So I'm going to get that underscore ID, and I'm going to create it. I'm going to supply that ID as the doc reference ID. Then what I need to do is I need to set that detail. So all I have to do is to So at this point over here, this is not necessary. Await keyword is not necessary over there. So let's use the await keyword over here. Await doc reference dot set method. Set, we need to use the set method. So this set method will help you to set the data which we having in our hand. Data, supply the data into it. So once it's saved, once it's successfully saved and everything, so we have to retrieve the data from the retrieve. This is not necessary, but if you wish to retrieve the data from that, retrieve the data from the cloud. So const app detail equals to doc reference. We use the same doc reference to get that detail which is successfully saved. So then all we have to do is response.json, or before that, let's say response.status 200.json. Let's send that details outside, like let's say id underscore it colon, let's apply that doc reference dot id, then let's apply the data which is your app detail dot data, app detail dot, come on, data, right? This is the one, data. It's going to be app detail dot data. This is the thing. So save these changes. Now all we have to do is to send this data to your server, which the function which we have created. So if you check it out over here, you can see this is the function which we have created. So now we have to pass this to that particular function. So what we have to do is to, under the API, this is the place where we are authenticating the users and everything, right? So we have the base URL over here. So here I'm just going to create one more function, and what we can do is, so instead of doing the console.log over here, I'm going to call one more function, save data, save app data to cloud, and I'm going to pass the underscore doc which we have. So we have to pass the underscore doc, and that is going to be created over here. So export const over here, let's keep it as async method, and we have to receive that data. All right, so here what we have to do is, so somewhere I have written the fetch method. All right, this is the one. See how we have created the how to write the fetch function, or you can simply search like this. Let's say it's over here, write a fetch function with post method to push the data into the server. So this will gives you the fetch method. This is the one. So how to create the fetch method and how to set the headers and posts and everything, how you will receive the data and everything. All right, these are the things. So this I already returned it over here. We have it over here, add user designs. This is the not one, delete design, where it is, delete a blog, create a blog. Here we go. This is the one. So I'm going to create try and catch over here. So if there is any error, we're going to catch that error, and we have to handle that error over here. Okay, so here I'm just going to return toast dot error, open it, whatever the error message that we got, we have to display that error. So I'm just going to say error and dollar error dot message. This is the message, or you can simply give the error itself, that object itself, and it's enough. So here we are going to call the try method. Inside this try method, I'm just going to say const response equals to await fetch, and so we are going to say fetch here. We have to supply our base URL, so dollar base URL. So we have our base URL, which is this over here, the object which we created. Then slash, we have to supply our function informations, the function name. So the function name is where it is, this is the one, create new app. This is the function which we have created. Supply that function name. Then along with that function name, now we have the all the details and everything. So this is the function name. Then I have to supply the objects. So what is the method that we have to supply? Method is going to be the post method. Then headers is going to be the, let's apply this, copy the same headers over here. Then body it's going to be qualified JSON dot stringify, and I'm going to supply the detail which I have received over here, data. Right, this is the data I have to supply. Then everything is fine over here. So all I have to do is to, if not this response, if not that response dot okay, then we have to say toast dot error, open it. I'm just saying to failed to create an app. All right, this is the message. If not, what I'm going to do, const response data equals to await response dot JSON. We have to fetch that JSON data which we are receiving from the server. We have to fetch that JSON data, and we have to return that response data. All right, so we are getting the JSON data and we are returning that response data. All right, so here, save it, everything is done. Now I have to use it over here. So let's import it, data. So this is going to return a promise dot then. So we are going to get that data, and I'm going to say toast dot success, and all we have to say is data saved to the cloud, data saved in the cloud. All right, then let's do the console.log what data we have. Data, save the changes. Let's go up here. There is no mistake so far, and if I click add, okay, so we are getting an error, failed to create an app but data saved to the cloud. So app detail dot data is not a function, so we are getting an over here, this is not okay. So we made a mistake, I think, over here. This is the one, app detail. This is the place where we are getting an error. App detail dot data, it's not a function. Why is that so? Why we are getting the error over there? App detail dot data, here it's not showing any issues. Colon app detail. Okay, so we have to wait, we have to make sure that function needs to wait So wrap this like this, await, save the changes, and now let's give a try and let's see what is happening. So let's try it out now. Let's trigger it one more time. Let's see what we are getting. Add. All right, so now we have the message as see data, and we are getting the data and the ID. The reason why previously it was not working because I failed to use this await keyword, because this function needs to wait until it's successfully fetching that particular ID from the cloud. So let's open up our Firebase. I hope the same data it's added 2 times. I might think because initially we are getting the error only at the point when we are trying to fetch the data, but which means the set function is worked successfully. So I hope the same data it's pushed 2 times in the Firestore database. Let's go here and let's check it out. Apps, see, as I told you, we have the same data 2 different times. The reason why is because previously when we are getting an error, because we are getting the error only at the point when we are trying to refetch the data from the cloud, which means this function is worked successfully. So we are getting the data which is working perfectly, and we have the same data in the cloud, which is good, but the ID is different. You can see, which means this function it's working perfectly fine. So now all we have to do is to clear this data. So let's get back to this new app, and inside here what I'm going to do, so I don't need to display this record anymore, remove it, console log, and over here all I have to do is to just like the same way I need to remove everything. So let's say title, set title, it's going to be an empty string, and set company it's going to be empty string, and set app icon it's going to be an empty string, and set cover it's going to be an empty string, and set reviews it's going to be an empty string, and set total reviews it's going to be an empty string, and at the last set downloads that is also going to be an empty string, and set short description that is also going to be an empty string, and set banners it's going to be an empty array. Right, these are the things. So once everything is done, we are going to call this clear all fields method over here, say the changes, and then now if I click this, everything will be cleared. Okay, why it is not clearing? What's the mistake? Okay, so now we are facing some issues with our input container. I figured out what the mistake is. So the reason over here, it's because it's using this local value, right? It's using that local value. When you are clearing that state, it's clearing the state which is created in the new app. This particular state is being cleared, but there is no way to clear this local state over here. Right, so to do that, what we have to do, we have to figure it out. What we have to do is, the best option is to use the state. The best option is to use the state which we are using over here in the new app. It's better to use the same state over here. Instead of what we have to do is, we have to get the state value, and we have to use that state value over here instead of updating this state, which is not necessary. All right, so here now what I have to do is over here I have to supply the state value which is going to be the title. That's the state value of this, and here state value it's going to be the cover, and For this, see the banner is being cleared, so not an issue. And for this input state value, it's going to be company. For this state value, it's going to be, what is that, app icon. And for this state value, it's going to be reviews. And for this state value, it's going to be total reviews. This state value, it's going to be downloads. Then what else? Yep, it's pretty much good. Save the changes, save this changes also, clear it. Look at that. Now everything is clear. Even if I'm typing something, if I click clear, it's completely clear, which means we fix the bugs itself. So now we have successfully saved the details and everything. Whenever I click add, it will be added. And now once it's added, I have to bring the new details. I have to fetch the details and I have to display it over here. So that's what we are going to do next. All right, then. So now what we have to do is we have to fetch the list of apps which we saved in our apps collections. To do that, first we have to create a server-side functions to get all the details and everything. So what we are going to do is I'm just going to create a function to get all the apps from the cloud, right? So exports dot get all apps equals to functions dot https dot on request, open it, call a callback function request comma response, open it, and course, and let's say request comma response comma async, and again a callback function. Okay, so now we enable the course. So now all we have to do is to just exactly the same way copy and paste this try and catch and delete everything over here. Fine. So inside this try block, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say const apps equals to an empty array. All right, a local array. So then what we are going to do is, so I'm going to use the on snapshot. So basically what we do is on snapshot is the listener. It's a real-time changes listener. Whenever there is a changes on your on your collections, if you modify any files or if you add or delete any document inside your collections, this on snapshot will constantly listen to changes in your collection. So if there is any changes, it will automatically be pulled. All right. So what I'm going to do, use on snapshot to listen for real-time changes. All right. So const unsubscribe. It's a listener, so we need to handle it as a listener. So here db.collections. What is the collection we being saved? Apps. So we are using the collection as apps. So apps. Inside this apps, I'm gonna order it by order by. So I think we haven't used the timestamp right over here. Okay, it's okay. So we forgot to add the timestamp. So what we have to do is over here, by the time whenever we are creating a new data, so you need to get the timestamp. So const timestamp equals to server timestamp. This is a function powered by your Firestore. So we are going to send that timestamp along with your document detail. So don't worry about this. We don't have to worry about this data what we have. Anyway, for the future purpose, we are using the timestamp. So I'm going to order it by using the same timestamp field which I created over there. So it's need to do that. Then I need to bring the newly created record on the top of it, descending order, right? Then once it's been ordered successfully, then I'm going to use the on snapshot listener, and I'm going to get that snapshot, a callback function, and here inside here I'm just going to say I need to clear the existing array first. So to do that, all we have to do is to apps dot clear. Apps.length, it's supposed to be 0. So if you make that, this will clear the existing array, right? Then all we have to do is to get that snapshot object. Then for each of that document, whatever we are about to receive over here, I'm going to say blog, oh no, sorry, apps dot push. We have to push that complete doc, right? So doc dot data, whatever the data that I have, I'm going to push everything completely over here. Then what I have to do, I have to send this data outside. So response dot JSON, let's say apps, we have to send it, and once on outside we have to remove that listener. So response dot on finish. Once it's finished on this particular status, I'm going to call this unsubscribe. So I'm going to remove that listener automatically from the listening part, because it will constantly listen to it. So once it's fetched and everything, so we have to stop that listening. So say this changes. So this function now, it is being exported by your Firebase. So it's loading. Yep, here we have our get all functions. So it's working. Copy it, and then now all I have to do is to fetch this detail from where we have to get the design, just like the same way. What I have to do is inside the hooks here, hooks. So let me delete this. Others we don't need. Inside the hooks, I'm going to create a new file called apps, use apps.js, right? So it's better to keep that inside a folder called apps. Put it inside there, move it, right? So now what we are going to do is, so all we have to do is to import the necessary parts, like import the first most important thing. It's going to be the use query from React query. So let's bring that use query. This is the one which we needed. So here const use apps equals to a callback function. Okay, so then what we have to do, so const equals to use query, open it, which is going to return the data and is loading and is error and refetch. These are the methods that we needed. So this query, the name is going to be apps. Okay, the state name is going to be apps, and I'm going to call an asynchronous function over here, async callback function. Then what else we need after the callback function? We need to bring the refetch on window focus. We need to make it as false. All right. At the end of this function, I have to return all these things, return these objects. Data is loading, is error, then refetch. These are the objects that I have to return, and exports default as use apps. All right. Now over here at this point, now what we have to do is, just like the same way, use user over here. Inside the try and catch, we did have this. So what I'm going to do is try and catch. This is the place it's finished. Copy this, get here and paste it here, right? So this, at this point, you're going to get error over here. So don't worry about this. I don't want to keep anything inside, remove it. And we need to bring the toast. So this is not necessary. Okay, so we are going to do the console log, and we are going to throw that error, and we are returning the object as null. If nothing is we are getting, we have to return the object, we have to return the data as null. So here I'm just going to say const apps equals to await, I'm just going to say get all apps okay, it's showing this function. That's what I'm wondering. Get all apps from the cloud. Open it. This is a function that we are going to do, and I'm going to return the apps. Now call this, copy this, and go to into your API folder. And here, what I'm going to do, so we are going to call that method. So export const get all apps from there. So this is supposed to be an async function, and inside here, now what we have to do, we have to call that method to get all these details. So delete blog, get all blogs. Okay, so here fetch method to get all blocks from the cloud. All right, so now what we have to do is, so all I have to do is to over here here, just this place, we have to write the, we have to bring the try and catch. So I'm just going to copy this try and catch, and I don't need anything inside this. Let's delete it. If there is any issue, it will be triggered. And here I'm just going to say const response is equals to await fetch. We are going to use the string literals. So fetch it from the, from where, dollar base URL slash, and what is the function that we have created? Copy it, paste it over here, get all apps. Then this is going to fetch the detail, and I'm just going to say if response, if not response dot okay. If it is not okay, then all we have to do is to trigger this message. If everything is okay, if everything is okay, so we can we have to get that data, right? So let's say const apps equals to await response dot JSON. We'll get that JSON data, and all we have to do is to return that apps, the data what we are collected, right? That will be returned back. So save these changes, and let's import this file function over here. Okay, so I hope there is no issues so far. And then now all we have to do is to get to apps, admin apps. So the list of apps, this is the place where we are getting it. So here I'm just going to say const open it equals to use apps hook. I'm going to get that data is error, is loading, and is refresh. And here I'm just going to say if is loading, which means it needs to return div loading. We have to bring that loader animation for this particular thing, loader animations and everything, right? And if not, it's going to do that, save these changes. It's saying it's over here as loading, and it's loaded successfully, which means it should have this apps right now in its hand, and it's having the details as empty array. Okay, so we are getting an empty array, and we didn't get any errors also. Why? Console There is no errors also. We didn't get any errors also, which means there is some issues with our server. First we need to make sure our server is working fine or not. So let's get the Postman app. Let's open the Postman. Open the Postman application, and let's make sure our functional get app, this function, it's working perfectly fine or not. Let's create a new request, paste it, and hit the send option. We are getting an empty array. How come? Maybe because of what? Because of this ordered by option. Maybe because of that. Still okay. Now it's loaded. If I send it now, yep, here we go. We are getting the detail. The reason is because it doesn't have the timestamp in the data what we have in the cloud. It doesn't have the timestamp. That's the reason we are getting that issue. So over here we don't have the timestamp field. So what I'm going to do is, it's better to re-add the same detail again. So copy this and put it in the description, and total downloads, what, 50 crore plus 50 CR plus total reviews 6.08 or 6 CR, apps reviews 4.5, app icon URL, copy it, paste it here, app cover image, let's use this as the cover image, copy cover image, flash of plants, banner, click it and add the banner, copy image address, paste it, add, paste it, add, copy image address, paste it, add, copy the image address and paste it, and add one more, copy the image address and paste it. So before adding this, I'm just going to clear this collections completely, delete collection, delete the apps collection, delete. So we make sure that we don't have any data, and over here also we enable the snapshot changes, save it, and here function is being saved perfectly. That's good. So once I click this add, it's going to call that function and it successfully deleted it. All right, so everything is being deleted. Clear function, it's been cleared everything, and now if you refresh it, you should get that apps over here. It's loading, and we have the apps collections, we have the app ID, and if you notice that we have the timestamp also, right? Timestamp which is created by your server timestamp. All right. Okay, so one second, just a minute. So what might, okay, so now if you fetch it, use the Postman app to fetch it, if you click send, now that should get the details. Yes, we are getting the details and we are getting the timestamps and everything. All right, so timestamp, this is not how the server's timestamp looks like. How we created the timestamp, we have created the timestamp like server's timestamp only. Okay, it's a method only. Okay, it's fine. Timestamp, it's loaded, and timestamp, it's been pushed, and yeah, if it is not working means it will not gives you the details and everything, right? Which means now we should have the details over here. If I refresh it, we should have the, still it's loading. Yep, apps details is there. Now we can see we have one item and it's been loaded over here, right? So the data, it's been loaded. Now what we have to do is we have to bring that data and we have to display it over here. So before that, for the buffering purposes and all those things, we have to fix that buffering. So all we have to do is going to use that what's that, we are going to use that React spinners. So we are going to use the React spinners for using that particular buffering options and everything. So this is the one, React spinners, this is the one we are going to use, right? So if you click that, you can able to notice the how to add them and all those things, and that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now what we have to do is we have to install this. So let's open it and go to the client, and let's say yarn add react hyphen spinners. So install it. So if you click this demo page, you can able to see their demos, each and every demos what we are going to have, how to do that and everything. In this case, I'm going to use this puff loader, this one, the puff loader. All right, that's the one which we are going to use it for in our project. All right, so 1 second. All right, so here now what I'm going to do is for initial loading, so inside this components, inside the components, I'm going to create a new file, new folder called loader, and inside this loader I'm going to create a new file called main loader.jsx, and here RAFCE. Inside this main loader, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a div which is going to be using the complete screen, right? So class name which is going to be width screen, touch screen, flex item center, justify it in the center, and then inside here I'm going to bring the puff loader. So if you, oops, not this one, if you click the puff loader, you can see, if you click the show code, this is the code, this is how you need to copy it and put it over here, and you can define the size. So I'm going to use the size. So this needs to be imported first, puff loader. So puff loader will be imported from where? From the React spinners which we added over now. From React spinners here, puff loader. So for this size, I'm just going to use 80, but the color code, it's going to be from the tailwind config.js. We have the hero primary color, right? Copy that, and I'm going to supply that over here. Save the changes. And now I need to export this in the index.js over here, copy and paste it, and let's say main loader, not from there, from /loader/main loader, copy it, paste it over here, close it, and wherever admin apps, so here we don't need it, apps, the place where we are fetching it, we need to figure it out. Where is the apps? Come on. See, this is the problem when you're working with multiple files. Index, it's going to app, this is the place, and if it is going to admin layout, this is the admin layout where we are getting, yeah, here we go. We need to change it over here. If it is loading, we need to delete it, and we need to bring the main loader from the components, right? Save these changes. So now if you refresh it, you can see we are getting that loading animation. We have to do the same stuff for where admin header navs. If it is going to admin apps, this is the place where it is going to here. Here we haven't used that, I think so. Yes, we are not using it. We are not using the loading part and all those things. Yes. And list of apps, if it is loading, so we don't need to display this loading part. We have to say, we have to bring that puff loader, not the main loader. If you are using the puff main loader, it is going to display it in the entire screen. We don't want to do that. So I'm just going to get that puff loader from here, copy that puff loader from here, and I'm going to paste it over here. Instead of 50, I'm going to say 40, and let's import it, save these changes. All right, so now if it is loading, it's going to display that loading option over there, right? In case if it is loading. Cool, right? So this needs to be done. This needs to be put it inside in our admin header also. Where is this admin header? Components, admin header, because that's the place where we are displaying this URL profile, user profile, right? Which means get into the user profile. So if it is if user loading, if the user is loading, then return the puff loader. All right, so now if I save these changes, if I refresh it, the entire page will get refreshed. So far it's been successfully loaded. That's the reason we are not getting it. But if it is loading, you will get the message, you will get that loading animation over there. So we change that over here also. Admin header also fixed, list of apps, it's also fixed. Now all we have to do is to display this card, because we have to display the card just like the same way, like how we are going to display the card. Okay, we have to figure it out that way. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to create a design which is going to display like this. So what we are going to do is, we are going to create a layout which is like this. We are going to create a layout, a box, something like this, a box layout. Okay, so inside this box over here, we are going to display that icon and the title, and we have to display the company name. Okay, and over here the same thing, just like the same way we have to repeat the same stuff for each and every app. Okay, and the bottom right corner over here, if it is an admin, we are going to give the privilege to delete that app. Okay, so we are going to add that privilege over there. So to do that, all we have to do is to, over here, this is the list of apps which is needs to render this entire data. So we are going to bring this data as an array. So apps array, we are going to use this alias name as an apps. So this is going to be class name. Width is supposed to be full, width full, and height, of course, it's going to be auto. Flex item center, justify, it's going to be, so okay, let's keep, we don't need to give this, and let's keep it as a flex wrap for the time being, flex wrap, and gap it's going to be 4. All right, inside here I need to bring that apps. So apps, if apps dot length, length app dot length, if the app dot length is greater than 0, and apps, if we have the apps, we have to render it, right? React, let's open the React fragment. If not, we have to do something, react dot fragment. All right, so if we don't have anything, all I'm going to do is going to display a paragraph, and let's say node it. That's it, right? If I have something to display, then I'm just going to open an apps dot map, apps question mark dot map, open it. Let's get the 1x1 app outside and render it, not functional bracket, function curly brackets, use the normal brackets to render it. And here I'm going to create an app component over here. Let's create a new file. Let's keep it as an others. Let's create a new file called others. Inside the others, I'm just going to create a new file called admin, or not necessary, app. I think it's better to keep it inside the admin folder itself. Let's keep it over here. admin app list card dot jsx RAFCE, save it, and let's export it from here. Let's export it from here. Admin app list card, copy it and paste it over here, save these changes. Let's jump back to your list of apps over here. Here I'm just going to bring the app list card, render it, create a key property and use the key as app dot underscore id, because that is going to be unique. Then I need to supply the data into it. Data, it's going to be the app itself, right? So this is the property I need to create inside the app list card. Okay, and you can see we have that app list card. It's displaying it perfectly, right? So what I'm going to do is, all I'm going to do is to class name border 2. I'm going to add a border, and the border color is going to be hero primary, rounded medium. Okay, so then what we are going to do is, let's bring the word wrap inside. As per the design which I shown you, I need to bring the image, right? So I'm going to bring the image tag inside the source. What is the app icon URL? This is the one. Copy it. We have to bring the app data dot app icon class name. Width is going to be 10. Height is going to be 10, and object should cover the entire fill, and rounded it's going to be medium. Save these changes, and now you can see we have the detail over here. Why it's taking the entire height? That's making it a little bit weird. Width, height auto. Nope, that's not fixing. It's not convincing. Why it's coming like this? It is not supposed to take that. Okay, we don't need this height at all. Leave it. Okay, so this is the entire div. It is confusing now. Why that design is not sitting as it's expected. Inspect elements. Inspect this. This is the one. Okay, this is because of this flex property. This is supposed to be item start justify at normal. Now it's fixed, right? You can see that is because of we haven't used any of this property. So that's the reason it's trying to push it completely. So then we have to get the px. It's going to be 3, and py is going to be 2. Save these changes. Now you have some border effect over there. Then right after here, we need to bring that that text. What's that? The company name and everything. So flex item center and justify it in the center, and gap is going to be 2. Save the changes, and right after here I'm going to bring the h2 tag, and it's going to display the data dot title. Save it, and it's displaying the data dot title, and this is going to have the class name as text primary and font semi bold, text to Excel. Okay, to Excel is bit too much. Let's use the Excel. All right, then here I'm going to bring the span tag, and which is going to display the company name, data dot company. Save it. Why it's not showing? Did we make any mistake? Okay, so we failed to add the company name here. I think so. Yes, that's the reason it's not showing anything. Okay, company name is missing over here. So data.company, and what we can do is I will add the company name here. What is the company name? Supercell. Supercell. Update it and now refresh it. Loader, it's loading. You can see that. And now you can see the supercell it's displaying over there. So what we have to do is we have to fix that. Class name is going to be display block. It's need to take the complete available space, so it will be pushed down. Then font is going to be normal, and text is going to be the base size. Text is going to be the base size. That is pretty much enough, I think so. So then what you have to do is we have to adjust the gap. It's better. All right, that's looking much fine. And this size is also a little bit too small. Let's make it as 16. Yep, that is much more enough. And instead of keeping it in the center, let's keep it as the starting position. So now that will be at the top of the position. All right, then all I have to do is to bring one more division, class name, which is going to be width 4, height 4, rounded medium, position it's going to be absolute, bg it's going to be red color 500, and bottom, from the bottom to right side to save these changes. And this is supposed to be relative position, then only you will see that option over there. Yep. So let's, instead of 4 and 4, let's keep it as 8. Oh, that's too much. 6. Okay, that's better. And here I need to bring the far trash. Save it. Yep. So this is need to have text SM and text white color, and everything should be in the center. Flex item center, justify center, save the changes. Now everything will be in the over here. So this needs to be displayed only if the user is an admin. So let's get the user detail now. Const equals to use user, get the detail, and here we have to get the data. Is loading, is error, and refetch. So this data is supposed to be user, right? So user. So what I'm going to check is cut it. If the user, then if the user dot role, if the user, we have to get the user object. If the user role, if the user role is equals to admin, is equals to admin, then we can render this part, or else we are not supposed to render that part, right? That pretty much good now. Cool. So now all we have to do is to implement the delete option, right? So let's make sure whether this data it's been pushing the detail or not. So what I have to do is to once the new data, where is the new apps, new app. So this is the place where we are adding the new app, right? So once the new app it's been pushed, we have to refetch this entire list of details and everything. So I have to bring that query over here also. Const equals to use apps, and I have to get that refetch, and let's say refetch all apps. Okay, I need to get this. So whenever the data is being stored successfully after this message it's been displayed, I need to recall that entire apps so that I can get the updated detail. Save these changes. Let's add this royal match, copy, cover URL. Let's use this cover image, copy image address, paste it, and let's add the banner image, copy image address, paste it. Let's add one more, copy, I think I added that one, copy image address, and let's add this. Okay, I added that already. Let's copy this, paste it, and let's add one more, copy, paste it. Company name, it's going to be Dream Games Limited, copy it. App icon URL, this is the one, copy image address, paste it. Apps review 4.6, 4.6, total reviews here 44 plus, total downloads 10 crore plus, 10 crore plus. And the description, let's copy this, and paste it here. This is enough, right? So now if I click add, I clicked it and we got the message, and you can see we got that the detail which we added, and it's been instantly updated over here. And we need to fix this. We can't see this option clearly. So to do that, what we can do is app list card. Here we go. So let's increase the padding a little bit. 4. Okay, so 4 is a bit too much. Instead of that, I'm just going to reduce the size of this. Oh, that is way too much small. All right, let it be. Anyways, this is for admin part only, right? So let's bring the cursor pointer over here, cursor pointer. All right, so now we understood that whatever the details that we are adding, it's been successfully pushing into the into this division, right? And we are refetching the entire data. So everything is working fine, but the design is not looking that much satisfied. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say this as width full. If I make this width full, it is going to occupy the entire width. So the entire design is not going, it's not that much satisfied. So what I'm going to do is instead of making it as a flex and flex wrap and everything, I'm just going to say this as a grid. So grid column, it's going to default to 1, but from the large device onwards, grid column, it's going to be 2. Save it, and now we can see it will be displayed like this. And here width full, height auto, and this for this. Why it's taking this height as this? Why? This should take column span 1. It is working, so let me delete this. Even if I'm not okay, let's open the Tailwind CSS grid. What mistake we made? Tailwind CSS, let's go here, get started, and search for grid. Okay, so here grid columns, grid flow columns. Let's try to use grid flow column. fix this height. How come I fix this height as 20? Okay, so if I fix the height, it's working fine. So height is supposed to be 24. Let's keep the height as 24, and flex, everything should be in the center, item center, and justify, everything should be in the starting position. Yeah, this is pretty much enough, I think so. Now whenever I try to add a new details over here, it will be automatically brings it over here. So we successfully finished the details, like adding new details and fetching and implementing the delete UI options and everything. The next thing we have to do is to how to delete this. So we have to create a server-side function to delete this. That's what we are going to do next. All right, then. So now what we have to do is we have to implement the delete functionality. So when I click this, it's need to remove from the cloud, and as well as it's need to remove from our local local store itself, right? So what we have to do is, so whenever I click this, I need to ask the user whether he wish to delete it. We need to confirm it again, right? So if I click this, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a state, use state is delete. Initially it's going to be false, right? Then okay, so then what I'm going to do is right inside I'm going to create a div. So here I'm going to create a div. This div is going to be in a fixed position, and inset 0, which means top left, right corner, everywhere it's need to hide, and then backdrop blur, it's going to be medium. So save the changes. And yeah, now you can see we have a blur layer, right? And everything should be in this. It's going to be flex, item center, justify the content center. All right. Then what we have to do is I'm going to create a div class name, border, and rounded medium, and border hero. All right, sorry. Then we need to add some padding. So px p4, which means in all the sides equally 4. And inside here I'm just going to add a flex column, item center, justify center, and gap it's going to be 4. Inside here I'm going to have a text called are you sure you want to delete it? Do you want to delete it? Something like this. So now you have this over here, just like this, right? Then I'm going to increase the font size. Class name, it's going to be text 3x or 2xl. Then font medium, something like this. It looks like this. Then right after here, I'm going to have one more division, and inside this division, I'm going to have a button, and this is going to say yes, and one more button is going to say no. So for this class name and for this as well as class name, over here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say create a multi-cursor editor, and let's say border, we don't need any border, so border none. Outline none, and padding px it's going to be 6, py it's going to be 2, and rounded it's going to be medium, and border, we need to have border, and border it's going to be hero primary, and on hover I'm going to change the background color to teal, 400 for this, and red 400 for this. And on hover we don't need the border, so border it's going to be none. As the same way for over here also, on hover we need to remove the border, so border it's going to be none. Save these changes. So now over here you can see we have these two different buttons, but the border it's not showing up. Okay, the reason is it's because we give it as a none. This is supposed to be border. We need to remove this because initially I made the border as none, so that's the reason the border is not displaying over here. So it's displaying now, and then we need to add some gap between it. So class name, it's going to be flex, item center, justify center, and gap between is going to be 4, something like this. Okay, so now if I hover it, you can see the differences, right? So when I hover, just like the same way, whenever I'm hovering it, the text color needs to be on hover text, it needs to be in a black color like this, yes or no. So now when I click this yes, which means we need to trigger the delete option. When I click this now, which means we need to remove that this particular option. We need to remove the state over here. All right. So what we have to do is for this, from here to here, this is the div, right? This needs to display only if this is delete status true. All right. And these both of them should be wrapped inside the animate presence. Animate. Okay, it's not coming up. So let's bring it binary. Import from framer motion. So now I hope it should display that animate presence. Still, it's not showing. Animate presence, comma motion. Now it will display that animate presence. It should be wrapped inside here. Then, okay, now it will not be displayed. So what we have to do is, whenever I click this division, I'm going to call a con click, and I'm going to use a callback function, a nameless function, which is going to say set is delete as true. All right. Then I'm going to copy the same stuff. And for this no, whenever I'm clicking this on click, I'm going to change this to false, which means if I click this, that will bring, are you sure you want to delete? If I click no, it will be removed, right? So, and I need to change something over here. I need to add some animation. So motion.div, and over here, initial animation, it's going to be equals to opacity, it's going to be 0. And let's copy this and paste it few more time, and this is going to be animate, and this is going to be exit. Initial animation is going to be 1. So now if I click this, it looks like fade in. If I click out, that looks like fade out, right? So that looks much better. So now whenever I click this yes option, if I click this yes option, so we have to pass this particular ID, then we have to use that ID to delete it. All right, so let's see it. For to that, we have to first create the server side scripting. So let's go ahead, go to the server side, where it is server functions index.js over here. So now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create a function which is exactly going to delete that from our cloud. So what we are going to do, function to delete an app from the cloud. All right, so exports dot delete an app equals to functions dot https dot on request, open it, create an async function, async callback request comma response. All right, inside CORS course request comma response comma async. All right, so then what we have to do, we have to copy this try and catch, put it inside, then remove this try completely. So inside here, now what I have to do, so I need to get the ID from the query. So const, I need to get this ID, which is going to be ID equals to request dot query. Then what we have to do is request dot query, and here if not ID, if we don't have that ID, then what we have to do, we have to return return the response dot status as 400, then dot JSON error as what ID is missing. Something like that. This is the error that we have to forward it. Then if there is ID, then of course what we have to do, await db dot collections from the apps we need to find the document doc using this ID, then we have to delete that block. All right, so if it is done, then what we have to do, return response.status of 200, then just JSON. Then we need to open give the messages. We need to send the message as app deleted, something like this. So I hope this function will work perfectly. So what we have to do is, all we have to do is to okay, so here let's open the ChatGPT and let's ask the ChatGPT to rise to what we can do, to write a fetch function with delete by passing an ID with delete method by passing an ID to remove and block from the cloud collections. So what we can do is, so this is the way that we have to send the delete method. Okay, this is the function. Okay, so ID which we are passing it by using the ID it's passed by as a query ID. We need to make sure ID is passed by query. So we need to make sure this is how you need to pass it. You get that? This is how you just need to pass it. All you have to do is this, just the same thing. So let's open up the Postman and let's figure it out how exactly the delete method should work. So for instance, let's say if I go here and where is the delete? Yeah, delete an app. So let's copy this, delete an app, and then this is the URL, right? So here I'm going to paste it, delete an app. So, and I'm going to pass an ID as a query parameter query. And here, this is supposed to be a delete, and this over here, I need to supply the value. So let's hit send option. That's going to give us all the data. Okay, so now we have all the data, and let me go to raw and use the pretty. And now I have the two different options. So I need to delete this one. So let me copy this ID and then I need to supply it over here as the value. So if I hit the send option, you can see it's giving the message as app deleted, which means the app is successfully deleted. So this is the URL. This is the one, delete app. This is how you need to supply it through the front end. Now, if I refresh this, you might be able to see only one data over there because we deleted that app. You can see that app is being deleted, right? So now all I have to do is to, let's get to the where okay, where it is, admin list card. Yeah, this is the place. So whenever we are clicking that yes button, this is the button that we are clicking. Whenever we are clicking that on click, I'm going to say delete an app from cloud. This is the function that I need to call. So inside here, what I'm going to do is const delete delete an app from the cloud, and this is need to be an async function. And inside here, what I'm going to do is await. I'm gonna and now what we have to do is we have to call this what's it, we have to maintain these functions in a separate file, right? So what we have to do is, so we have to open this Or what we can do is, it's better write that function directly over here. So let's close this one and let's go to the API. Instead of creating two different functions, we can directly write it over here, right? That's better. So export const, let's copy that function. Let me close this one. Don't need this main loader, new app, user profile, header, admin app list. So let's copy this function from here and let's paste it over here. And that function is going to be an asynchronous function and it's going to have the ID along with that function. Open it. Now here, what we have to do is, so let's copy this and let's paste it here. Inside this try block, let's keep everything as an empty. And now what we have to do, all we have to say, await, let's use the fetch method, fetch, and let's use the base URL. Let's use the base URL. Then slash, and we have to supply this delete app. That's the function name. And this is the place where we have to supply our ID. Okay, so now what we have to do is, all right, so now what we have to do is, so this is not supposed to be like this. This is supposed to be like this, right? So then all I have to do, I need to supply the options. So we need to send, it's not, I think this is not necessary. Let's see if it is not working properly, then we might figure it out. So if not, okay, so let's copy this and let's send it over here. If return the message, we'll get that message and we'll send that message outside. Or else we can simply say toast dot success that we deleted the app. Or we can say removed the app, something like this. So what we can do is, it's better to return it over here, return that message. All right, this function will be returned. And here we can call remove an app. This is the method, remove an app that we are creating. So let's create that method over here. Const remove an app equals to async. Open it, and here await, delete an app from the cloud from the API. Open it, we need to send the ID. So data and question mark dot underscore ID, that's the ID dot, then we have to say toast dot success removed the app, something like this, right? So once it's done, so what I'm going to do is, so I'm just going to say we have to call that refetch options, right? So all I'm going to do is to copy this and I'm going to paste it over here. And then these two are not necessary for us. All I need this one. Let's use this refetch method as refetch apps, something like this. Once it's successfully done, all I'm going to do is to refetch those apps. Call this method. I hope there is no, okay, we are getting an error from where? In the index.js. Res. Okay, so const response equals to, yep. Now that issue, it's gone, right? If you refresh it, it's loaded the app. So if I click this, it's going to bring it here. Are you sure? Do you want to delete it? If I click yes, so you can see remove the app, which means the app has been successfully removed and it's not having the data because we refreshed it. So the apps doesn't have any data, it's having an empty array. So that's the reason it's showing that we are having the no data, which means the app, everything is working perfectly as it's supposed to be. And now if you check it out over here, there also we don't have any apps or anything. It's completely empty, right? So everything is working fine now. So now all we have to do is to go ahead and bring all the users, fetch all the users and bring all the users over here, and adding the adding the functionality to update the member to admin or admin to member, something like that, right? That's what we are going to do now. Cool. Then yep, that's what we need to do next. So let's go ahead and finish that part. All right, then. So now what we have to do is to assign to fetch all the users from the table. So let's go ahead and do that. First, let's create the server functions to get all the users from the DB, from the collections, Firebase collection. So functions to retrieve the users from the cloud. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say exports.get all users equals to functions.https.on request, open it and call it as an async function, send the request and response as a parameter inside, then open it, enable the course equals to request comma response. Then we need to create one more async function, a callback function, enter. So now here we have to copy this try and catch and delete everything inside the try. All right, now inside this try, what I'm going to do is so const snapshot equals to await db.collections, which is user or what, users. Then from the users, so we are going to fetch all the details. So users.get, so this is going to return that the list of our documents. Then I'm going to say const users equals to an empty array. Then over here snapshot dot for each, open it. So we are going to get the one by one doc inside. Then I'm going to say users dot push the doc dot data. So we are going to push the document dot data inside that users array. Then all we have to do is to return dot response dot status as 200 dot JSON the users, right? This is it. This is all we have to do. So now all we have to do is to save these changes. Now it will be saved successfully. So once it's saved successfully, we have to use this to fetch the complete users information. So to do that, what we are going to do is, so we are going to use the hooks, just like the same way inside the apps, how we fetch the complete information, just like the same way we are going to get that complete information. So here I'm going to say use users.js. Use user, it's to get the authentication information, and use users, it's going to be get the complete information about that complete logged in informations from the users collections. So all we have to do is to copy this, and let's go here and paste it. Instead of use apps, what we are going to do, we have to say use users, something like that. Then data and query, everything will be changed. This is going to be users, and what is the information you have? Yeah, user. So the state name is going to be users, and here also let's change this to users, and this is going to be get all users from the cloud. We haven't created this function, right? So use users, use query, and here users. So everything is changed now so far. So copy this function and let's open up the API, and just like the same way, right after over here, let's keep it right after over here, function to call the API endpoint to get all users. So export const get all users is equals to, and let's change this to an async function, and let's copy this try and catch from here, and let's change this to, instead of get all apps, this is supposed to be get all users. So copy that users, get all users, response dot okay. Instead of apps, this is supposed to be users, right? So save these changes and let's go to the use users and let's import that get all users and remove the get all apps from the cloud. Save these changes. Now everything is perfectly fine. Now all I have to do is to go to the admin list of apps. Where is the pages? Yeah, pages, admin page, and admin users. This is the page where we have to fetch the users. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const use users. From there we have to fetch the data and I'm going to keep it as users, then is loading, is error, then refetch. So over here what I'm going to do, if is loading, then what I need to do is one second. Okay, so if it is, then what we have to do is to return the main loader, right? Which means if it is loading, that means it's trying to fetch the data, so we need to bring that loader animation. So save these changes. So you can see it's showing that loading animations. There is no mistakes, which means it successfully pulled all the users data, and we have the two different users over here. Look at that, right? So now we have the users data in our local end, which means our API is working fine, and the query client is also working fine, and it's having the data in its hand. Now all I have to do is to make sure this class name. What we can do is okay, let's do it this way. Width, it's going to be full, and flex wrap, item center, and justify it evenly. And gap between it's going to be 4, right? Save the changes, and inside here, now what I need to do is I'm gonna bring the users. If the users and the users dot length, length, if the length is greater than 0, then only we have to bring this, we have to render that data, or else react dot fragments, and we have to say it does no data, something like that. So right now it's not showing no data. It's because we know that the user object is having some data in it. Now here what I need to do is I need to render it. So let's bring it, let's render it. So now users dot map, open it. We need to get the single user, then we need to open it, and here I'm just going to say div, or we can create what we can do is over here admin component, here I can say user list card .jsx RAFCE, save the changes, and in the index.js we have to export this user list card, copy and export it from here, close it, and here we need to bring that user list card, and the key it's going to be every user in the data. We have this UID, that's a unique column. We have to use that UID as a key, then supply the user in the user prop, and let's export that, let's spread that user prop over here so we can access that user data inside here. Save it, and now you can see we have the user list card and user list card displaying us two different times. Okay. So now what I have to do is let me jump into the user card over here. So this is class name, so I'm just going to say width. We don't have to worry about the width. Let's make the padding every side is going to be 4, and we have to bring the border, and border gray, it's going to be 600. So now we have some border over there, or let's keep it as 800. Okay, that is pretty much enough. Then rounded medium instead of gray, let's keep it as zinc. Okay, this is pretty much good. Let's keep it as 700, I think so. Yeah, that's more than enough now. Now inside here, we have to keep it everything as flex column, item center and justify center, view, and make it as a word wrap. And inside here, now what I have to do is, first I need to bring the image, so which I do have that image URL in the name as picture URL, I think so, picture, right? So I need to check whether the user having this picture or not. If the user have this picture object, this particular picture object, we have to display that picture object user dot picture, or else we need to bring the avatar from our local file. So then I'm just going to say class name, width is equals to 24, height it's going to be let's give it as 24 itself, and object cover rounded empty. Save these changes. So that should bring the picture over here. Look at that. Cool, right? So then all we have to do is to bring the username. So paragraph tag, let's bring the paragraph tag here, user question mark dot name. Save the changes. You will have your name over there. Then class name, text Excel, and font semi bold. Save the changes. Okay, that's perfect. And let's increase the gap between it, gap 3. That's pretty much enough. And we have to say the role, it's going to be user dot role. Save the changes. So it's going to say admin or role. So this is the role, it's going to display in that way. So class name, it's going to be text base and font semi bold. Save the changes. Look at that, it looks like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a button. So this button, it needs to have two different options over here. So what I'm going to say is, if the user dot role is equals to admin, if that's the case, I have to render a button, or else I have to render a button. If he is an admin, then we need to say mark as member. The same thing, if he is not an admin, we need to say mark as admin, something like that, right? So then we have to change this as a button. So all I have to do is to class name, which is going to be text sm, a very small size, and font semi bold, and padding px, it's going to be 2, py, it's going to be 1, and bg, it's going to be zinc 400 or something, 700. Save the changes. It looks like that. Then rounded median. Save the changes, and the cursor pointer. Now all I have to do is we have to change this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create an API. So when I click this in the query, when I click this mark as member, I'm in the query, I'm going to send it he is as a member. When I click the admin, I'm going to send the query, I'm going to send it as an admin. So in the query, what we have to do is we have to supply the ID, which user that we are trying to update. Okay, so we have to think it properly over here, or else it's going to make it more complex for us. What we have to do is we have to think it wisely, otherwise it will be a problem for us. Okay, so let's write it. Then we'll figure it out what else we need. So here what we are going to do is function to update the user role, Okay, so exports dot update the user role equals to functions dot https colon on request, open it and keep it as an async function, request and response as a parameter for the function, and enable the course, use the same request and response object, and along with it call and one more callback function, and use the same try and catch over here. Copy it, paste it, delete everything inside. All right, so now what I need to do is, so I have to get the ID and the string, whatever the role string which I try to update over here. So what I'm going to do is const, I need to get that ID, right? So underscore ID, then I need to get that one second, so it's quite confusing now. All right, so what we have to do is, so we have to fetch the ID, then of course I'm going to spread the data, whatever the data I'm going to send it through the body. I need to spread the data because we might we can use the same API not only to update the role. So whatever the data that you wish to update the user, whatever the data like user role or name, whatever, if you're simply passing it to here, the data and along with the ID, this API will ready to update the user. So what we can do is, instead of keeping this as a role, we can keep this function as update the user. If you supply the role object, the role will get updated. If you supply the email or name, whatever, this API will be reusable for any kind of data, whatever you're supplying to it, right? Then what we have to do is, so all I have to say, await db.collections, open it and use the collections as users. Yeah, that's the users collection. So from the collections, what I have to do, I need to find out that very specific doc using this same ID. Then I need to update that doc, update the doc by supplying the same data into it, right? And once it's done, all I have to do is to return response.status as 200, then JSON, open it, and all I have to do is to say the message as blog, sorry, the user updated, save the changes. So now this function will be ready to do that. Now all I have to do is to, just like the exact same way how I created this new app. So if you open the new app over here, you can see just exactly the same way what we did. We we sent the doc inside and we updated that API from this over here, from here, by using this method, right? So all I have to do is to copy the same method and paste it over here. Instead of save app data, say update user data, update user data to the cloud. So what I have to do, let's open this and update. Instead of this, copy this, supply it over here. Method, it's going to be put method. So because we are going to update it, content, everything is okay, and we have to supply the data, right? That's what we need to do, and the response data will be returned back over here. Save it. Then all I have to do is to copy this from here, and let me get back to the users list over here. And whenever I click the here on click, I'm going to call a callback function, and I'm going to say update user role with a string. I'm going to send a string. We are going to update the user as member. So here const update user role equals to an async function, open it here. Let's change this to async and we'll get the role over here, and let's paste it over here. Await, instead of save user data, this is, what is that API name? Copy this and supply it over here. Supply it, and the data what we are supplying to it, we need to get the user ID, right? So I'm going to supply the underscore ID. It's going to be user underscore user question mark dot. What is the document ID that the user is having? I think the user is having the UID. I think so. Yes. Yep. They're having their UID as the document ID. So let's apply the UID. Then role. Whatever the role it is, we are supplying the role. So we are supplying this role object over here. Role going to be row like this, or you can simply send it as a role itself. Right, so this clear all fields, it's not necessary. Let's bring the toast, and we have to refetch all the users, right? So we have to refetch all the users. So copy this and let's bring it over here. Let's bring it and let's use this over here. Refetch all the users. So this we have to say user role updated, something like this. So let's make sure there is no mistakes. Okay, we are getting a mistake. So we haven't imported this one, right? Import this one. So now this is fine. Now all I have to do is to make sure if I click this, nothing. Okay, you can see user role being updated. Now if I refresh this, okay, I think it's not allows me to get inside because I updated the user role of my admin account. Okay, see, Vetrivel.galaxy, it changed to role as a member because the function is working fine. So we have to change this to admin. So update. So now if I refresh this, refresh it, and now if I get into the admin, come on, it's not allowing me to type anything else. Okay, I think I'm having a problem with my keyboard now. /admin. Yep, now it's getting it inside, and you can see we're having the user objects and everything. If I click this mark as admin, it is taking some time. What happened? Inspect elements, console. If I click mark it as admin, okay, I haven't written any function for it, right? So I have to call this on click event on click, mark as an admin, paste, copy, paste, and mark this guy as an admin. Save this change. Now if I click mark as admin, you can see user role updated, and you can see instantly the user role is changed to admin. If I click this mark as member, you can see user role has been updated. He will be navigated to the member role again. So this is how you need to work with changing the user role permissions and everything. So we successfully finished this admin part. Then the next part, the most important thing, is to fix the home UI. That's what we are going to do now. All right, then, so now what we have to do is we have to start customizing the client area. So let's fix the header part. So what we have to do is, so before jumping into the header part, we have to break it into two different layouts. So let me open that design. So let me open the dribble.com and let me go jump into my profile, collections. Then here we go. If you have a wireframe of this design over here, you can see we're having two different layer containers, left container and right container. So let's go ahead and fix that part right now over here. So this open up your app.jsx and it's loading the layout. This is the client layout which we are loading. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, this outlet is a place where we need to bring the content home or the single page content, whatever the stuff which we need to bring it over there. So what I'm going to do is, it's better to design the layout first. So let's make the main, let's keep it as main. So for this main container, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this as a fix the width, height and screen. So it's not supposed to move left and right and top and bottom. So class name, it's going to be width, which going to take the screen width, whatever the screen width it is, it should take the screen width, and minimum height is also going to be screen. And of course the height is also going to be screen, and flex, it should take the complete length flex and make it as a flex. Items and item in the starting position, and justify it everything in the starting position. Save these changes and make the view as word wrap. And inside here, now what I need to do is so we need to bring the users information over here. So let's get the users, and we need to get the apps information. So const equals to use user, let's get the user information, and we need the const equals to use apps. We need both of the apps and the users informations, right? So we have to get the data and keep it in the name as user, and here is loading, user loading is error, user error, refetch, user fetch. Okay, then use the same thing as over here, data, and keep it in the names as apps. Then we need to get the is loading, apps loading is error, apps error, refetch, apps refetch. Save the changes. All right, so now what I'm going to do is, if user loading or apps loading, if any of them is loading, then what I'm going to do, return main loader. All right, save the changes. So now if I refresh it, it's going to give that loader animation. If none of them are loading, it's going to keep the main container over here. All right, so here now what I need to do is, so I'm going to break this into two different layouts. One is the left section and another one is the right section. So the left section is going to bring the left container. So let's go ahead and create destructured client source, and inside the source, inside the containers, I'm going to create left container dot jsx and rafce, and over here right container dot jsx rafce, not jc, jsx, yes, rafce. Save the changes and save the changes over there, and here we have to export these two containers. Let's bring it, paste it, left container, copy it and paste it over here, copy it, paste it over here, save the changes, and let's bring the left container from the containers folder, and let's bring the right section, the right container from the container section. Save the changes. Now you can see we have the left and right container over there. So inside, let's go ahead and fix the left container first. All right, so let's go ahead and do the left container first. So this left container is going to use div, okay, class name. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this let's use these string literals, because later we need to customize this divisions and everything. So I'm going to make this width as 80. So I'm going to fix this width at 80, and padding top and bottom is going to be y, position is going to be relative, and I'm going to say bg, I'm going to make this color as third color, and border right, I'm going to add the border right, and border right, it's going to be the third color, or we can use the secondary. Then height, of course, it's going to take the full height. So let me enable the word wrap so that we can see it clearly, completely. Okay. So then what we have to do is we have to arrange everything, right? So let's enable the duration. It's going to be 200, and flex column, and items, everything should be in the center, and justify, everything should be in the starting position, right? So you can see now we have this width position over here, and you can see in the right container it's automatically pushed. Now inside this division, what I have to do is so first I need to bring this absolute action button. So absolute action button, which going to extend and which going to push it back again, right? So if I click, so let me show you. If once the UI has been completed, you can understand what exactly I'm talking about. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a div, and let me make it as absolute position. The div needs to be absolute position, and I'm going to give it as a minus right 3. It's a rough calculation, so you just need to adjust it according to you. px1 and py4. All right, and the bg gradient to bottom right from bg from hero primary to hero secondary, and rounded medium, and cursor it's going to be pointer, and we have to group all those properties. So you can see it's looking over there, something like that. And inside here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create okay, so let's bring an icon for chevron right. Say the changes. So now you have that chevron right icon over there. You can see, we can see that chevron right, and then class over here, it's going to be let's bring the string literals. So it should be text sm, all right, and text white initially, and the duration it's going to be 200. Take the changes. So now what I need to do is when I click this, this icon needs to change its rotation, and it's need to reduce the width. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an use state to monitor that use state, and let's give the use state is close, right? Initially it's going to be false, right? So what we can do is we can keep it as true. Initially let's keep it as true itself, right? So here all I'm going to do is this width particular part with this width. So let me cut it out. If $is close is true, then we have to keep the width as 20. Then we have to change the px3. If not, we have to width as 18. So save the changes. You can see this is how it looks. So on click, whenever I'm going to click this, so I'm going to change this state. So for this division, where it is, this is the division, this is placed on click. Whenever I'm clicking it, I'm going to call a callback function and set is close as not is close, something like this. Now if I click this, it will be expanded. If I click it again, it will be minimized. You can see that. So now we created ourselves a nice sliding left container that's looking nice. Now this needs to change its rotation, right? So if not is closed, so we have to write a condition $if not is closed. If it is not is closed, then rotate it to 540 degree or something. We have to rotate it to 540 degree. So 540 degree. Save the changes. You can see if I click this, it's rotated. If I click it again, it is rotated, right? So if you reduce the duration, you might see this rotating animation much more better. So now it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be. So now we finished the absolute thing. Next, we need to bring up this top section, this particular top section. So let's go ahead and bring the top section right now. All right. So, all right then. So now what we have to do is, so we have to bring this top sections inside. So right after this absolute container, so here I need to bring this top section. So this top section is going to have a division, which is going to be a class name. And let me make it as dynamic string literals. Of course, it's going to have the width full, and PG, it's going to be the secondary, right? Then duration, it's going to be 200, or let's give it as 150. That's up to you. And I'm going to make this as inline flux container and item center, and justify it as a between, and the gap is going to be 2. Then if it is not closed, I'm going to increase the padding as px 6, right? So it looks like that. Now inside this division, what I'm going to do is, first I need to bring the image container. So div, let's make this div as class flux item center. Right inside here, I'm going to bring an image, and this image is going to be the logo. Save the changes. So now you have that logo over there. You can see that logo. Then class name, it's going to be width. Of course, it's going to be 12, and minimum width, it's going to be of course, it's going to be the 48 pixels always. And object should always be object contain. It should be always contain. And height, of course, it's going to be auto. And display, it's going to be block, and float, everything should be in the left side. And then margin right, it's going to be 5. Save the changes. This is how it's looked, right? So I think I think I added somewhere the padding wrongfully. Okay, so this is, I think this is not necessary. Let's remove it. Save the changes. Yeah, that's much better. I added, that's what I'm wondering, why the background color is coming. Okay. That's looking perfect now. Okay. So then what we have to do is we have to bring a paragraph tag, which is going to display this Oasis built or something, right? So where it is, this is the place where the image container, this is the image, it's being reduced, and over here I'm going to bring a paragraph tag, and I'm just going to say Oasis, and inside I'm going to have a span tag, and I'm going to say this as a bit. So for this paragraph tag class name, I'm going to say open it, dynamic string literals, and I'm going to say font serif. Text is going to be the primary text primary. Okay, then font extra bold, and uppercase, and tracking, we are going to keep this tracking as 5 pixels. The letter spacing, tracking means nothing but letter spacing. So dollar, if it is close, then we have to hide it. So scale is going to be 0, right? Only if it is close. So then I'm going to say duration is going to be 200. Save the changes. Now you can see that if I click this, it will be disabled. If you see that, if you expand it, you can see that. Cool, right? Then what we have to do is, over here we have that, and we need to bring this, we need to write the styles for this span tag, because we need to make it look much better. So class name, it's going to be text hero primary, and we need to make it as block. It looks like that, Oasis bit. So right after here, now what we have to do, we need to bring this particular part, the flag section. So right after this paragraph and the division, we need to bring the location change. This is just an UI part. So we haven't did anything backend server or anything particular for this particular thing, just a UI design. So div, let's make this class name, and the class name we have to make it as a dynamic string literals. So is close, so dollar is close. If it is close, then we need to hide this. So I'm just going to say scale as 0. If not, I'm going to say duration as 200 and position as a relative position. Then inside this div, I'm going to create one more div, and which is going to be the class name as flex item center and justify it in the center. And inside here, I'm going to bring an image tag, and I'm going to say I need to change this flag locations and everything, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring a flag over here, so we can keep the flag name as let's say this as a flag 1. Okay, so change the we have to make some changes in the colors and everything, how it's looking. So for this, I'm just going to say width is going to be, so the class name width is going to be 12, and height, of course, it's going to be auto, and object should be contain. Save the changes. Now you will see the flag over there, right? Cool. And now we are below that, we need to bring a button like a drop down option, so where the user can able to see the drop down button. But anyway, that's just a dummy design which we are creating right now for changing the location and everything. So let's keep it as an absolute, and hyphen bottom 1 and hyphen right 2, and width, of course, it's going to be 4, height, of course, it's going to be 4, flex item center, justify everything center, rounded, it's going to be full, and bg, it's going to be the third instead of third, we keep it as second 3. Then inside here for chevron down, and the class name, it's going to be text hyphen 10 pixels and text gray 50. Save the changes. This is how it looks. Now we can see that icon over there, the flag icon over there, right? So then what we have to do is, so we have to bring the main menu sections. So we have to bring the main menu section, the place where the top section is being completed. So right after this top section over here, we have to bring, so now we have to make sure, if I minimize this, you will not supposed to see these both of the options, right? It's looking good. Now we have to, underneath it, we have to bring the menu sections. So now let's go ahead and bring the menu sections next. All right, then, so now what we have to do is, so right over here, we need to bring the menu sections, right? So for that, I'm going to create an UL tag, and the UL tag is going to be class name, and let's make it as a dynamic string literals, and padding, it's going to be padding top, it's going to be 2, and width, of course, it's going to be full, and dollar is close, it's going to be, if not, dollar is close. If it is not close, then then I'm gonna say px is going to be 4, right? So then inside here I have to bring the menus, right? So basically, so what I'm going to do is I'm gonna open the helpers code, helpers.js, and here I'm gonna create a menu, export const client menus equals to an array. So I'm going to supply one second. Let me copy and paste that codes over here. Copy and paste it inside here, right? So these are the icons. So we have to import all these icons. So let me bring all the import statement for those icons as well as. So now you can see all those references, icons and everything, it's been properly mapped. So don't worry about this. I will copy this helpers code completely in the Git. So once it's successfully completed, I will copy and upload it in the Git and drop the link in the description. So you can open that link now and you can copy all these codes and paste it in your helpers.js. So this is just the menu which we are going to display it in the left side over here, just like the same thing, right? So save these changes. Now there is no issues at all. So let's get back to the left container.jsx over here. Then here, now what I need to do is I need to bring the client menus. If we have the client menus, so that map function, I'm going to get the menu and the index of that particular menu, render it. I'm going to bring the React fragment. And then here, for this React fragment, I'm going to supply the key as the index. And inside here, I'm going to create a list item. So basically what we are going to do is we are going to create a custom component for displaying that list component. So let's create a new component over here and name it as client list menu card, list menu item or something, .jsx, RAFCS. Saved it, and index.js. So let me copy and paste it, and here over here I'm just going to say client, copy this client menu item and put it over here, save it, close it, and now it is fine. So here I need to bring that client menu list item from the component, make sure that it's coming from components. All right, so here for this what I need to do is I need to supply two different objects. We need to make sure whether this state is in open state or it is in the closed state. So we need to get two different components. One in the menu itself, we need to supply that menu object, and two is closed. So we have to send the is closed state to it. So save the changes, right? And now you can see client menu item. We're having a bunch of options over there. So let's jump into the client menu item now. So over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the React fragment first. React.fragments, enter it. So inside here, I'm going to bring the li tag, save the changes. Now this li tag, it's going to have a bunch of class names, right? So class name, and I'm going to say, open it and bring the dynamic string literals. So I'm just going to say group this and flex, and everything should be in the item center, and gap x it's going to be 4, and cursor it's going to be pointer, and padding all sides it's going to be 2, and only on the left and right it's going to be 3, and the bg it's going to be the primary color, bg primary. Okay, so now what we have to do is so let's enable the word wrap so you can see it completely. Over here, let me bring the word wrap so you can see it completely, bg primary. Then on hover, I'm going to change, whenever I'm hovering it, I'm going to change the bg color to hash 282828, this specific color. Then on hover, I'm going to say shadow lg, and on hover, okay, we finished the hover part, so we need to remove this. So rounded it's going to be medium, and width of course it's going to be full, right? So, and if you notice here, we're having this options also, spacing as a boolean value, which means this function which helps you to, so you can see we need to understand this spacing, right? You can see there are some spacing between these two different menus over here. It looks like a two different menus. So what we have to do is, that's the reason, to understand, to increase the spacing only, we're having this spacing property. Whenever you see the spacing property, you have to add some margin top for it. So to add that, to adjust that only, so after right over here, if your menu property, so I need to extend this menu property, then I need to get the is closed property. So if your menu having the spacing, if menu dot spacing, then I need to say margin top is going to be 12. If not, I'm going to say margin top is going to be 4. Say the changes. Now you can see we're having a differentiation over here. So for instance, let's say if I have something like this, hi, you can see hi, its spacing is there, so the spacing is adjusted, spacing is there, so the spacing is adjusted, just like that, right? So instead of having this text as hi, what I'm going to do is I'm gonna bring so I'm gonna bring um over here span tag. Let's bring a span tag. So inside this span tag, so we have to bring the icons. So the first span tag is going to be for your icons, what specific icons that we are having. So we have to bring that icons inside. So over here inside this span, so we need to bring the icon, right? So all I am going to do is to this icon is quite different because you can see we're having it as a reference over here. So to load that icon inside here, this is how you need to load menu dot icon, right? Menu dot icon. Yeah, menu dot icon. So the class name is going to be a dynamic string literals. Bring it over here. Text excel, then block, then float everything in the left side. Then text is going to be hero primary, or let's say text is going to be the text primary. Text primary, text primary. Then on hover, it's going to be text equal to text secondary, right? Save the changes. So now we have those icons over here. Now we are having the icon. So then what I have to do is I have to bring the title of that particular menu. So span tag. So let me bring the class name, and inside here I need to bring that title. So menu dot title. Save the changes. Now I have the menu titles over there. So let's fix this styles. Let's make this as a dynamic string literals. Text is going to be text primary, and on group hover, text equals to text secondary. Then text size is going to be base, and font is going to be medium, and flex it's going to be 1, and duration it's going to be 200. Okay, and dollar is close. If it is true, then I don't need to display this. So I'm just going to say hidden. I don't need to display the name. Save these changes, right? You can see now we're having all those options and everything. All right. So then what we have to do is if there is a sub menu options, which means like few of the menu options over here, you can see we having sub menus also, right? So what we are going to do is I'm going to create a new state to monitor that. I'm going to create a new state. So over here I'm going to create a new state. Use state snippet is sub menu. By initially it's going to be false. So if it is having a sub menu, then we need to display an icon for that sub menu, right? So we need to bring that sub menu icon. So right after this span tag, right after here, I'm going to say if the menu is having this particular part, sub menu, this state, if that is true, then, and if it is not, is closed. If both of them it's not closed, because we don't need to display whenever it is closed. Whenever it is closed, we don't need to display. So that sub menu needs to be displayed only if it is not closed. Then if it is not closed, then I need to render this. So I'm going to say for chevron down, and class name it's going to be, let's open it and let's bring it inside here as text primary, and duration it's going to be 200. Then if the sub menu it's been opened, is sub menu, if is sub menu is opened, then I'm going to say text secondary, text secondary and rotate it to 180-degree. Save these changes. So now you can see when I click this, we need to make sure that it's the sub menu, its state is true. Okay, so to handle that, what I'm going to do is, so right after this particular part, I'm going to say on click, I'm going to call a callback function, and I'm going to say set is submenu as not is submenu, something like this. So now if I click this, you can see it's changing its rotation, something like that. So whenever it is the submenu state is true, which means right after this part over here, whenever the submenu state is true, $is submenu is true, I need to change its background color. So BG, it's going to be a very specific color, hash 282828. Save it. If the submenu is true, so we are going to change its background color a little bit darker. You can see the background color is a little bit darker because we need to make sure that menu is active. Just like the same way you can see this menu color is also active. So then what we have to do is, so if the sub menu is active, so I need to change this color, this text color, the icon color, and as well as the text color. So what I'm going to do is, so right after this menu icon, menu icon for the span tag. So for the span tag, class name, dynamic string literals. So for the span tag width, of course, it's going to be 8, and height is going to be 8, and flex item center, and justify in the center, rounded full, okay, and BG, it's going to be third, okay, something like that. Then on group hover, I'm going to change this to BG gradient to bottom right from, so this is supposed to be group hover, so group hover from hero primary to, from group hover to hero secondary, something like this. So then $is submenu open. If the submenu is true, then I'm gonna say BG gradient to bottom right from hero primary to hero secondary. Save the changes. Now if the submenu is true, it looks like this. If submenu is false, it looks like this. And whenever I'm hovering it, you can see the menu icon is changing now. If I make it as active, you can see the submenu is active, so the color is changed over there. So we have to do the same stuff for this. And $is submenu is true, then make the text color as text secondary, something a little bit darker, okay, like this. Cool. And on group hover, we made this as a text secondary, right? Yep, text secondary. All right, so everything is working fine. And the title, for the title also we have to make some changes. And for the title, right after here, $is submenu is true, I'm gonna say text as text secondary. Save the changes. Menu title has been fine. Now if we enable this, it will look in a darker white color. So next what I have to do is I have to bring those submenus. So right after this thing, I'm gonna bring the animate presence from the framework motion, enable it, bring it inside. Then I'm gonna say menu dot submenu, and as the same way is submenu, and not is close, and I need to render this. Only if all these things are true, I'm going to bring a motion. We have to bring the motion from the framework motion. So motion dot UL, another UL tag to display the submenus over here. So I'm going to bring menu dot submenu items. This is the array which I have in that menus. Copy this, bring that submenu items dot map, open it. Let's get that item along with the index. Then let's use the callback function to render it. So to do that, what we are going to do is inside here, I'm going to bring that li tag. For the time being, I'm just going to display that that particular item item dot title. Save the changes. So if I click this, you can see, we can see that submenu items, right? We can able to see that submenu items right now, which means the submenus and everything is working fine. So all we have to do is to change the this UL tag colors and everything. So class name, it's going to be BG primary, and margin top, it's going to be 2, and rounded, it's going to be MD, right? So now the color is changed and everything is fine. Then now we have to start customizing this particular li tag, right? So for this li tag class name, it's going to be, let's bring the dynamic string literals and let's make it as a group, and flex item center, then gap x is going to be 4, and cursor is going to be pointer, and py it's going to be 3, and px it's going to be 4, and width, of course, it's going to take the complete available width. Save the changes, right? It looks like that. Then inside this, simply displaying this, I'm going to bring the sub menu icons, right? So span tag, open it, and here I'm going to bring the menu dot icon self closing tag. For this class name, it's going to be text excel block float left text primary. Then on group hover, I'm going to say text as hero primary, right? Save these changes. Now you can see this icon over here. When I'm hovering it, you can see it's changing this star, the icon colors and everything. Then right after this span tag, I need to bring one more span, and inside this span, I'm going to display that item title. So for the span tag, I'm going to say class name, and let's say bring the string literals, and text is going to be text primary, and group hover, the text color is going to be hero primary, and the text size is going to be base, and the font is going to be the medium, and flex it's going to be 1, and the duration it's going to be 200. And whenever the is close, it is active, then we need to make this as hidden. Save the changes. Okay, so now we can see if I enable it, it's going to work perfectly as it's supposed to be. Looking good, right? So if I disable this, you will not able to see those menu options and everything. If I enable this, I can able to see all those options, right? So since we enable that UL motion over here, where is the UL tag which we created? Yeah, here. For this, I'm gonna add the initial animation part is going to be the opacity. It's going to be 0, then Y it's going to be 10. Then I'm just going to copy and paste it 2 more times. Change this to animate, change this to exit, opacity change it to 1, and change this to 0, and change this to 0, 10. Save it like this. Instead of keeping it positive, make it negative. So it opens like this and close like that. How cool is this? All right. So we successfully finished the sub menu part. Okay. So we finished the complete sub menu part and everything. Now in the left container, the one more thing which is really we have to finish it, which is nothing but once again we have to so we have to bring the next important section, which is nothing but the this section, I think so, this one, the other informations. So that's what we need to bring now. So let's go ahead and bring that part right now. All right, then. So now what we are going to do is, so we are going to fix this right container part, So let's go ahead and do that. And let's worry about this remaining parts later. So let's go ahead and fix this main right container part. So let's focus on the most important things now. So go to the layout and let's jump into the right container. This is the place where we are loading the right container and everything. So let's make this division to take the complete available length. So flex 1, right? So inside this right container, of course, I'm going to bring the header section. So then what we need to do, we need to bring the outlet sections. So we have to bring our outlet. So let's bring this, let's cut this outlet from here and let's put an outlet over here. And let me bring the outlet over here, right? So we have to keep this outlet inside a section, and we keep the outlet over here. And for this class name, which is going to be width, of course, it's going to take the complete width. And height, I'm going to calculate the height. Calc, open a function, 100 VH minus 80 pixels, right? Save the changes. So now we can see home and sign out options. It's displaying the home and sign out options over there. It's because it's loading that save its changes over here. Okay, so this home and sign out options, it's being coming from your the home container, which we create the home page. So before that, we need to fix this header section. So let's go here and inside the containers, not inside the containers, over here, I'm going to bring an header .jsx inside the components or AFCE, save the changes, and let me bring it, export it from here, header, and let me copy this and paste it over here, being exported from there. And let's jump into the right container, and I'm going to bring the header from the components. It will be displayed over there. So let's jump into the header part right now. So inside the header, so what we are going to do is here, let's make this class name. It should take the complete width as full, flex item center, justify it between, and BG third, and padding left is going to be 6. So you can see now we have some padding left over there. So view word wrap. Now instead of this, I'm going to bring an image, and that is going to be the rewards image coming from the assets folder. And class name, it's going to be width is going to be the 64. Then hidden, by default it is going to be hidden, but on LG from the large device onwards, it's going to be displayed. And height is going to be auto, and object style is going to be cover. Save the changes. This is how it looks, right? Then right after this, I'm going to bring the search option. Search here, the search here options, div class name, flex item center, justify center, and BG it's going to be hash 2A 2A 2A, then rounded full, shadow LG, px4 py3. Save the changes. So this is how it looks at the top right corner. So right after the search, we have to bring the profile section, right? So the profile section, so we already do have the user profile container. Let's bring the user profile container. So now we have the user profile container over there. So let's go ahead and fix the input tag. Input type is going to be text, and placeholder is going to be search for games or something. Search for apps. Let's use it as apps. Search for apps. Save it. All right, then I'm going to create a new state to monitor this. Let's say use state snippet is equal to use state snippet search term. Initially the search term it's going to be initially an empty string, right? So all I am going to do is to let's bring the use state in the first import statement itself, and for this value it's going to be the search term, and on change I'm going to call a callback function, get the event, then search term is going to be e dot target dot value, so we can get that current element value and we can update the state. So class name it's going to be bg transparent. I'm going to keep it as a transparent background. Outline I don't need it, none, and border I don't need it, none, and the text is going to be base, and the font is going to be medium, and the text is going to be text secondary, and what else? We need to bring the place, so we need to change the placeholder text color. So placeholder it's going to be text third, and tracking wider. On 2 Excel devices I'm going to make this width as 96, which is more than very big one, 96. All right, this looks like that. So the placeholder not, let's use the secondary then. Oops, let's bring text primary then, something like that. Looks cool, right? All right, then we need to we have this search options and everything, so which is a little bit more than enough right now for the time being. And what we have to do is to let's make sure this division is taking the complete width. Okay, that is pushing its limit, so let's keep it in this way. So to Excel the width is going to be 96, which means from the large device so from the large device onwards, width is going to be 64, something like this. That's pretty much enough. Cool. All right, so now we successfully finished this header part. Then what we have to do is we have to bring this banner sections. So all we are going to do is to design this banner section. So let's go ahead and do that banner section right now. All right, so now let's jump into the home section. So what we are going to do is let's jump into the pages. Where is the pages? Here, and go to the home.jsx. This is the home.jsx which is being loading over there. So I don't need this handle sign out option. Let me delete this, and let me delete this button, save the changes. So you should be able to see the changes over here, the home. So if you have a look at this design home, it's been broken into 2 different layouts over here. So what I'm going to do is, so I'm going to break it into 2 different layouts. So for this class name, I'm going to say width, of course it's going to be full, and height, of course it's going to be full, and I'm going to use it as a grid, and grid column is going to be initially 1, but from the large devices onwards, grid column is going to be 2 columns. All right, so not 2 columns, I'm going to make it as a 12 different columns, so I can adjust it as per as how much I want it. So 4, and px it's going to be 6, and py it's going to be 4. Save the changes. Now it looks over here, right? So let's enable the word wrap, and then inside here, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to create 2 divisions. One is for the left section, and the another one is for the right section. So let's go ahead and create 2 different divisions over here, div and div. So this should bring 2 equal columns, right? You can see 1 and 2 is here. So I need to adjust it, how many column space that it's need to occupy. So it's going to take the complete column space, call space 12, call span as 12 initially, but from the large devices onwards, the column span is going to be 8, and overflow y it's going to be scroll, and the scroll bar, we don't need the scroll bar, so later we'd worry about this. So we need to disable the scroll bar. To disable the scroll bar, we need to say tailwind css scroll bar. Search for tailwind css scroll bar and install this package. Let's go here, go to the client, and let's say yarn add tailwind hyphen scroll bar, this one, tailwind hyphen scroll bar. So hit the end, so that will download, and copy this and put it into your tailwind.config.js. Inside the plugin part, paste it over here, save these changes and go to here home, and straight away over here I'm just going to say scroll bar none, just like that, right? Then save these changes, and in the right side division this is going to be class name, and now you can see the first container is being pushed to all the way to the second, right? So it should take the column span 4, and height of course it's going to be full, and initially it's going to be hidden. It should be displayed only on the big screen, but for small screen it should be hidden, right? So let's fix this, the left section, because that's the place where we do have this banner options and everything, right? So now we are jumping into the banner section, so let's create a new component to display the banners and everything. So overall that we are going to bring a new component to bring that banners and everything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new banner component inside the components, new component called banner.jsx and RAFCE. Save the changes and export this changes from here, banner, and copy this banner and paste it over here, save the changes. And now we have to bring this banner straight away. We don't need this left container client, this is helpers, we don't need it. Home, let's bring this banner over here, banner, save the changes. Now you should be able to see the text called banner. So for the banner we are using this swiper, so swiper, so we are using this swiper. Basically this is the swiper JS, which helps you to add some carousels into your websites, right? So this is the one that we are using. So if you click this get started option, you can see how to add these swipers and everything, and how to install every single part. Like you can understand, it's much better, right? So what I'm going to do is, so I'm gonna open the terminal and I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to say yarn add swiper, oops, swiper. So this will install the swiper package into your project. Okay, so then what we are going to do is, so let's jump into the banner. So what we have to do is so if you click the demos, if you click these swiper demos over here, you can see a lots and lots of demos over here, right? And you can see the core code and everything, core code, like how exactly it's been going to be displayed and everything, right? So instead of wasting our time understanding this swiper plugin, how exactly it's going to work, all I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy and paste the code. So we don't want to waste the time on displaying this dummy record over here, just the UI design, so you can analyze it easily. So pause the video and understand this code. You can copy the code from the description below and you can put it into your project and make sure it's working fine or not, right? So I shared the code in the description below, so please go ahead and copy it and paste it exactly the same thing over here, and make sure that you added these swiper and these icons and assets. Make sure these asset links are coming from the exact same location, /assets, right? So make sure that you copied everything properly, save these changes if everything is opening properly, loaded properly, and there we go. So we're having a bunch of errors over here, right? The reason is because, so I changed these names in the assets. So if you copy the code exactly what I provided you, you might run into this error, or you might not get this error as well. So don't worry about this. If you ran into this specific error, so this is the error, it's not issue. The reason it's showing this, the thing whatever we are exporting from there, the avatar 1, avatar 2, all these things are ran into an error, right? So this one, the 54321. So let's open the assets index.js. So what are the things we have? 1 2 3 4. So what I need to do here, all I have to do is to change to 1 2 3 4, right? 1 2 3 4. So then what I need to do, I need to change this 1 2 3 and 4, right? All right, so then what else? Say the changes. So here we go. So now we have all those images and everything. Fine. So everything is being loaded over here, but still it's having some problem, which is we're having some issues over here, which is nothing but the buttons icon. If you notice this button icon, you might understand what exactly it's looking like, the sign up button. So the sign up button, it's looking in a different color. Okay, so from hero primary to hero secondary, right? Save the changes. So now it's changed the changes over here. Look at that. So we have to do the same thing for that icons as well as this one. For all these icons, text black, because it's keeping the text as a black icon, black color. Lucky number, everything is fine. So wherever the term we are seeing this text black, duplicate it, change that text black to hero primary, so it looks in this color. All right, so that is looking perfectly fine to me. So this is the code which I given to you. So if you ran into an issue, or if you don't run into an issue, that's totally fine. All you have to do is to copy the same code and put it over here straight away. It will work perfectly as it's supposed to be, right? Cool. And now what we have to do is, we already have this app data. So all we have to do is to bring the app data and display it over here. So that's what we are going to do next. All right, then. So now what we have to do is we have to bring those the apps cards and everything over here. So right after this banner section, I'm going to create a new division and make this as a complete width as full and flex. And what we can do is, if we can keep it as a flex, or even we can keep it as a grid. So it's better to keep it as a grid column, 2 columns initially, but from the large device onwards, on this device, I'm going to make the grid column as 4 columns. And from the 2XL device onwards, grid columns, I'm going to break this into 6 columns, right? 6 columns, and save the changes. Okay, so now this is fine. And the gap between everything is going to be 2, and PY is going to be 4. Save the changes. And inside here, now we have to render those games and everything. So we have those, where is that layout? Let's copy this. This is not necessary over here. Let's cut it from here and bring it over here. Let's import it over here. Save the changes, and let's import the use apps from here. That is not necessary over there. Okay, so we need it because we are checking the apps loading or something, right? Okay, fine. So here what I'm going to do is, if the apps loading, then I'm gonna return the main load, right? So if I refresh this, it's going to load. Okay, it's displaying because it's not loading. That's the reason it's being displaying. So here, inside here, I'm gonna get the apps and apps dot length is greater than 0. If apps dot length is greater than 0, then only we are going to render this particular component. So react dot fragment over here. So all I'm going to say over here for the time being, I'm going to create a div and I'm going to say slide. Save the changes. So now it should display the slider. So what is the apps length that we do have? Apps, we don't have anything. Literally, we don't have anything. So all I'm going to need to go to the dashboard. Okay, so we need to fix this navigation part. So let's open this helper, and where is the menus? This is the one. Dashboard, my profile, URI. Okay, this should take the to admin slash home. This should take the admin slash users, and this should take admin slash apps. But the problem is the place where we are rendering it. This is the place where we are rendering it. We are not navigated that user to that specific part. We need to say menu.uri. Save these changes. And now if you take the user, okay, it's still not showing here. Okay, so now my profile, my favorites, dashboard, users, apps. We have to jump to apps. So now we are here. Now, so what we are going to do is, so we need to add the game, right? So I did already have some games in my hand. So I'm just going to copy and paste it over here, which I already copied it and have it as a JSON file. So anyways, I will share it to you. And the banner, copy it, paste it. One second, let me copy and paste those parts over here. New banner, copy and paste it over here. New banner, new banner, like one more image. Copy and paste it, right? So, and then company name, what is the company name? It's going to be this company name, and then logo, the app icon, it's going to be this one. Okay, all right, so now we have the apps. So the app ratings, the reviews, it's going to be 4.1. Total reviews 9.59 million plus. Downloads, total downloads, it's going to be 500 million plus. And the description, so we can give some descriptions, right? So yep, so for the description, Play Store, search for the Ludo King, Ludo, this one. Let's copy this and give it as a common description, or maybe we can fix that description part in the UI. So anyways, let's leave the description part, and I think this is more than enough. If I click add, it should add these details. Yep, data, everything is being added. All right, so now we have all those all the necessary information which we need. If I click this, we've been pushed to the detail, and for the time being, you can see we are getting the text as slider. See, we are getting the text as slider because this is the place where we are displaying the text as slider. So now I need to customize that particular that division, this particular division. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say this class name, which is going to be the duration as 200, and width, let's see, width, of course it's going to be full. it's going to take the available full width, right? And rounded medium, and overflow, of course, it should be hidden, and the position, it's going to be the relative position, right? So save these changes. Okay, so let me now inside here, first, instead of this, we need to bring the image tag, which is coming from we need to get that. Okay, so we need to, okay, I forgot to do the app. So copy it from here to here. I forgot to do apps.map. So because I need to get the single app information, then I need to render it, right? So inside here, inside the app, I do have the cover image for the single app. So we have this cover, copy it. Let's load that over here. Class name, which is going to be width. Of course, it's going to take the complete width. The height, it's going to be 44, and object, it's going to be our duration, is going to be 200. Save the changes. Now this should bring the image over here. You can see the height is pretty much very small, so let's make it 64. Okay, so that is, I think, more than enough. And for this division, margin my top and bottom, it's going to be 6. So let's increase the height and width, right? So now we have this this division, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new state. Use state is hovered. So initially it's going to be false, right? So after this division, I'm going to bring a link tag, right? I'm going to bring a link tag, which going to because, you know, if I hover it, I need to bring the title of this game and how many reviews and everything. We need to bring those parts and everything over here. So for that, I'm gonna create for the time being, I'm just going to bring a link tag, which this link tag is coming from React Router DOM, and inside this, I'm gonna bring this motion where it is. Okay, so here I need to bring import from framer motion. Let's bring animate presence and motion. So here motion dot div, enter, and inside this motion dot div, what we are going to do is, so this class name is going to be class name, it's going to be absolute position, and inset is going to be 0, and bg it's going to be RGBA 0, 0,0,0,0.8. Then flex column, item center, justify between, and px it's going to be 2, and on py it's going to be 4. Save these changes. All right, so now we can see it changed the color over there. So now inside this division, what I'm going to do is, so first thing is, so at the top section, I need to bring the this reviews. So you can see the total reviews, right? The total reviews. I need to bring the total reviews at the top. So first I'm going to do is to create a div. Inside this div, I'm going to say class name, width, of course, it's going to be full, and then flex and item center, and justify it in the between inside this division. So I'm going to bring the star, so md star. So this is going to have the class name, so text hero primary and text medium md or base, text base. So that should bring the star. Okay, so now we have the star. Then I'm going to bring the this app dot where is it, this reviews. app.total reviews, app question mark dot total reviews. So that should bring the total reviews. So let's customize these styles and everything. So this is how we need to add these styles for that, right? So for the total reviews, right? So then after this, what we have to do is, so I'm going to bring this division, which is going to be, this is supposed to be inside a common one more div, paste it. And for this, I'm going to say class flex item center, justify center, and a gap is going to be 2, something like this. Both should be displayed in a single line like this, right? Then after this div, I need to bring this heart icon. So we need to bring this heart icon, like just like this. So let's import this heart icon, save the changes. So you will be able to see the heart icon over there. Then underneath it, we need to bring this is the division. This is the division is the place where it's getting ended. Right after here, I'm going to bring one more division, and inside this division, we are going to display the title and as well as the company name. So for this main division, the class styles, it's going to be this, right? Inside here, I'm going to bring one paragraph tag, and I'm going to say the app question mark dot title, copy and paste it, and company, right? So for these two, I'm going to bring the styles and paste it over here, save the changes. And for company name, I'm going to bring these styles and I'm going to paste it over here. This is going to be hero secondary, save the changes, right? So this is how it looks. All right, so now this particular part needs to be displayed only if it is hovered. So to do that, what I'm going to do is, so this is the link tag. So whenever I'm clicking this so we need to navigate this whenever I'm clicking it. So I need to navigate this to another page, right? We need to navigate this to another page. So we have to fix that route. And in the meanwhile, before that, I'm going to wrap this complete stuff, cut it, and bring the animate presence, and is hovered, then display this link tag, save the changes. Now it will not be displayed. So now what I have to do is over here, this division, this is the place where we are bringing it, right? So this is the place over here, on mouse enter. I'm going to call a callback function and say set forward as true. Then I'm going to copy and paste it one more time and change this to on mouse leave, change this to false, right? So better change this to cursor as a pointer one, right? Bring it inside. You can see how cool is that? So it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be, but it's need to work smoothly. So to do that, for this initial, the opacity, it's going to be 0, and copy and paste it, animate, change the opacity to 1, and on exit, keep it as 0 itself. Save changes, and now look at that. So we're having this smooth animations part and everything. So now we have to fix this route. Whenever I click this, it's need to take the user to the details route. So that's what we are going to do next. All right, then. So now what you have to do is to open your app.jsx and create a new route over here, copy and paste it. And this route is going to be detail / app ID. This is the ID, right? So here, and under the components, or not components, under the page, I'm going to create a new file, and this is going to be detail.jsx RAFCE, save it, and let's export it from here, and let's change this to detail, copy it, paste it, save it. Now it's been exported, and we need to bring the detail over here. import it, save the changes, and now let's copy this route and let's jump into the, where is it, this app. Okay, where is a client list menu item? No, not that one. Come on, pages, home, JSX, and where is it? Here it is. So this is the place. Use the dynamic string literals, paste it, navigate this user to this very specific app ID, app _ID. I hope that's the ID we do have on apps. Save it, refresh this. We have the apps. Under the apps we do have the, I think we have _ID. Yep, we have the _ID. Now if I hover it, you can see it's taking, it will take the user to that specific details page. Now we are inside the details page. Inside this details page, we have to bring all those necessary details one after another, just like the same way how we used to display it. All right, so let's go ahead and do that one right now. All right. So over here, now what I'm going to do is, I need to jump back to the app.jsx and here details.page over here. So first I need to close this, close home. I need to bring this user, all the apps, copy it and bring it over here and paste it over here. Let's bring it inside, import it, save the changes. Now we have it over there. So if it's loading, if this app is loading, so what we need to do, we need to return this main loader, right? If it has been loading, now if you refresh it, it will be loaded, it will be loading. So you are getting that message. And then right after here, now what we are going to do is, so we need to get that particular app ID, this particular app ID, copy this. This is the ID which we are sending it from here. So const app ID from where URL use params. So from the URL params, we need to get this app ID. So now we have that app ID from there. Then I'm going to say use state snippet, and this is going to be loaded app. So we need to get that loaded app. Initially it is going to be null, right? Initially it is going to be null. So once you have this complete apps informations in your hand, so using the use effect method, I'm going to get that, or you can create a separate API endpoint to do that. But right now the simplest way is to keep it. If I have the complete apps in our hand, then I'm going to say if I have the app ID and I need to have the apps and I need to have the apps.length. Apps.length should be greater than 0. If all say so, then I need to say set loaded app. It's going to be from the apps.filter. I'm going to get the single app information. Then if the app.id should be equals to to that particular should be equals to this particular app ID. I think so. Yes, app ID. So if it is equals to that, then it is going to return an array. In that array, the 0th index is our value. So we are going to get that 0th index. So if over here, I'm just going to check the condition. If the loaded app, then display the text like this. So if I refresh it, if we have the loaded game, we will get the text as the detail. So now that, which means we have the loaded app in our hand. The loaded app information is having it in our hand. So what I'm going to do is first we need to fix the overall the width of that particular thing. So we need to fix the style. So class overflow, hidden scroll bar, height and everything. Then what we need to do is so we need to bring the banner section of that we need to bring that banner section for that particular particular app which is being loaded. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an internal component. Okay, so I'm going to create an internal component and I'm going to copy and paste that code, and I already shared that code in the description, so you can copy that code and you can paste it over here. So over here, this is the component which we are going to create, and that is an internal component, right? That is the internal component which is being loaded over here. So we have to make sure that this use navigate it's being imported, and here, so all we have to do is to, let's say, loaded app. Okay, loaded app. So here we need to bring that banner, app banner. So that app banner, it's been changed. So this app banner, it's having this loaded app which is going to bring that complete loaded app informations inside here. So we need to supply that loaded app information over here, which is going to render it over here, right? So it's going to show this MD arrow back and MD star, that's important, and MD share, empty bookmark add, and power computer save the changes. So that should bring this details over here, right? So but the problem is it's not loading the things and everything. What is the problem is, so okay, because you can see the company name and everything, it's being displayed perfectly, but the problem is with our reviews and everything. So this is going to be, because the property name which I'm using, it's quite different when I'm practicing it. So it's going to be app icon. So let's bring the app icon over here, save it. So that should bring the app icon. Then for the total reviews, we need to bring for the total reviews, copy the total reviews, total reviews, and this is going to be reviews, save the changes. So you should get the reviews and the total reviews. And for the downloads, of course, it is going to be the same downloads, only downloads. So you should get the downloads, which is exactly quite same. And install button. So if you notice that install button is quite different, because from hero primary, this needs to change to hero primary to hero secondary, right? Save the changes. Now the button will looks different, and the background cover option, this is the one. This it's going to be the cover. Save the changes. So now you can see the cover image over there. That's looking cool, right? So we successfully bring that. So if I click this, so that is going to load that all the information which is necessary for that. So straight away right after here, now what we have to do is, once you bring that banner options and everything, the next part is going to be our slider, the place where we have to bring our slider. So which is going to be the exact same thing. Again, I'm just going to do the same stuff. Right after here, I'm going to copy and paste it. So these are just the dummy content which we are loading. So these are just the dummy content. So wherever the thing loaded app dot banners, supply the images, and we need to bring the swiper slide, bring it inside swiper slide. Then we need to bring the swiper. All right, now we have the swiper and the swiper slides. Okay, so after that, over here, so we don't have this review part, so we don't need this reviews, right? So then similar section, so here now similar apps, and change this to games and everything. Apps, so if the app dot underscore id, which is not equals to app id, then we don't need this category at all. We have to map it. This is going to be app icon, title, ratings, reviews, save the changes. I should think that will fix the issue. Okay, so we're having a bunch of errors. So I think the problem is because ratings, yep, this is the one. Banner reviews over here about this game. Banners, what else? The mistakes. We added the swiper slide. Let's cut it out. If this is a mistake, then we can figure it out. Okay, so from this swiper model itself, we are getting an error. So from here, we are getting this error. Not sure, maybe the package which we have imported. So the auto import statement raised an issue. Yeah, that's the issue. The auto import raised an issue. So this is the import. This is how you need to import it. So then this one, MD arrow forward, fix the issue. So over here, so it's not bringing the slider. So this slider is not working. Why? So this, we have this banners. So we have this banners. Banner, under the banner, we are getting the, okay, so we are having the image. So under the image, we have image dot URI. This is the one. Save it. Now we're having this options over here. Look at that. So we are having this loading the slider and everything. And as the same way on the similar app, similar app is nothing. So we don't have any similar apps, right? So which means it's working perfectly only. So what we have to do is we have to add one more app. So let's go to the apps. Let's go to the apps and let's get to here, and let's let's get back here and let's load this Candy Crush, or this one, or let's load some other thing. Let's load this one. Okay, let's load the Real Cricket then. Copy it and paste it here, Real Cricket, and this is the company name. Copy and let's bring it here, paste it here. Sorry, this is company name, cover image, copy image address, supply it, banner URL, copy image address, paste it, copy image address, paste it, and copy image address, paste it, copy image address, paste it, and an app icon. This is the app icon, copy image address, image address, paste it, reviews 3.9 and total reviews 5 crore plus, total downloads, okay, total downloads is 5 crore plus, this is 13.7 lakhs or something, 5 crore plus. Let's leave the description. If I click add, so that should bring the detail over here. Yes, now if I get back to the homes, now I have the real cricket, and if I click this, you can see we have this banner actions and everything, and we have the about informations, and you can see the similar apps, it's also loaded, which means it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be. Cool, right? So, and on the similar apps, the place where we are loading the similar apps, this is the place where we are loading the similar apps informations. Yes, this is the place. You can see we have the similar apps information, and we have the complete apps informations and everything, right? So we successfully finished this part. We successfully created the details and everything, and we finished the UI part and everything. So don't worry about this UI part. This is just a UI design. You can just simply copy and paste it over here, and we fix the main part and everything. And I already shared the complete working code in the description, so you can copy and paste it, which will work perfectly as it's supposed to be, right? That's cool. So the next important part is just the chat container. This is just the UI, because when you're working with the real-time chat applications, you need to have the sockets, web sockets and everything. Just for the design purpose, I'm going to give you the code so you can keep it over there. It will not look as a real-time container, but for to enable the real-time chat application, that's a quite a long process that we will discuss in the more advanced projects and more advanced classes, more advanced concepts and everything, right? So let's go ahead and copy and paste the code for the chat container. All right, then, so now what we have to do is, so let's go here and create a new container over here called chat container.jsx, and inside here RAFCE import it, and let's export it from here too. So let's bring the chat container, copy this and paste it over here, save it, and let's jump into the home, and I need to bring the chat container over here, save it. So that should bring the chat container. So all you have to do is to simply copy and paste the code which I given below. So that should work perfectly. So okay, so I don't have this moments, so let's go ahead and import this. So yarn add moment, so this will raise an issue on this moment container because we don't have this moment. So add this moment, so that should fix that issue. Okay, so now you can see the chat options and everything over here. All right, so but this problem with this image, it's been loaded wrongfully. It's loaded this image. So assets, if you open the assets folder, under the assets folder I have the images. So I need to bring that image. Where is that? Yeah, here it is, chat hero. This is the image, it's need to load it over there. So I need to bring the chat hero image. So now that should display the chat hero image over there, which is looking good. So this is just an UI, right? So this is the complete working UI. So this UI, like whenever if I try to add some new message or something, if I click this, that will add that new message over there, right? So this is a complete working functional UI. But if you want to integrate this with the backend applications and everything, the real-time chat application is quite different, right? That will takes you entirely 3 to 4 hours to implement these real-time chat applications. So it's better to fix this with the UI part itself. So the main motive of this complete project is going to be to how to use the cloud functions, and how to create the REST APIs, and how to use the React Query client, and how to use it inside this projects and everything, right? I hope it's completely covered in this part, as I said. And if you have any questions, leave your questions in the comment below.